Good afternoon, everybody. Fins up. How you all doing, my fellow Miami Dolphins fans? Welcome to the latest installment of Color Commentary in the afternoon. Coming to you live this afternoon for some great Miami Dolphins talk. We got coaching talk going on, some great articles about the future of our coaching staff, what it might have been in the past, what people think about that. We got a couple of great articles we came across, Capitan brought to my attention. We'll continue all the talk from earlier this morning. I'll probably open up a panel a little bit for a little while. We got Capitan in the back who wanted to run a show, but he's actually got major things, hands full right now with trying to deal with his move. But he'll be popping in and out. I want to thank everybody for showing up this afternoon. Love you all. Every one of you that clamor for us to go on. You show up like soldiers for us, like great supporters. All our members that are scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Encourage everybody to like and share. Subscribe if you haven't. Become a member. We got a couple different tiers of membership you could join. Help support us further. Every bit of it helps. And I think we're going to have a great season coming up because of y'all's support and generosity. And we love that. There's many ways to do that. Cash App, Venmo, Super Chats, all that stuff. Make sure you're hitting the link in the description below if you need anything from Fanatics, official gear provider. Check out the Fins tailgate gear as well, including our flag. Wave it proudly. Show everybody where you're from, who your family is. And make sure you're catching us on Tuesday nights for Tonk 7 TMI. Things have been a little rocky in the off season, but y'all know how it goes. He generally shows up every Tuesday, gives you some great content that's a little, a little more on the human side of sports. Then you got me, of course, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes in the evening. But I've been trying to bring you every Thursday some good color commentary. As well as Ali on Saturdays, Late Night Exhale, our newest member of the team. His show's been doing great. You guys been showing up every Saturday night for him. The numbers ain't no different than the rest of our shows. Great reception you guys are giving Ali. And he absolutely is humbled by it, appreciates it, loves you all. And then, of course, every other night you got El Capitan. Sometimes in the day, sometimes in the night, whenever news is breaking. Holding down the fort, the great proprietor of the Fins Tailgate. And so, that being said, I'm welcome a few people to the chat. Cap for life, love you. Louis Amador. Louis is the greatest. The Dolphins realtor. Making sure everybody's got all the property they need in greater South Florida. Trucker Sean, to see you. Marino's GOAT. First guy in the chat today. King Mill. Von Joe. Clanging and banging. Love you all, you guys, man. You guys are great. So, we got a couple articles Capitan brought to my attention. Ended up titling the show for. But,
you know what else, Culler?
What's that?
It's something that we've been talking about even before we hired McDaniel, is that, like, this team, it kind of applies the same rules with the quarterback and the coach, that how star-studded this team is, how many, how much pressure it is on everybody. It could see Mike McDaniel end up a lame duck coach, even though he wins, say, 10 games. If he doesn't get in the playoffs, it could cost him his job. Now, I did say yesterday, there's also a scenario in which they only get 9 wins and miss the playoffs, but they keep McDaniel. And that would be like if Tua had, like, I don't want to say a season-ending injury, but a significant enough injury to miss 5 games, 6 games, something like that, where it kind of gets off the rails. And the organization is convinced by the other output with the backup and whatever that McDaniel deserves to stay on this team with his choice in quarterback and them moving off of Tua. But the hope scenario is that he gets Tua to be the best he can be as an NFL pro, even better than Tuscaloosa Tua, because that's what we kind of need. And there's and McDaniel stays, and we now have extra capital to build on this rather than swerve on this. We even building on it or swerving on it. So something going to happen. It's going to be an interesting season, bro. We're going to have so much content to talk about between now and next year's offseason. Because if it all works out, it's working out with, butterflies and rainbows. If it doesn't, the endless amount of possibilities of how they'll change things up. One of the biggest discussions is potential head coach Sean Payton. And that's why I sent you those articles. And it's been something that's been talked about.
It's hard to argue against a coach like that. But, man, I'm already on record saying that I'm done with the carousel. I don't care if Mike McDaniel goes 0-17. I think he should have a couple years.
Yeah, I would agree with you in any other time of Dolphins history, Culler. I agree with that. That's why I'm kind of upset that they got rid of Flores, because that, again, and you said this on Stephen D's this morning, it's more of the same. And it is still more of the same. It's coaching carousel, first-time head coach. This guy's a guru. This guy's something different. It's the same key words that I got to buy and sell to myself. And now as a creator with you, we got to sell it to our fans that there's something to behold with this guy that we've hired or picked or whatever.
Right. And one of the other articles mentions that Peyton wanted to take a break, but it's like money talks. If we wanted this guy, then just what are we going through all this for?
So I wonder this, Culler. I wonder, did Peyton take a break because he didn't want to do exactly what he was doing in for the Saints? And what I mean by that is he was figuring out Jameis Winston, making that other quarterback, trying to work that out,
Well, that's what I'm
revamping the
saying.
offense.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If Ross told us that, you know, the quarterback decision would be completely in the hands of the new head coach,
it's not.
and then doesn't give a job to somebody that says I won't do that guy.
Well, that's exactly what it was, because we know that Peyton wanted to come here with Brady, or at least that was the pitch. Because for whatever reason, they
whoever,
assumed,
his own guy, you know,
or anything, yeah. But they knew that the sell to Peyton wasn't going to be with Tua. That's for certain, and that's been confirmed. Barry Jackson's confirmed that. So, again, maybe he's like, "Hey, call me next year, figure things out." And I think Chris Greer and company believe that they can prove to Peyton, or at least prove that they don't need Peyton, that Tua is the guy, can be the guy.
But are they really going to do that? I mean, even if Mike McDaniel overachieves, do they really think they're going to turn down Peyton over him?
I know that's the sick part, isn't it? If Mike McDaniel and Tua overachieve in this offense, Tua stays kind of the quarterback he is, but is elevated by the talent around him, in which case I would say is 3,900 yards, around 30 touchdowns, and you know over 30 touchdowns and that stuff. They would measure it as a successful season. But when they go, hey, Tua, McDaniel, or Peyton and Brady, would they still move off of both of those guys?
In which case we're wasting a season if we've already decided that.
I can't believe it, but maybe. But then again, they don't have Brady and Peyton. So what are you going to do? Nothing? You know what I'm saying? You can't do nothing.
Right.
They still got to build this team. This offense needed building for sure. We all know that. And it wouldn't be out of it.
Dolphins realtor says if McDaniel delivers, they don't go to Sean Payton for $100 million. And I'm not so sure about that.
I'm not either. Because now, if he delivers a Super Bowl, yeah. If he delivers an AFC East Championship, yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's a line. But say if we get in the playoffs, but we get our ass waxed in the friggin' playoff game, then they're going to have enough justification to go, you know what? If we had a better this or that, it's really the same argument. Because I could say, hey, look, he just needs another year. That was his first time being a head coach in his first playoff game. And you know, it is what it is. One more year, that won't happen. But
so Joe Levesque says, you know what? I'd love this for this to be the problem at the end of the season.
Oh my God!
I hear you there, man.
Saying, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro.
That's first world issues, right?
Yeah, that's top tier organization issues. Gosh, do we get rid of Dan Marino or not? You know, Dan Marino's so like good, Rams, and Don Shula's not doing it. Can we get rid of Don Shula and get Jimmy Johnson? You know what I'm saying? Like, we haven't had these type of issues in my entire adult life.
Well, we got those issues up and down the roster too. You know, if I were to give credit a little bit to Stephen D and his belief that something is different in the air, I would say, yeah, it's been a long time since just about every position we have has a good problem.
Yeah, I would say this too. If you look at the roster, every guy that's a starter and then the guy that comes in behind him are all guys that would probably be starters on like 80% of the league.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
In their respective positions.
Right. Like, that's what I'm saying. I was arguing Chase Edmonds or Myles Gaskin. Well, eye test wise, there's no doubt about Chase Edmonds. But then again, touchdown production wise, there's no doubt about Gaskin either. That's a good problem.
I seen a stat for Myles Gaskin, and I'm going off the top of my head here, but it was since 2020, he's the highest rated pass catching running back with 89.7% or something like that.
Wow.
Since 2020, he's the highest rated passing catching running back. So
I think that's why the national media has shifted over to Ahmed as being the odd man out.
Well, Ahmed is definitely the odd man out. And it's sad because he's got all this super God-given ability, but it's kind of Ahmed is the Noah Igbenogany in a way. Got all this super talent, but for whatever reason can't translate it to the field.
Yeah, he's like a Perrine or somebody.
They show out and practice, but as soon as it becomes live action, there's hesitation.
Right.
It's like you get lost. And you've been there before on a football field, Culler, where for whatever reason, it's like you're lost on the field. You don't know where the hell you are. You know what I'm saying?
That was usually after I got hit.
Oh no, I'm saying like, well, I guess it's more common in defense than it is offense. But like sometimes you're just having a bad day, and like you're just your head's not in it. It seems like that's the day every day for both of those guys.
Right.
Soon as it becomes real,
it's like cramps. It's like they
the
got
opposite of a gamer.
Stomach cramps every day or something.
What's his name? Our old quarterback everybody used to love, the gunslinger, that played on Kansas City. What's his name? Matt Moore. Matt Moore was terrible in practice, terrible at executing stuff. But come freaking game time, that son of a bitch was a gamer, bro. He could put some points on the board. He got
a little lost after a hard hit too.
That ain't no lie. Bazing, Culler. Damn. Round and round we go.
God, that game was terrible, man. Why did it have to be them? Like, you knew what we were going up against in Pittsburgh.
Well,
Pittsburgh.
It's like, hey, how much?
I'm not so sure the results would have been different with Ryan Tannehill.
I don't know.
Oh, so they only put a 30 burger on us instead of a 40 burger. Okay.
Yay. Why don't you read those articles, fella?
Yeah. So I'm going to get to the first one. And by the way, shout out to a couple of the new joiners. Joe Levesque, Shake's back in the house. EM Dolphin fan. What's up, brother? Antonio Anthony Manzano, MOB. Flipside, how you doing? And let's get to this article here. So the first one I got, it's titled, Could Sean Payton be in play for the Dolphins in 2023? And this is from SB Nation, the Finsider, and Kevin Nogle is the author. And he says the average career for a Dolphins head coach is 84.3 games, not including interim head coaches. The average career for a Dolphins head coach not named Don Shula is 50.1 games. This offseason, the Dolphins replaced Brian Flores after 3 years, hiring Mike McDaniel to take over the helm of the franchise. While the hope is McDaniel is much closer to Shula's 392 games as the team's head coach, it sounds like the Dolphins could be in play for Sean Payton in 2023 should McDaniel's tenure match the 16-game employment of Cam Cameron in South Florida. There have been multiple reports that Payton was on Miami's radar this year, but the coach who walked away from the New Orleans Saints this offseason wanted to take a year off before returning to the sidelines. Pro Football Talk has indicated the Dolphins made a 5-year, $100 million offer to Payton, but a report on Wednesday from the Miami Herald's Barry Jackson seems to indicate that while the possibility of Payton joining,
I have that article too, Culler. So when I get some time, I'll jump on the computer and actually read it.
Perfect. So that while the possibility of Payton joining the Dolphins was discussed in-house, no offer was made to Payton after for fear of tampering charges after the Saints denied Miami's request to speak to the coach. Barry writes, according to a source close to Payton, he was flattered by Miami's interest in him to become their coach this season, but also preferred to take a break from coaching. Miami hired McDaniel, signing him to a 4-year contract. The team typically has given coaches at least 3 years to find themselves and get the franchise moving in the right direction. Since Shula retired, Jimmy Johnson served as the team's head coach for 4 years, 64 games. Dave Wannstedt made it into his 5th season at 73 games. And Nick Saban coached 2 years, 32 games. Cameron 1 season, 16 games. Sperano into his 4th season, 61 games. Joe Philbin started his 4th season. He coached 52. Adam Gase coached 3 seasons at 48 games. And Brian Flores completed 3 years and 49 games. It does not seem likely the Dolphins would again look to make a coaching change after just 1 season. Yet, there appears to be the possibility that Payton could be in play for the Dolphins in 2023. Without having coached a game yet, McDaniel could already be facing some pressure. According to Jackson's report, Payton's desired next coaching location would feature warm weather, a roster good enough to compete, and most importantly, control over personnel decisions. While a good quarterback would be helpful, but that isn't the number 1 or number 2 factor.
So, real quick to stop you there, we pretty much meet all those requirements for him. Even in our GM role, I don't think Chris Greer's the type of guy I know he's the type of guy that if your coach wants it, he's going to let you pick, for better or for worse at times. That's honestly one of my biggest problems with him, because I believe his scouting is better than that, and his scouting department with Marvin, all the guys that they got back there are really good at finding the talent. Now, executing the picks, allowing the coach to pick them, maybe not so much, but how could you not defer on Sean Payton
Exactly.
to be picking when we're deferring on 1st and 2nd year head coaches today?
Exactly.
So I would also, we talked about this before we hired McDaniel with Harbaugh, that Harbaugh wants all the power. No different than Payton. It was the exact same deal. Give me $100+ million, a long contract, and what I say goes. It is my team. And I'm the GM, I'm the everything. And I think Chris Greer would move to czar of operations or whatever they want to give him. He'll have a title. He won't be gone.
Right.
But they could work that out.
Well, that's a perfect way to allow Chris Greer to fall upwards. If you bring in a head coach that's acting as the GM too. But so the article continues. The Dolphins head into the season with the expectations that quarterback Tua Tagovailoa will take a large step forward as he enters his 3rd NFL season. But that's an expectation and not yet a proven fact. Payton not being tied to a team with an established quarterback could keep the Dolphins in the running no matter how Tua performs in the 2022 season. Jackson also indicates Payton would be looking for a market where he could golf, though that is not a top-tier need for the coach. A warm weather location.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
If it's about golf, why would he get rid of Tua?
Exactly. They're already bedfellows.
It's like a golf buddy right there and stuff.
Yeah.
They could discuss, football while they golf. I mean, day and night, really. You know what I'm saying?
And he'll drive both of them to the course in his McLaren.
And I don't know, you kind of cruised by that real quick, but it just said.
Well, I did smirk.
It did. Well, not that. I'm saying about Tua. It doesn't matter what he does in some instance. If Peyton's coming here and Peyton doesn't want Tua, and I think that Peyton doesn't, because they were trying to sell him Tom Brady. You know what I'm saying? That was the sell. Tom Brady and you coming here and doing this. I think what they're hoping is even if Peyton comes, that maybe Tua gets to stay and Peyton's sold on him. This is almost like a 1-year trial at some point too.
Yeah, but how? Like, what's gonna earn him the next year?
I don't know. I mean, if Peyton comes and he keeps to it, it's because he thinks he can be Drew Brees. That's the only way I can. I mean, for lack of a better term, you know what I'm saying? So,
Well, if anybody knows about Drew Brees, it'd be him. Sorry, I had to
that's
change my hat. That other
you're
one was
good.
giving me a headache.
That's good.
I love 47 brand hats, but that's not even a 47 brand. That's a I don't know. Either
That's a
case, it gives me a headache.
41.1 brand.
It's a gorgeous hat, but it gives me a headache, man. Anyway, so a warm weather location with a roster that appears set to compete with golf courses and a franchise willing to give him personnel decision-making powers. Seems like a lot of those boxes are checked by the Dolphins in Miami. Jackson writes, Miami will have at least a chance next spring if they make a coaching change and again pursue Payton, that close associate said. The source, emphasizing that Payton would never lobby for a filled job, said Miami is among the teams that would interest him, and he knows that firsthand. Jackson's source also indicated the Dallas Cowboys and the Los Angeles Chargers could be a consideration for Payton should they make a coaching change this offseason. Payton's contract with the Saints is still valid, so if a team were to hire him as their head coach, New Orleans would still need to allow permission for the team and coach to speak, and then would likely have to send some sort of compensation to the Saints. None of this is likely given McDaniel was just hired, and there is excitement about what he could bring to the Dolphins. Unless everything goes horribly wrong this year, the Dolphins likely will not be looking to move on from a coach just a year after hiring him. The cost of buying out McDaniel's contract, the compensation that would be required to hire Payton, the coach of Payton's contract, whatever, and the analysis and talking points created the cost of Payton's contract is, I think, what they meant. And the analysis of talking points created by the Dolphins making a change so quickly all seem prohibitive to this possibility. Yet the rumors are still there. It does appear, however slight, there is a possibility Sean Payton could be in play for the Dolphins in 2023.
I want it for the record that I think Sean Payton is going to the Texans, or excuse me, the Cowboys. But I also, if we get 10 wins, 9 wins, it could mean they want to move off from McDaniel and everything. And it would kind of be parity in the NFL, wouldn't it? You get somebody to come in to build defense, get someone to come in and build the offense, and then hand it over to somebody, who didn't do any of the hard work and is going to skate in there with all the good stuff. Going right into the good old boys club.
Yeah. I don't know.
Don't forget, Mike McDaniel is half African American, which would almost go back to what Flores was saying about a lot of stuff too, which has gotten really quiet lately, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
But I digress on that point.
He's putting his nose to the grindstone.
Yep.
I don't know, man.
I know.
And I don't really care for Sean Payton anyway.
I don't either, as far as, he's one of those types of guys, but
I mean, y'all don't think he's going to talk to people that way?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know this fan base can handle him. They don't, they're more worried about feelings and how because I didn't do enough to help somebody help themselves that they're hurt now, and that's why they've been bad. I heard that argument with Tua and with Noah Igbenogany. Why don't you know what? Austin Jackson too. He didn't stay at left tackle his entire career. We should give him another shot at left tackle. It's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with Ace of Spades here, who says the facts that some in this fan base don't want Sean Payton is confusing to me. Right now, I feel McDaniel is one position too high. He's never been a full OC. I don't disagree with that, but it is what it is. He's a head coach now, and
that's why the video is titled "Make or Break" for him and Tua. If he
I think Tua is one position too high as well, but we're letting him learn on the job.
They're both of them. Listen, you know what the big mistake is? They didn't let Tua flounder his first few years. They didn't say, "Hey, no RPO, no nothing. We're going, regular NFL style offense and just go through the growing pains." And I kind of put that on I put that on Flores. Should have let him go out there and struggle for the better of him. Help him learn through, how everyone has to learn. Sometimes you got to flounder. You got to feel it out.
Well, he kind of did that this season.
Well, that wasn't that Culler. Haven't you heard? That's sabotage doing what he did. Haven't you heard? That's him sabotaging the guy.
Hanging him out to dry?
Yeah, trying to see if there's any growth there.
Yeah. How dare he let the driver take the wheel?
Yeah, I know, right? It's I don't know, man.
I know. It's ridiculous.
You got to take the training wheels off, bro.
I know. So
you can't mention the ex-head coach. It always opens up Pandora's box.
So
sure.
So to shift gears a little bit, before I open up a panel, because it's slow. We're just gonna I want to get people's opinion on the whole Sean Payton thing, because I'm not against him. Like, to Ace of Spades' point, yeah, if you're talking about in a vacuum, yeah, I would take Sean Payton all day long. I'm just like tired of this constant. Like, if we're going to let people learn on the job, then just let them learn on the job. Give our coach 10 years. I don't care. I don't want to see another damn head coach on our sideline for another, few years. We talk about, this guy and that guy made these and that mistakes, Adam Gase included. Yet, I get that it's a cutthroat business and all that. But if we have this atmosphere in Miami that everybody gets to fix their mistakes, then why doesn't that extend to the head coach? And the question is, how would it be if we tried that and and let it, that extend to the head coach? Speaking of doing things differently.
So here's something Barry Jackson says in the article. It says, as an associate of Peyton Manning Peyton reminded me, Brady and Peyton share the same agent, Don Lee, and Brady will be a free agent after this season. Whether Brady remains one of the league's best quarterbacks this season, he'll turn 45 in August, or whether he'll want to play for the Dolphins in 2023 is something no one can predict. But it is much clearer the Dolphins have some things that Peyton is looking for in his if he coaches again, which I think Peyton's too young to not coach again. It's inevitable.
Oh yeah.
But this much is all right. Wait, now here we go. It would be a whole lot cheaper, both in salary and compensation to the Saints, if McDaniel can win enough this season to make Peyton's discussion mute. And it would also be a hell of a lot less costly if Tagovailoa can improve enough to end Stephen Ross's longtime fascination with having potential future part owner Brady as quarterback of the team. So Dolphins fans should root for McDaniel and Tagovailoa, because Peyton and Brady's scenario would cost them a draft pick, clog up Miami's salary, and leave the Dolphins searching for a long-term quarterback. So, yeah, there is that to be said. But kind of something that was the scenario as well, is that if they got Brady, they would draft one of these. There's a bunch of quarterbacks coming out next year, probably 6 or 7 even, that are going to be first rounders. It wouldn't cost us enough to at least pick one of them potentially, hopefully. Right. And maybe the guy can learn behind Brady, and you're talking a year or two. and it would be somebody Payton would be interested in his pick as well. So really, again, it's not far-fetched to say prove it year for Tua and McDaniel.
Pretty much. Now, I don't think it's
Everybody's
necessarily
heads on the
fair
friggin' chopping
for
block, bro.
McDaniel, but to Sweet Jump says you guys are doubting McGenius already. No, we're not. We're actually and Mike, at least for myself, it's not about doubting him. It's about wanting to stop the cycle. And if that means giving a guy who has shown me at least an outward appearance of high amount of intelligence,
Culler,
I can't
here's
imagine
something.
he wouldn't work out after 5 years.
I would love McDaniel to work out, but here's something that's changed since the blow up for the rebuild, and as of recent, we've got high position jobs in quarterback and coach that are sought after, and that it's extra added pressure for what I perceive to be a good thing, not a bad thing, but that potentially you gotta output knowing that someone's coming up the rear to take your job at quarterback and at coach. This isn't a bad thing, guys. It isn't.
Right.
And I don't like people going, don't talk about it, don't do that. No, we need that pressure, because then
I was thinking,
McDaniel
do you
and
think
Tua
that's
are
what
like,
this is
fuck
about?
this, we're winning this division.
Do you think Miami's facilitating this type of talk just to make sure that fire is lit?
Maybe. Ooh, I didn't even think about that, Color. I like that too.
Because let's see, Anthony makes a good point back here a little bit. Let me see if I can get it up here. He says, should I trust the rumors that they are saying he's just waiting for the Cowboys job to open up because he's from the Dallas area? Or do you think that's BS? And that kind of, if the Dolphins already know what he prefers and that's the case, then yeah, they could just be using this to keep the fire under McDaniel's ass. It's possible. That correlates somewhat. I think we lost
tied up,
Capitan.
Color.
Oh, there
I'm
you go.
tied up. I'm tied up. I didn't hear what you
no
said.
problem.
What'd you
No
say?
problem. So
What'd you say?
I was saying, Anthony, did you hear Anthony's comment?
No, I didn't.
Well, he kind of repeated it, so I'm going to pull it up, the new one up. It says, Chris, there's rumors going around surrounding Payton, specifically that he's waiting for the Cowboys to fire McCarthy. So if you can take that job he can take that job because he's from the Dallas area. And so if the Dolphins already know what he prefers, that could correlate with the idea that they're just using it to keep the fire under McDaniel's ass.
I like that idea, and I hear what you're saying, but I also got to look at the reality of Dallas. Their defense has some good pieces, but they're still building as far as a defense.
Yeah.
I personally, I got to ask myself, what correlations does Dak Prescott have in the type of quarterback Peyton Manning desires? Because I don't see that personally.
Well,
I'm off Dak personally. I'm big time off Dak Prescott. I would be upset if he was my quarterback. But again,
delusional Patriots fan says, but I don't see Peyton in Dallas. Jerry Jones has too much control. And that is mentioned as one of the criteria.
Yeah. You think Jerry's going to let him, big dog him around? I don't think so. That could happen. I don't see it lasting. You know what I'm saying? I don't see it lasting. And I think Peyton taking a year off is considering all of these options. And also, if you look at what the Dolphins could provide him in a submissive GM, allowing him to take GM control.
You might want to stay away from the word submissive.
Okay.
Before I put up Shake Money's comment.
What does it say?
Shake Money says El Capitan is tied up. I didn't know he was into S&M.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, if there's a few of them, I'm willing to let them have their way. So, but anyhow, as far as, and also our owner, to me, is willing to do whatever. They'll make him ownership. Hold on a second.
You hold on a second. So let's see. Stephen Jones is not really though, Anthony. That's just a way to take the heat off of everything. If it goes south, then he can blame Stephen. But yeah, I'm about to, Batman. I wanted to get into one other article real quick before I did that. Since Cap is gone, I'm going to go ahead and shift gears to this other article before I open up the panel, just to give us some other meat on the bone to chomp on with the panel too.
I'll be in and out, Culler, but
yeah, no problem.
got my hands full.
So Capitan sent me another article from written by Joe Tansey at Bleacher. Free agent contracts Dolphins must consider before trading camp. The Dolphins reworked their roster through the free agent and trade markets at the start of the NFL offseason. Most of Miami's roster is set ahead of training camp, but it could use some depth off the remaining free agent market to solidify certain spots on the depth chart. Miami could use an experienced pass rusher to provide support behind Ogba. A veteran on a team-friendly contract would likely fill that spot if the Dolphins went in that direction. The AFC East side could also use a bit more depth at wide receiver behind Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. The top part of the wide receiver depth chart is loaded, but there are some concerns about the depth beneath them. Mike McDaniel and his staff might have trouble bringing in one of the veteran wide receivers left on the market because of money, but it would be worth a shot as the Dolphins attempt to contend for a playoff spot in a crowded conference. Carlos Dunlap II. Carlos Dunlap may be the best available edge rusher on the free agent market behind Trey Flowers. Flowers will likely be too expensive for the Dolphins to afford, so the focus could turn to Dunlap and others to provide depth behind Emmanuel Ogba. Ogba led the Dolphins with 9 sacks last season. The Miami defense had 3 other players produce 5 or more sacks from the linebacker and safety positions. Dunlap is coming off an 8.5 sack season with the Seattle Seahawks. Color note, that's what Jalen Phillips also produced, 8.5 sacks. End note. He had at least 6 sacks in 11 of his 12 NFL seasons. That exception occurred in his sophomore campaign with the Bengals. Miami could use an extra edge rusher to deal with the talent it will face across the East, including Josh Allen and Mac Jones. The other contenders in the East have plenty of offensive weapons to use, and slowing them down in any capacity would be terrific for Mike McDaniel and his staff. The addition of another veteran presence could also help the Dolphins as they try to ascend up the AFC standings in McDaniel's first season. Then there's Jason Pierre-Paul. Pierre-Paul falls into the same category as Dunlap. So we'll move on. T.Y. Hilton. Most of the wide receivers on the free agent market carry similar characteristics as Tyreek Hill. T.Y. Hilton, Emmanuel Sanders, and Cole Beasley are all smaller receivers that carry plenty of experience from their times across the league. Hilton may make the most sense from a cost perspective since he is coming off an injury-riddled season with the Colts. Hilton started his time with the Colts by totaling 4,000-yard seasons in his first 5 years. He has not gotten back to the 1,000-yard mark since 2018. The longtime Colts wideout could be willing to come home to South Florida to play on a cheaper deal. He grew up in South Florida and went to college at FIU. The 4-time Pro Bowl selection may be able to bridge the gap between Hill, Waddle, and the rest of the wideouts on the depth chart. Cedric Wilson, Preston Williams, Lynn Bowden Jr., and Eazy-E fill out the spots behind Hill and Waddle at the moment. Miami would be risking the development of those players and the potential for them to have breakout seasons, but it would not be the worst thing for the Dolphins to add a little more experience at the position to have a well-rounded unit that could rival the other playoff hopefuls in the AFC. Good take about T.Y. Hilton. I hadn't really given that much thought, but that poses a very, very interesting question. I really, really like that thought. I want to explore that a little further. Before I drop the link, I want to thank Shake Money for his $5 donation. And he says, thanks for the afternoon content. I just hope El Capitan remembers the safe word. Love you guys. Oh, yeah, definitely. It's probably like banana or something. But we do have a safe word for arguments at the Finn's tailgate on our team. I'm not going to tell y'all what it is. It's private. But so like if we're arguing backstage and somebody feels personally attacked, we have a safe word so everybody knows it's crossed that line. I encourage everybody in your own groups to form your own safe words so it's getting to that point. It would stop a lot of the stuff that we all see on these crazy panels, to be honest with you. But either case, so I'm really interested in what you guys think about T.Y. Hilton. I'm a wide receiver myself at heart, so that position always intrigues me. I'm a little out on T.Y. Hilton because I've been waiting for him to bring back that T.Y. Hilton-ness, but it just doesn't seem to be panning out. But I'm not intricately aware of the Colts' inner dealings and all their deep stuff, so I really don't know what we're working with in T.Y. Hilton as far as why he hasn't been able to make the resurgence. I know he's got the skills. He can take the top off of defense. He can catch the ball. Came up behind what's his name? Oh gosh, his name's escaping me. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Wasn't he a Hurricane? Help me out, David.
Reggie Wayne.
Reggie Wayne. Yeah, there you go.
I'm here to cause more mischief. What
do you think about T.Y. Hilton, man? I hadn't even really thought about him much.
Me neither. I didn't even know he was still playing.
Yeah. Well, I knew he was still playing, but I thought the Colts were fine with retiring him in the long run.
Maybe.
What do you think, Batman? How you doing, Batman?
What's going on, guys? It's funny. That's actually the deep dive that I'm doing today on the show tonight. I'm going through like free agents that are still out there that I would love to bring in before training camp. That's actually what I'm doing. It's funny you mentioned a couple of the guys that I have on my list.
Did you have T.Y. Hilton on your radar at all?
No, I know the cool thing about him being he's FIU product, right? Local, but he hasn't been the same, right? He hasn't been the same like for the last 3 years.
I know.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with him.
Like I'm moving further and further away from Odell Beckham. I understand he's a veteran.
What about 1 year cheap prove it deal for T.Y.? If he wants to retire, he can go out with a bang in his hometown.
How cheap are we talking?
Well, what's the going rate for cheap these days? 10 million?
On a 1 year deal?
For a wide receiver that's as accomplished as he is?
That's too much. I mean, I would even say 5 million is too much.
Right.
I'd be okay with like if he's 1 year, 1.5, maybe 2, but that's snowballing him.
And thanks to Von Joe for the $10 donation. Agreed, Shake Money. Loving the afternoon content. Helps me through my workday. Let's keep the caddy out of the swamp this time, Culler, but drive like you stole it. You're at the wheel. Yeah, absolutely. There'll be no Freddy Krueger bus drives today. Just so y'all know.
Everybody.
How's it going, Big Nick?
Big Nick, Lewis, David.
Yo.
What up?
So, Big
So
Nick,
everybody wants Peyton Manning next year? Is that what I'm hearing?
What?
Everybody wants
Sean Payton, not Peyton Manning.
That too.
Ready again, Culler?
Do you think T.Y.'s washed up, or you think he's got one more good year worth of $6 or $7 million out of him?
I don't think he's washed up, but I don't think he's better than our number 3 currently right now.
Right on.
Kickoff and punt
I agree.
returns.
I agree.
Kickoff and punt return. I mean, if we're willing to pay $35 million for a punt return,
That's what
why
I'm
not
saying.
6 or
We
7
get
million?
T.Y. and all of a sudden we don't need to put Tyreek back there.
I mean, how good is T.Y.
That's a bold-faced lie. That we're not throwing T.Y. Hilton down there. He's done. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Let's talk about if Sean Payton is going to be our next head coach.
Bring it, Lewis.
Because again, that if we're just talking about what the team looks like now, I'm always consistent when I come on anything you hear my voice on. We're built to win now. And that's why I'm kind of off on Tua, and that's why I would kind of be off on Coach McDaniel, because Sean Payton is a proven head coach that can get the job done. So us as Dolphin fans that really want a Super Bowl and not just worried about the number on the back of someone's jersey, us real fans that want that Super Bowl, go get me a Sean Payton. I don't care what it costs, because our team, as the Miami Dolphins currently are constructed, we're ready to win a Super Bowl. That's just my thoughts. And now
let me ask a question. It's tied in with what Lewis just mentioned, because you guys were talking about wanting to stick with a guy for 10 years. You're tired of moving on from coaches. But I got a question, and this is an honest question. If you guys know the answer, please just let me know, because I really am interested in this. Everybody knows I'm fond. I really like McDaniel. I think he's going to be successful. But tying to what Lewis just said, that we're a win now team. Okay. Have the Miami Dolphins ever in their franchise, have they ever had a Super Bowl winning coach come in as a free agent and
Jimmy Johnson?
Franchise?
Jimmy.
Did he do anything here though?
No, he
No.
didn't
Right?
do anything. But you asked if we had a Super Bowl winning coach.
No,
Yeah,
but
we
in
had
fairness, Batman, we haven't had any kind of coach come in and do that. So,
Right. Okay. I wanted to ask a question.
The preponderance of coaches have been first-year unproven guys. So, in other words, the only couple of coaches that brought any clout to them were Wanstead and Jimmy Johnson. Saban, yeah, but what did Saban do to us? You know what I mean?
Look, I can't name a coach, past or present, that has won a Super Bowl with more than one team as a head coach.
Well, I can give you one that's close. I can give you one that's very close. That Oakland Raider team that John Gruden.
Horseshoes and hand grenades, homeboy. Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Actually,
Big Nick. Ask this question though. Let me ask this question.
McCarthy.
Do you think there's a coach that could? In other words, do you think that somebody like Belichick is a shoe-in to do something like that?
I hate when people just cut people off, man. This is crazy. Let me.
No.
Okay. What were you saying, Lewis? Did you need to finish something? I'm
sorry.
No,
we're good. No, it wasn't you, Culler. You're good. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna go on mute. I'll be listening. If I feel like I want to comment, I'll comment. You're good, Culler. So
Big Nick, you don't think Bill Belichick could accomplish that?
No, I think because if he's gonna go to a new team, if Bill Belichick is gonna go to a new team,
Belichick can accomplish it.
God damn, your name Big Nick?
Go ahead, Big Nick.
I don't think
No,
Belichick.
good for the goose, good for the gander. You just did the same thing.
I know I didn't. I waited to hear about the thought, and then I explained my point. So you confusing the voices. That wasn't me. But,
No, you just did it to Lewis. But go ahead.
Oh my God! Yeah. Look, Bill Belichick. If he was to go to a new team, that team will be in trouble. He'll be going there to reestablish something. That takes a while. He's already up there in age. If any, in my opinion, if any coach is going to be able to do something like that, it has to be on the younger side, like a Sean McVay, maybe even the Pittsburgh coach. He's still young enough to do something like that. I just think it's too hard to come to a team as an older coach and establish the Super Bowl contender.
Well, would you, Big Nick? Would you actually say that if he came? I thought Harbaugh.
I don't know.
I thought Harbaugh won a Super Bowl with San Francisco. Would
No,
he
they
have done
didn't
it?
win it. They didn't win it.
They went with Kaepernick.
No, they went to it.
Yeah,
Shut
no
up.
coach
So-
has ever
so
won a Super
I
Bowl
would
with
talk
two
about-
teams. No head coach has
So
ever won a
me-
Super Bowl with two teams.
That's interesting. I didn't know
Right,
that.
but there's been Super Bowl coaches that contended for championships with two different teams, and that guy name is freaking Andy Reid. So stop it. And he's old. Last time I checked, he's old.
Look, man, you always looking
Yeah,
for
that's an
conversation.
anomaly.
The
Like you
man
always like to
said,
say crypto,
the
that's an
man
anomaly.
said the question was a Super Bowl winner come to another team and win a Super Bowl. Nobody said been to a Super Bowl, then win a Super Bowl. Y'all be trying to argue too much. Stop.
Nobody
There's a lot of
argued.
coaches
I
done
just
that.
made a statement that
There's
you
a lot of
could
coaches
still
have
win.
done that. A lot of coaches have done that, man. Has went to the
Well,
Super
name a
Bowl and won
lot
a
of
Super
them
Bowl and
outside
took
of
another
Andy
team.
Reid.
What? I have a
They
wait,
got their
guys, I
team
have
to
a
two
question.
different championships and two different conferences with two different teams 4 consecutive years. Who's done it other than Andy Reid then? You used to want to say a lot of people have done it, use
What about
absolutes.
Carroll?
Then who done it?
What about Pete Carroll?
Tom Coughlin.
Actually,
No
I
Tom
did-
Don
Coughlin
Shula went
is.
to two Super Bowls.
Tom
Don
Coughlin,
Shula went
yeah.
to two Super Bowls.
Tom Coughlin. We can go.
Yeah,
I mean, we can keep going. There's other coaches
Coughlin
too.
You said many. You
with the
said
Giants
many
and then
people.
brought-
Name the many people. Two is
John
not many.
Gruden. John Gruden. John Gruden. Tony Dungy.
He ain't won no. He ain't won no
Oh,
Super Bowl.
Tony Dungy. Yeah, Tony Dungy.
What?
Tony Dungy.
Yeah, Tony Dungy.
What?
Tony
Gruden
Dungy.
won,
Arians.
Gruden won the Super
Bruce
Bowl with
Arians.
Tampa Bay. Gruden won the Super Bowl with Tampa Bay.
and
But
Oakland,
had
he won one.
neither one of
Tony
those.
Dungy won the Super Bowl with Indianapolis.
Didn't Bruce Arians
Neither
take
one of
his
those
team to the
teams
championship?
neither one of those coaches you named has did it 4 times with 4 different teams with 2 different teams.
We're talking about with 4 different teams.
Hold on,
With 4
guys.
different
I
teams.
said with
Just said
4
it. Somebody
times
just
with
said
2
it.
different
Bruce
teams.
Arians. Bruce Arians.
And then, so what? Okay, so what? So what?
Actually,
That wasn't the
I have
question.
one.
That wasn't the
That's my point.
question.
Bruce Arians has
That
been to
wasn't the
Super Bowl
question.
twice. Bruce Arians has been to the Super Bowl
Ace of
twice
spades.
with 2 different teams.
Actually, I have a coach that's
Yeah,
won the
that's
Super
that's
Bowl.
fine. I'm talking about being to Super Bowl contenders with 4 different times on 2 different teams.
Oh, now we're just like we've spun out the debate to
Yeah.
something totally different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That wasn't the question.
I mean,
actually,
I mean,
I
how
have a
many
coach
coaches
that's
have
done
won
it
the
with 2
Super
different
Bowl
teams
on
to win the Super
Tuesday?
Bowl.
And my point in saying that it's possible to be done. It'd be asinine to say that Bill Belichick can't do it. That's my whole
Is
point. It has
asinine the
nothing to
word
do
of
with
the
his
month or
age.
something?
I agree.
Hey,
Nothing to do with Bill
that's my
Belichick's
word.
age.
That's my
The
word.
reason
That's
why
my
I went
word,
through that
Capitan.
exercise, the reason why I went through that exercise in the first place is to prove that it can be done regardless of what the freaking age of the coach is.
Yeah,
Asinine
actually, I
has
have
become a
coach
bad
that's
word,
won the
so we
Super
can't
Bowl
say
with 2 different
asinine.
teams.
I don't even, man.
Can we
It
say
has been a
buttonine?
common word lately, Batman.
You can't
It
say
is kinda
asinine
getting some
nowadays.
We
It
could say
is kind of getting
buttonine.
some tread on it.
Hey,
Yeah,
Culler and
the
Chris,
word
you
of the
guys
week,
think coach that's
asinine.
You know what other word is
Where's
getting
the
too
hold
much
on,
tread?
Teller? Where's the clip?
Deference. Deference
Where's
is
the
getting
clip
Yeah,
way
from
too
word
yeah,
of
much
the
yeah.
week?
tread
To
too.
say that nobody can't do it because of age is nonsense. It's lunacy. Because
It's
all those
I
asinine,
names
but
that
don't
you
you
just
believe.
named
I don't
is
believe.
lunacy.
I don't believe. I don't believe nobody said somebody can't do it. He asked me my opinion, and I said I don't think it'll be Bill Belichick. That's all I said, brother. I ain't trying to fight with you, man. You ain't got to make
Hey,
me.
but let me,
You ain't got to be always be.
the question.
You don't always have to be the smartest
Hold on,
dude in the
hold on.
room, man.
At the top
You
of
don't
the
always
list.
have to be the smartest dude in the room.
Thought I was gonna be raped.
The original
the
question
craziest
that
look in
Culler
his
was
eyes.
talking about
And at
was
one point he said,
like how do we
"Let's get
feel
it
as a
on."
fan base
That was about the
with the whole
fighting.
Sean
I'm so
McVay,
not a
and he said
raper.
that he would rather, if we made already the move with McDaniel going forward, at least this season, he'd rather sit there and know what you have in a coach, kind of like how we didn't go the full way with Flores, give McDaniel some time. So then the pushback I gave when he asked the question was, if you have a Super Bowl winning coach that is available, would you go after it, despite that we just gave McDaniel an opportunity? But nonetheless, you do realize that we have to trade for what's his name?
And we got the assets.
No, not Tom Brady.
And
Capitan keeps calling him Peyton Manning. Sean Payton.
To that point, the right move, because the only one that's done it is Bruce Arians.
Actually, Culler, I disagree with you. I have a coach. He coached Seattle in the early 2000s when they won the Super Bowl. McCarthy won the Super Bowl with both the Packers and.
That was Holmgren. That wasn't McCarthy. That was Holmgren.
That was Holmgren.
Yeah, Holmgren.
Oh.
Mike Holmgren, yeah.
Yeah, Holmgren. My mistake. Holmgren did it. My mistake. So
how bad of a job does McDaniel have to do for you guys to want to move on? And if Sean Payton were to want to come to Miami next season?
Well, obviously, if Sean
Payton
same
record as Flores or left.
If Sean Payton wants to come to Miami,
that's the answer, Batman.
And we go 10-7 this year, then obviously, yeah, you move off McDaniel.
Right.
Can you imagine Sean Payton with Justin Herbert? Ay, Dios mío.
The obvious answer is right now.
Yeah, you imagine Sean Payton with Tua. That's the question. That's the real one right there.
That was my point, David. David, that was my point. Like, money talks. If for whatever reason, Payton.
Well, I was being sarcastic, but that's all right.
Well, what I mean is, like, for whatever reason Payton gave that he doesn't want to coach this year, money could have solved that.
Hey, Culler,
you see the numbers? Did you see the numbers? Yeah. Then who can afford it?
You think Ross could really afford that?
With all the dead cap he's pocketed, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Ross doesn't have the money to do it. Yeah, let's not even talk about it.
But I mean, again,
what?
Are you being
facetious about that?
Name off of it. It's
I'm being facetious, man. That man could give Sean Payton $20 million a year if he wanted.
My point is,
it don't matter. The coach don't count against the cap.
Everybody that's
Ross is only worth $8 billion, man.
Listen, guys. When we first hired McDaniel, people were out there saying, "Hey, he's as young as Don Shula was." Blah blah blah. Well, the point in making that comparison, bless their heart, okay. The point in making that comparison was to say he could become Don Shula. Well, how can anybody become Don Shula if they're out after the first year every time?
Good point.
Yeah. And for me, when it comes to McDaniel, let's say he goes 10-7, but let's say he makes a wild card, but he gets blown out and stuff like that. Honestly, if Payton's available, I don't care if we made the playoffs. We got blown out. Coaches have gotten fired for a lot more. I can't remember. There was a coach that made it to the Super Bowl, and he got fired after Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn made it to the Super Bowl, and he got fired. So I don't care I don't care if you make the playoffs. If you get blown out, I would fire him and get Sean Payton right away. I don't care he made the playoffs.
What do you guys think the compensation would be?
Before you go, welcome to the new joiners. We got Pete and we got Mr. Polk. How you guys doing?
Hey, Mr. Polk. What's going on, Pete?
What's going on? I'm just hearing a lot of Mike McGenius, aka Jimmy Neutron, hate, and I'm here to, defend the guy.
Ain't no hate here, man. I love McDaniel, but we gotta get kind of spade a spade.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
How you gonna call spade a spade? Nobody ain't played a down of football yet, man. That's what I don't understand about some.
Hey, using a hypothetical, if he fails, what is a breaking point to move on?
And we already replacing the coach. We ain't played a down. We ain't had training camp yet. We ain't put on pads yet, and we already replacing the coach, man. Damn.
Nobody's replacing the coach. They're saying if the coach failed, what will we do as a team?
Let me ask you guys
a question.
I'm trying,
Big Nick. I'm trying to say.
Wait a minute.
Let me ask you guys
what's going on here?
There's a lot of McGenius.
There's so much other inspirational, powerful, positive shit we've been talking about with the Dolphins.
Did this coach get injured and miss a couple games and rebound? But let me ask you guys a serious question with this coach. Last season's offense, we had the 32nd ranked offensive line, some say. We had bad stats offensively. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
And then defensively, they were okay. Now, my question is, if we finish this season with another 9-8 record, but we just flip the stats. Think about what I'm saying. We flip it. The offense gets better, but the defense regresses. Just flip them.
Right.
Is Mike McDaniel's job safe at that point?
No.
The coordinator.
So what
For
y'all
me,
saying? We're gonna keep playing musical chairs with these coaches. So it seems like to me, if we're doing that, we're gonna keep regressing, even though we got all this talent on the team.
Bingo.
I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah,
but hold
you
on.
keep going. You keep going to different dealerships until you stop buying a lemon.
Yeah, but hold on. When this guy Mike McDaniel was hired, he had no say on what he can do on that defensive side based on what Chris Greer put him in. So if he comes in and he makes this offense a lot better, but the defense regresses, how much of it at fault is more of Mike McDaniel than it is to Greer?
It would be Greer's fault.
No, they all go into full house cleaning.
I just feel like Mike McGenius is in an unfair seat right now.
In that case, we gonna change the whole system. The whole system gonna be changed.
And then that means
this time you do it the correct way. You fire the GM as well.
Listen, real quick. To your point earlier, Big Nick, this isn't a bad thing.
Hey, who let you back in?
I let me back in. I just opened the computer and let me back in. I'm still on my phone, but I got the computer in front of me too. Anywho, it's not a bad thing because it's showing how great everything is that only hinges on a few things. Seems like we've got a lot of the defense figured out, a lot of positions on offense figured out, as far as pieces to figure things out, we'll say, when it comes to the offensive line. If there's failure, and I made this assessment about Tua as well as McDaniel, it'll show where the problems are, because you can't go, oh, well, they could have done this or that. Well, no, we did everything I think we could within reason. I mean, outside of maybe getting one more offensive lineman just to shut up the fan base and also to take the last little bit of a reason that if somebody goes down,
good point.
Other than that, we've done everything with that. We've done more this year than we ever have as far as building a team on one side of the ball in this way, purchasing and stuff. So to me, if there is failure,
right,
it's you're going to see where it is, whether it's the quarterback, whether it's the coach, and stuff like that. And I know it's carousel. We ain't got time for growing. There's no grow. It's you in there like swimwear, or you going skinny dipping.
So in other words, if McDaniel doesn't do well this season, y'all saying it's best to move on from him.
Mr. Polk, I said both things can be true. Actually, a multitude of context. Mike McDaniel goes to the playoffs with Tua, and we get spanked first round of the playoffs. It could cost him and Tua their jobs. He goes to the playoffs and doesn't get spanked, but we still lose. He could be fine. We don't go to the playoffs, but it's obviously because Tua had been injured, but Mike McDaniel coached every last little bit out of that situation to almost get in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? There is context to it, but I'm saying that there.
How do I not have right bitches on my freaking list?
Culler,
That's
can
my
you
favorite meme, bro.
Culler, can you bring up Joe's last comment in the comment section? Can you bring that up for me, please? One second.
This one here? Wait.
No.
The one above.
That's it. I ain't got another 25 years. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, the world could be over. I can't wait for it.
He says McDaniel was brought in to fix the offense. If he does that and the defense regresses, it's on Greer and Boyer.
Nick, can I
Just fire
respond? Can I?
McDaniel.
Well,
There you
what
go.
you saying?
Hold on.
McDaniel's
Can I
is a head
respond to
coach,
that?
not
That's
offensive coordinator.
exactly
hold
what
on.
I
Let
said,
Lewis
Can I
Joe.
respond? Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, Lewis.
My problem is what was Flores brought in to do? To be, from what everybody's telling me, Flores was brought in to be the head coach. So now we're going to go with McDaniel. All he has to do is fix the offense. No. Have that
Exactly.
same
You ain't
energy.
having it that
Have
way.
that same energy
But
that
Lewis,
McDaniel's here to be. No, hold on, Pete.
That's why they say
Lewis.
grill.
Facts,
That's why they say
Facts.
grill.
McDaniel is here to be the head coach, not just the
Coach.
offensive coordinator. Because we got rid of Flo just for being a defensive coordinator. Miss
that's
me with
not
all that.
true. That's
Right.
not
We're
true.
not going to bring
That's
him just
not
to be an
true,
offensive
Lewis.
coordinator.
That's not true.
Exactly.
I can't miss you with
That's
that.
not true.
I can't miss
This
you
is
with
why
that
I
when
asked that
Flores hired
question.
his staff. Flores hired his
I ain't
staff.
talking to you.
McDaniel did not
Just
hire one
me and
thing
you
on the
don't need to
defense.
talk. I
Hold
ain't
on.
talking to you. I brought up
This
Joe.
is
Thank
Lewis.
you, Culler. I'll go back to mute. But I'm just saying, everybody have that same energy. McDaniel is not an offensive coordinator. McDaniel is a head coach.
But this is
Exactly.
Lewis.
Good
Lewis,
way
I
to point out
agree.
the
It should be
hypocrisy.
Lewis. This is hold on.
defense,
Let me talk to
special
Lewis
teams.
because I agree, but at the same time, I do have to disagree because he's kind of wrong. He is right. You have to look at that position like that, and it sucks that he's being treated the way he is. But the coaching, the owner, and everybody has come out and say he's gonna work with Tua and work with the offensive side. They didn't give this guy nothing to do on defense. He's only worried about the offense. That's his job.
Well, then,
What did you say?
I'm sorry.
well,
Then
then
why
make
you
him
hire
the
him?
offensive
You supposed to be
coordinator and tell
Why
him
didn't
not
you
to be
hire
the
him as
head
the
Pretty
coach.
offensive
much.
coordinator
Because
then?
Flores, we wanted
Pretty
Flores
much.
to control every aspect of the team. But now we're going to give McDaniel an excuse. Oh, he only has to come fix the offense. Again, miss
Exactly.
me with that. Then put
And
him
this
as
is,
the
hey,
offensive
Lewis,
coordinator.
Well,
I
then that's the
agree.
case.
Listen,
That's the
I
case,
agree
Pete.
with
They
you.
should have hired
And
him as
this
the
is
offensive
Look at
coordinator.
and
Don
this is why I
Shula.
asked
Don
if we flip the
Don Shula ran
stats.
both the offense and the defense, and that's why he
I
had
blame
success.
Grit.
Now
Facts,
y'all
Mr.
tell
Paul,
me
because he
that
was a head coach,
Facts, Mr.
Mr. Paul.
Paul.
Facts.
that's what I'm saying. He's a head coach. That means he's responsible for as of today. He's responsible for offense, defense, and special
But
teams. That's what the
Talk
head
to
I have a
him,
coach
Mr.
So
does.
what
Paul.
I have a
happens if
Talk
question
you're
for
to
you.
him,
forced?
Mr.
Come
Paul.
on
Lewis,
now.
What happens if
Lewis,
you're
I have a
forced
question.
with a defensive
Good point,
coordinator?
Mr. Paul, because
You're
Don
forced to
Shula
take
did it
that
all.
defensive coordinator.
Exactly. How we getting away from that? I don't understand how we getting away from that.
I have a question for Lewis.
Because they trying to have it both ways, Mr. Paul. That's
No,
why.
It's not
it's
trying
not
to
gonna
have it
work.
both ways. It's just that's what's going on with this organization, and it's a hot
That's
mess. In
that's
all
just like
reality, it's a hot
that's
mess.
just like your car. If you got a car and all four of your
I
tires
think the fan
deflated,
base is a mess.
you gonna go and
It's not the
and put
fan
air.
base. It's the organization, and we're following this organization, and we're
You
becoming a
gonna go
mess
and put
like them.
air. Hear me out
Well,
on
that
this.
would be the
It's just
owner,
like
Pete.
it's just like if you
He
got a
wants
car
to drive us
and
all
four of your
crazy. I'm
tires
sorry,
are low.
Mr. Paul. You're
Four
kind
of your
of,
tires
Mr.
are
Paul.
low.
I
So you
can
gonna
barely
go.
hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. We hear you. Go ahead.
Let
Okay.
Mr. Paul finish.
It's just like if you driving in your car and you get a notification on your thing that all four of your tires are low. You mean you gonna pull into the gas station and put air in two tires and not put air in all four? That's what it
Am I
sounds.
right, bitches?
You only put air in
Exactly.
two tires.
Cool.
Got it
Great
right
point.
there, Culler.
Okay,
It's
that's
on
a
there
fair.
now.
Mr. Polky, you
That's a
making
fair
too much
point.
sense, Mr. Polk.
Man, Mr. Puck, that's a fair point. But are
That,
you
that,
gonna argue with the guy that got the opportunity and when you're told is just worry about the offense? If the question I asked was if this guy fixes the offense but finishes with the same record as last year, and the defense is the one that regressed, how much is it to blame on McDaniel when in reality he did his job?
Hey,
The offense did better,
But how
but the
he didn't do
defense
his
did
job
the
I
because he
job.
wanna,
didn't maintain
I
the
wanna bring
team.
up Pete's point. Hey,
That's
listen,
why.
But they
to Pete's
didn't put
point, it's just
McDaniel
like
in that position.
Oh,
That's
it's
what
just
I'm
like if you
saying.
take your
Not,
car.
it's
As much
unacceptable to have the same record as the guy you replace. By definition, if you replace somebody, you're telling everybody you're upgrading. 9-8 is not an upgrade. I'm sorry. I don't
Go
care how
ahead,
you
Shake.
slice it.
Go ahead,
It's like
Shake.
if you take if it's just like if you take your car, like I'm gonna use the same analogy, and this is to Pete's point. You take your car to Walmart, right? And all four tires are down, right? And the car owner tells you, just fill up the front two, and I'll worry about the back two. He goes, no, you need to fill up 4. No, just worry about the front 2. Who's at fault, the mechanic or the driver?
The driver.
Exactly. And that's
right, bitches.
That's
But
what Pete is trying to say with Chris Greer, because Chris Greer is telling him to fix the offense, let the defense worry about itself.
No, that's
Exactly.
that's what I'm saying. Y'all, so what y'all telling me is that Greer supposed to be responsible for the defense as far as and what happened. That's the head
took
coach
on
job.
Exactly.
now.
That's what he did. That's not a head coach job if they're telling you
The head
when you take
coach-
this job.
the
Why
head
wasn't
coach
it
is
Greer's job?
responsible.
Why wasn't it Greer's job last year to control get the offense right? If Flores was the
Lewis,
defensive
Greer
coach
would
and
never
Flores
take
got the defense right,
responsibility,
why
Mr.
wasn't it Greer's
Mr.
problem to fix the offense?
Before we hired this head coach, we were already saying we're keeping this defense intact. We're not switching anything.
And before we hired
No,
the
but
other
that's
coach,
still-
we didn't have a team. We were trash, and he changed that around. So the question again is, if we brought him in to be the defensive coordinator and fix the defense, which he did, but we had a problem because he wasn't a head coach, and then we come out and make statements like, oh, this new head coach is going to be my offensive coordinator because that's all he has to fix. Again, miss me with all that because that's bullshit.
Life is
Exactly.
unfair.
Life isn't
That's
fair.
good. Then Mike McDaniel should not be
That's
the
the
head coach. He
quintessential
should be an
definition
offensive
of
coordinator.
hypocrisy.
I agree.
No,
I
no,
agree.
but guys, I have a this is an
Anthony, what do you think about that? Stop asking a question. Are you going to answer something?
Yes. For me,
Okay,
I
so
think
what do you think about it?
For me, I think I can see where Lewis and Crypto are coming from, but I agree with Pete in a sense. He's handcuffing. When you bring in a coach and you say you can't hire your own defensive coordinator, you're basically
not being handcuffed.
Anthony. I see where you're going, Anthony. But in
That's That's nonsense.
Hold on, Crypto. To be fair, to moderate this debate, Mike McDaniel took that on, eyes wide open.
Yeah, but I agree. But you know
Exactly.
what's like?
He took the job.
He
So
knew.
Joe,
He knew
he
exactly
accepted the
what
terms of the condition of the contract.
The
So it's
Jets
gonna
did
be
the same
Greer's
thing to
fault.
Adam Gase with Greg Williams. They made him. They handcuffed him with Greg Williams, and look how that turned out. Adam Gase and Greg Williams.
And based on what Lewis said, it goes to show that I agree with him. I asked the question because I knew it was going to lead to this. Flores came in and did his job. They fired him because it was collaborative issues and communication issues. Never did they ever say it was performance-based.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
I mean, it kind of sucks. We're in the same situation, and now they're just giving us a little false mirror,
Right.
and they're giving us this
thing
little
that's the
Mike
same,
McDaniel
Pete,
stuff.
The
Correct,
thing that's
Pete.
the same, Pete,
That's
is
correct.
that the thing that's the same as it's been for 30 years is that the owner got in his feels and made an irrational decision. And this is what we have. Now we're picking up the pieces for it.
No, but
Flores got fired because he had the balls to tell Ross,
Color,
"Are you
to your
stupid?
point.
That's a dumb idea."
I think
Well,
you're
that
right,
was a
Shake.
part
I
of
think
it.
he went up to Ross and he says, "Do you see how blind
That was
Greer is?"
that was the point of hashtag Toss Boss Ross. If you dissolve where the problem really comes from, it's the indecision of the owner, whether it's a coach or a quarterback or how long to keep somebody. That's where the blame is. I've said it tons of times. If Ross was working for himself, he'd have fired himself a long time ago.
Because Shake's
Shout out
point
to
about the
Iceman
car.
with the $20 donation, man. Really appreciated that. I'll
Yeah,
tell you
that's
what,
true.
Iceman and Von Joe both have timeouts available if they want to use them at any time. So
That is true.
Yep.
If Ross would have worked for himself and gave those performances, he would have fired himself a long time.
He would have fired
Wait,
himself
hold on.
years ago, Pete.
And to continue Shake Money's analogy, who do you blame for making that tire decision? You blame the owner of the car.
You kind of blame the owner, but I mean, one thing I do
I'm
give it
blaming
up
the
to Ross is,
manufacturer.
the one thing I don't like is how he holds on. This guy is a real loving person. He holds on too long. When someone is like that, that means they have too much.
He's
of
like a
good
grandparent
heart.
that.
You know what I'm saying? He has.
There
he's
is
so soft-hearted, which is not. There's nothing
sentimental.
wrong. Us as fans, we want to win. We're tired of this losing, so we've gone cold-hearted at this point where we're trying to cut necks off after year one.
Wow, Pete, that is
And so was
very,
Flores.
very
That's why they were
advanced.
oil and water. Flores was the same way. He's like, no,
And
get out of here.
And no, but look, Flores
Wow,
came in.
Pete, you're really spitting some knowledge at that.
Flores comes in, like Lewis spoke earlier and said he had to deal with a Home Depot-led team, which we all know that's what happened.
You
But
got one
nobody-
10-minute timeout, Vaughn.
And you hear Pete, when we've hired Flores, say some of the same things. I'm not happy with Flores. This guy only knows defense. He's the special teams guy in New England. Why do we always got to go with first-timers? It was the same things I'm saying about McDaniel. The difference is this guy had it hard. He had a tough job to prove. And we knew he was going to lose a lot. We were just
Post
waiting.
that Dolphins Realtors comment, Culler. He
And
said,
next thing you know, this guy
to
actually
your point,
won.
Pete.
And he started winning, and he won me over. So I don't care how other people feel. What I'm going to say is he kind of made me switch. I ended up liking Flores based on how he can show me how he can coach up a team, even if it's less talented than others.
I'm kind of with you there.
That's been my
Pete.
point, Pete, because we can blame him for the offensive struggles, but in 2 years, in 3 years, he went from scratch to 3/4 built. And none of us have that guy's 5-year outline from his desk drawer to know what he was going to do with the offense.
Culler, I have an analogy for Ross.
Right, we don't have that. That's been thrown in the trash bin, Culler.
Shredder, more like. Crypto, that document is what made up the confetti for the party they had on the way out.
That's true.
Culler, I have an analogy for Ross. He's a grandparent that gives his grandchild a whole bunch of gifts. Then when the grandchild misbehaves and asks for a gift, he continues doing the same thing. He's just covering up the issue instead of disciplining the child and stuff like that. That's what I fear Ross is. He gives chances to the wrong people and he continues doing the same thing. It's like, do you agree?
To a certain point, I see what you're saying, Anthony.
Yeah, me too. And I understand what you're saying too, Pete. But
Sounds like the definition of delusional.
Yeah.
It must, because I mean, if you go, like I said, if you go back to the shooter days, you can see the blueprint of what made him successful, and that's because you had he had control of the defense and the offense, and he had the right people in the places to get the job done. So what Ross is doing, he's making everything lopsided. He's lopsided on this side. Then when you try to fix it, now it's lopsided on the other side.
No, you got a point, but what I see what they're doing is they screwed up with Flores. They know they can't. They know Flores was good and what he built here as the scheme on defense, and they're just trying to hold that intact.
Pete,
and
let's
see
call
if
it
this
for
coach
what
can
it
work
is.
off it.
Let's call it for what it is.
This is Flores' team.
I
still.
think Flores got too big for his own britches and became unmanageable, and they couldn't control him. And there was a power struggle between him and Chris Greer. And Chris Greer is not the guy
100%.
to be trifled with. He's a nice guy, this, that, and the third, but he's not to be trifled with, because I've seen regime and people come and go, and Chris Greer only rise.
Yeah,
So
you're
he got on
telling
the
me-
wrong side of that.
So check this out. You're right. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't think that's gonna happen all over again? Because it's happening and it's gonna continue. If those problems have been happening for years, they're not gonna stop if you keep doing it. Especially if you're hiring another first-time, especially if you're hiring another first-time head coach, where you're gonna feel like you have all the power over that guy.
It's like a
When he
drug
does come-
addict that
yeah.
blames everybody else around them.
Exactly.
And doesn't
They
look in the mirror.
reset. They reset the playing pieces, bro. They reset the board.
That's
McDaniel's not
And
gonna.
the moment-
McDaniel can look at Flores and go, "Well, I know I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna lose my job." You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
McDaniel's gonna look at Greer and say, "Dude, I just put up 31 points. What happened to the defense you were gonna give me that was only gonna allow 20 per game? This is your fault." Greer's gonna say, "No, buddy, it's not my fault. Get out of here." That's what's gonna go down, and he's
Hey.
gonna continue doing that to all these little blind coaches with no power.
Hey, Culler, I'm gonna head out real quick. I just want to give a couple of final thoughts. If I'll jump back on if you're still on, but I'm gonna be working for a while. Listen, there's only one thing I like to talk to El Capitan, because I agree with him about this confidence issue. When you're a wide receiver, Culler, let me ask you a question. When you didn't catch the ball, did the opposing cornerback said, "Man, you'll catch it next time. Don't worry, keep your chin
No,
up."
he
Right?
got in his face. Hi, bitch! I'm in your face all day. I'm like, you
Actually,
ain't
I
getting
wouldn't
shit on
know.
me.
I
Revis
really wouldn't
Island.
know.
Yeah, but
I mean,
that's my
honestly,
point.
I really wouldn't know. I didn't drop any.
But either way, but my point is, if you think the coach is giving you confidence issue, imagine what your opponent is going to do. These
Oh, right.
linebackers,
Yeah, you're right.
tell you the piece is telling you that you
Yeah,
suck.
they
So
didn't. Right, they didn't. To your point, the DB didn't decide not to hit me because he thought the coach put me on the wrong spot of the field.
exactly. So if you can't handle the heat, get your ass out the kitchen. Peace out.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shake
Yeah.
out here spitting facts.
Say
Again, it's got to end somewhere. Nobody coddled me and Pop Warner. No one coddled me, and this whole idea that we need to coddle things to get the best out of them. I'm not saying that don't help people, because that's not what we're talking about. Well, that this whole coddle narrative goes to
You're putting him in a bubble.
dissolves. Well, it dissolves to that. Well, really, there was sabotage. That's what they're really trying to say without saying sabotage.
I think
right. It's just a
he
new
was
angle.
I think
It's just a
realtor
new way
makes
of saying it. That's all.
I think realtor
it.
makes a pretty interesting point here. And we've kind of made the same point in different ways, more, I guess, less subtle ways. But he says, I think the mob, which is us, has a bit of the sway in decision making. We tend to be wrong so often. So I think a bunch of our failure is attributed to our own flippant opinion outrage.
I've never been wrong, Dolphins realtor. Sorry.
To their point, though, I mean, if they're following the Twitter mob, then yeah, no wonder they're wrong.
Yeah, man, I'm hearing some very negative things about that Twitter over there.
I have a question for before we hired McDaniel, I thought there was rumors going around that he was trying to bring in the veteran guy that ended up going to San Francisco, like the veteran guy who ended up becoming a consultant for San Francisco, the defensive coordinator, whatever his name was. Do you know what I'm talking about, Culler?
You talking about Vic Fangio?
Yeah, that he ended up becoming Vic Fangio. I thought, and Chris Greer didn't want that to happen because he didn't want to have a veteran guy. He wanted.
Well, no, they need a scapegoat like Boyer to get rid of mid-season if the defense goes south.
I heard something about sabotaging, and they're probably sabotaging Tua again all over again if you really think about it. If this defense regresses,
they're not sabotaging Tua.
No, they're sabotaging Tua.
If anything, they're trying to build up and recoup that draft stock.
Nah, man. If you
They
really
got to get him back to a number 5
you remember
overall pick.
how bad we started the first 8 weeks? This is not a joke. Boyer was the one calling the plays. We're gonna allow a ton of points early on in that tough schedule, and they're gonna force Tua into 4 wide receiver sets. That's what's gonna happen, and they're gonna force Tua to throw the ball. I can already see it. This is a sabotage in the making. McDaniel, come up, show us what you got on offense, and this defense, they better play like they did last year.
You guys
in the first half or the second half of the season.
They're doing that to my little quarterback, man.
We fucking suck, man. We probably gonna get.
I have a question. I have a question for Pete.
What's up, Iceman? Go ahead.
What Nick said, I couldn't hear.
What's the question for Pete, man? My question to you, bro, is it?
Do you guys hear him?
We lost you, Iceman.
We lost you, Iceman. We lost you.
Yeah, man, we lost you.
Hello.
Hey, Big Nick, what you said just a little while ago?
I said they finally convinced me we fucking suck. We're gonna get the number 1 draft pick for the next 10 years.
No, not 10. You must be out of your mind, Big Nick. This is why I'm trying to preach to you guys. Well, us as fans, we have a little bit of power. If you guys don't think Tua was a fan-driven pick, you got to be out of your mind. Everybody was crying for Tua, and they had to roll with it, or else they were going to make the fan base sad.
Pete. No, I wasn't.
Testing. Hello,
Well,
no.
there was a little handful of us. You
Yeah,
know what it
we hear
is,
Ice,
Anthony.
man.
But when I talk about the fan base, the majority of them, everybody cried for Tua. There was no saying no Dolphin. It was so many of them. Everybody's a Tua-neer in Miami.
I blame the college media, football media, to be honest, Pete, hyping up Tua like he was the next Drew Brees. Honestly, like I understand his performances, but he basically came in. He got lucky.
Well, it's not like there was no merit. He had thousands of yards, set record breaking.
Yeah, he was from
touchdowns.
Alabama. He was the best
I
quarterback
know, but
in
I'm just
college at the
saying
time.
it wasn't like I was being sold nonsense, empty promises. It's not like they were going, "Hey, this kid out of Nebraska State is going to be the next Josh Allen." No, there was numbers to prove.
Yeah,
So
Tua's performance sold itself, but it was embellished on the back end. That's all.
So, Iceman, I have a question for Pete. Now that we got,
go ahead, Iceman.
They were embellishing a little bit too much.
Hold on, Tony. Go ahead, Iceman.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, Pete, man, I hear that. I feel that energy. Is it because my question to you though is that when you stated that statement right there about the Dolphins that we haven't even seen them yet play a full down, is it because for the past 20 something years we've been so abysmal and we just been think about it for like every single 3 years we tear it down and then we rebuild right back up. Are you that's what I'm getting from? Are you that used to it? Are you that used to it? So it's just like imprinted in your brain that because I feel that, bro. I have that stomach in me saying it could happen too, but I hope not.
No, you see, the thing is, every year is different. You got to know what your team is in for, and we pretty much knew we weren't having chances. At least the first year with Flores. The second year we kind of got surprised, but at the same time, like you look at this team. We're ready. And the only spot we're getting held back, and this is why I'm trying to tell people, we should honestly be screaming to trade Waddle and Tua. Because those two players will convert this offense and change it to something better overnight. And I'm not even messing around. And I can see those two guys stop getting lower and lower from here on out.
I respect your opinion. I respect that, Pete. But I see that. I can't argue with that. But I just can't trade Water though. I would leave Water out.
Sometimes we got to get out of our feelings and we got to actually look at what we saw, and it was nothing really truly special. Okay. You could have put other players in that role and got the same type of production that Waddle gave you. What he did was not really hard to do.
But Pete, he did make NFL history, though. It took since Anquan
but Iceman, it's only because he's a rookie that he made that history.
Yeah, I feel that. I mean, it's
like
just
if
tough,
you
though.
look at it, if you look at it, what top receivers are putting out, they're putting out well over 100 receptions.
Look, Waddle has a special trait. He's super fast, right? The same.
I mean,
Waddle has a special trait. He's super fast. Tua has that special trait. He's super accurate.
Waddle would have got his production.
Waddle would have.
I hear you.
Waddle definitely would have got that production. Devontae Smith would have.
Argue with that.
Devontae Smith would have got it. Yep.
But with Waddle, I mean, it was special in my opinion. But it was just me, Brandon. It was special to see what he did. It's tough to do, but you're right. I mean, someone else could have done that. You're right. It could have been someone else's name. But I mean, that was just.
I'll tell you what, though. I'm glad we got Waddle instead of Devontae Smith.
It was very special what Waddle did, Iceman. You're correct. It was very special. The problem,
agreed.
He should have had 1,400 yards, not 1,000.
Agreed, Lewis. Agreed, Lewis. And to go to Valoa's point, I do think it's special. I wasn't saying that. I was saying that the only reason it was history was because he was a rookie.
Right. Yeah,
to do what he did as a rookie, to come right out of the gate and do that was absolutely special.
And that's coming off an injury.
But I'm not arguing the fact that you guys are
coming off an injury. He was.
You could just
to me, you could call OJ McDuffie right now, tell him to put on pads, and he could catch bubble screens and slats everything near the line of scrimmage. I'm just saying, like, this is what I'm saying. Nothing was really special. This guy was not lining up against number one cornerbacks. Okay, he got in coverage in the slot sometimes versus
double teaming him.
I mean,
Come on,
against the
like,
Panthers,
let's
Pete.
be
Against the
honest.
Panthers, they were really top 5 in percentage with their corners at that time. They had CJ
Yeah.
Henderson, AJ Boy. I was really impressed when he did that though against them. That right there stood out to me. Just me though. Like when I saw that,
Mac
I was
Hollins.
very
Mac
impressed.
Hollins looks special once in a while as well. Players are gonna look special sometimes. That's all I'm
How many
saying.
yards?
All of this. Oh, he caught 102 catches. A lot of that is just because they
How many
focus on the
yards?
ball.
Joe in the
How
comment
many
section. I see you,
yards?
Joe.
I
Matt
just want
Collins was
to,
special
real
team.
quick, everybody, in reference to kind of what Pete's saying, and I'm not trying to, take the record-breaking receptions away from Waddle because I mean that's awesome. But how many yards did Waddle get last year, and what was his average reception?
He got 1,015 yards per reception, 9.8. Yards per game, 63, 74.3% catch percentage, runs or receptions per game, 6.5, long 57, yards per target, 7.3, 2 rushes, 1 TD. So he had 7 total TDs, 1 rushing TD.
Mm-hmm.
And again, back to my point about Myles Gaskin. Myles
was his
Gaskin
longest
also had
touchdown
7
catch?
touchdowns.
Yeah.
What was
Okay,
his longest touchdown catch?
A lot of
for a
everybody's sleeping on Myles
first-round
Gaskin.
wide receiver.
Also, Anquan Bolden had he set 2 records. Also than that, he actually still holds some of these
One
records.
of them. Yeah.
He had the most receiving yards by a rookie in his first game with 217, and then most yards from scrimmage by a rookie at 217, and then also he held the record for most receptions in his first 26 games after that with 157. But his stats on that rookie year was he averaged in his 101 receptions. His average was where the heck did it go? 13.6 per reception, and he got 1,377 yards.
Who was this? Who was his quarterback?
I think it was Carson Palmer.
Was it Palmer?
It was 2003.
Oh, this is Anquan
in
Bolden
Arizona.
And this is Anquan Bolden, who was getting covered by
Carson Palmer.
#1 receivers and playing on the outside, not getting the easy stuff.
So I'm not trying to diminish Waddle's record, but when you have that many receptions, should have been way more yards and the other stuff. Again, more meat on the bone, and I think that
By the way, not to change the subject too much, but Myles Gaskin's catch percentage last year was 77.8. In 2020, it was 87.2.
Yeah, he holds the highest perception,
which is pretty good.
Reception percentage
And
since
that's the
2020.
style I've kept pounding the table to get Color. 75 and above.
Right, I think Deshaun Jackson had a season where he caught like 50 catches and had 1,000 yards. That's a speed.
Yeah, he was averaging like 20-some yards a catch.
Yeah, he had.
I think he still holds the record for the longest, more catches over 50 yards.
And by the way, behind that historically bad offensive line, Gaskin had 612 rushing yards.
Damn,
he
sounds
did.
a lot better when you say that.
That's right.
You know he didn't take every snap. Not even.
No, he didn't. No, he wasn't every down back.
In 3 seasons, his career catch percentage is 79.5.
It's pretty damn
That's pretty good. That's pretty serviceable. More than serviceable.
I told you since
I don't know why he would be
highest...
considered the odd man out when he's giving you that kind of production.
13 touchdowns in 3 years, 4 fumbles in 3 years.
Yeah, that's not bad. Why would he be the odd man out, Color?
This is the question I've been asking, Crypto. It's not. I'm not trying to pump Myles Gaskin. I'm simply trying to ask why we all decide who is the odd man out without actually looking at shit just because we think the new guy is going to be better.
What if I told you that? What if I told you that it could be Sony
By the
Michel?
end of year, Myles Gaskins will have the most purpose yards out of this group.
It wouldn't be shocking because his
wouldn't shock
numbers
me,
are
yeah.
comparable
Madden,
and better than the running back we paid big money to come here.
And I'm not gonna lie,
Exactly.
in Madden knows something, bro. Like I just pre-ordered the new one, but this one right here, and I hope the other one, he's a star right
He
now. He's
said
an overall
Madden.
76, bro. He's actually good. So I'm gonna just say that.
Hey, in Madden, I throw
Iceman.
deep with Tua, and it works out.
I mean, damn.
He was talking about
Iceman brought out the
Miles.
Madden, dude.
I know.
The Madden
He's talking about
prophecy.
Miles Gaskin.
No, the
What's
Madden prophecy always got some legs, man. The Madden prophecy, man.
Yes,
Tua needs to be on the new Madden cover.
Oh,
No,
No.
No, then that means he's going to get injured. No,
yeah.
we
There's
don't
a
want him
Madden
there.
curse. The Madden curse.
That's
No.
Who does?
Well,
we don't want
Tua's
You're
been
that.
talking for
injured
yourself,
already. Would
Crypto.
it be?
Who
Would
doesn't
it?
want that?
No, because that means he's going to get injured if he's on the cover.
No, we
man.
don't want him injured, bro.
No.
That's
Right.
the worst outcome for
I
all.
don't need him on the cover of Madden. That's bad luck.
Yeah.
Damn.
Go put Peyton Hillis on the cover of Madden.
Go put Drew
Devontae
Alex.
Parker.
Go put Josh Allen on the cover. That might happen.
Oh yeah, please
Oh
put
man,
him.
yeah, do that.
You know what
I
got
thought
me
being
thinking?
on the
Put him on the
Madden
cover.
cover means.
I'm sorry
I
about
thought being
getting
on the
off the
Madden
rails
cover
with.
makes you special.
Hey, I'm sorry about getting off the rails with Miles Gaskin, but Iceman made a point about Waddle during the Panthers game, and that's what got me thinking. Gaskin had 2 touchdowns in the Panthers game, and like 200 something all-purpose yards.
And
Oh
those are
yeah.
Yeah, he
tough
did have a
defense.
200-yard game. Yeah.
See, look, Madden knows something
In
that I
that
don't know.
Giant game, he had a
Like,
big
it's
game too,
crazy.
right?
Yeah, I could be confusing the two, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I've
here's the
never
thing.
heard anybody defend Miles Gaskins and blame the offensive line.
Oh,
It's kind of hard to
yeah,
have it,
Pete.
that boys.
Well, I
Yeah,
just
I
like
mean,
That means they getting some
Pete.
kind of blocks.
Pete. This is why I like you, because you understand how to use their own argument against them.
Culler, but you're the best at it.
I learned it from you, Culler.
I'm still
Madden knows
learning.
something that we don't know. Tyreek is on the cover, like not on the cover, but on the trailer, man. He's showing y'all peace out, yo. It's that time. Welcome to Madden.
Is there a
I'm just
curse
telling you.
on the trailer?
The trailer.
Is there a
Well,
trailer?
it opens
Yes.
up with Tyreek Hill
That
and
was
Tua.
the thing he did against the Bills. That I like that.
Yeah.
Nicknamed the trailer park.
It
Yeah.
shows one
As long as
glimpse
he's
of
doing that against the Bills secondary, I'm happy.
Yeah, it's the Bills. It's the Bills.
The
He's doing it against the Bills
the
in
thing
Buffalo.
is, what you guys don't realize is
In the
he's throwing
trailer.
up the peace sign. Under his gloves, on his nails, he has 2 numbers. He paints his nails like Robert Hunt, by the way. And he has a uno in his middle finger, and he has 17 on his index finger,
I
and
didn't
he's
know
saying, "Peace out. I'm the new face of the franchise here. Give me the ball, and we're gonna make something happen in Miami." That's it. That's what's gonna happen. Uno and Waddle. I'm sorry to tell you guys, these guys got to get traded. They have to right now, and you guys think it's a joke. I honestly
Thank you,
believe
Von Joe.
this
Thank
fan
you,
base
Von
thinks
Joe.
it's a
Thank you,
joke.
Von Joe. It was a hard fought campaign, and I do accept the challenge of being the head of the president of the Miles Gaskin fan club until he is no longer on the team.
Yeah, I like Mal Gaskin too. I just don't like what the media are saying, because the media are saying that he doesn't fit into McDaniel's scheme.
Yeah, but it's not only the media.
Hold on, let me finish now. That's what the media said. My opinion is I
Right.
love Miles Gaskin because from day one since he's been here, he's been running the ball hard and whatever. And I it was my preference. We'll keep him.
Yeah,
that
and don't let him
Raiders
fool
game,
you, Mr. Puck. We drafted him from Washington, and Washington ran an outside zone scheme. So I don't know where they're getting that information from anyway.
And to piggyback on what you said, Colin, he also set a lot of records at Washington too.
Yeah.
He has
There
good
you go.
vision
There
as
you
a
go
running
again,
back,
Color
and he slips
busting
through.
memes again. There you
The
go
cool thing
again,
about Miles
busting memes.
Gaskins, he always makes that first guy miss, whether
Does
he's
he?
slow or
Does
not.
he? Would he fit in a Sean Payton offense? Would Miles Gaskins fit in the Sean Payton offense?
Sean
Well,
Payton.
I mean,
He should be able to.
you don't get no closer to the West Coast than Washington State.
He could be a Saints Pierre
Yeah,
Thomas.
yeah,
He
I
could be
would
a
say
running back
he
like
fit
Pierre
like a
Thomas.
glove.
That was a joke, Lewis. I'm sorry. That was a little anecdotal.
Well, I was
see
trying to
Gaskin,
joke. I was
bro.
trying to joke too, Color, about Sean Payton, but
Right.
I was
And then
I did.
and
Oh
then
no,
to
go
turn
ahead, man.
around and get Salme, how you say his name?
Solomon
Ahmed.
Ackman, yeah, to get him. I mean that was happening when we got him too, because he He came from the same school as
Yeah.
Miles, the
I
same
Yeah.
always
school.
think of
So I said we got a two-headed monster right there.
And
I
let's
mean, we
face it,
It's a
if
committee of backs.
Gaskin was such an odd man out, he probably would have already been replaced. Like he would have already been out the door like Duke Johnson.
Yeah,
Good point.
and
Good
Lindsey
point.
as well. Yeah.
If he, let's
Well,
say, if he wasn't a scheme fit, like the
I
media
don't.
is saying, he would
How
have
come
already
I
been
don't?
Yeah.
gone.
We haven't heard Tyreek Hill sit here and say we got Miles Gaskins on this team. All he names is Chase Edmonds and Raheem Mostert. We got the speed guys. Mostert
Misdirection,
4-2,
man.
Yeah.
Mr. 4-2. That's our running back.
That's
Oh, and
just
then we got
misdirection.
Edmond. That's it. He's calling out who his teammates and the starters are gonna be.
We
Miles
need
Gaskins
Yeah,
from
McGill.
those guys, they're gonna
Yeah,
be
Duke
right.
was a free agent, but we didn't do. I mean, we wasn't Preston
Yeah.
a free agent too. We
Yep.
gave him a couple $1,000,000 to hang around.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
All right.
Hey, I think I seen Tyreek's on the next podcast. He's going to have the safety Poyer from Buffalo. You think he's going to ask him how Buffalo plans on stopping Tua this year? You think that might be one of the questions?
Yeah. That's gonna be a good one.
That's a good one, Lewis, but that part is gonna get edited out.
Yeah, no, they won't show us that. You're
They-
for damn sure.
it was for sure discussed, but they'll edit it out.
All right. So what y'all saying basically is this: McDaniels. We bring McDaniels in to fix the offense. Okay. And Flores did the defense already. So we set really basically what we setting things up is for Sean Payton to come in, because that's
Right.
what it seemed like we okay.
I like that
You
idea,
got
though.
it.
Yeah, I
That's
like
it.
that
No,
idea.
There
because
you
that's
go,
what
Mr.
it
Pope. You
sound
onto
like.
something.
Okay, gotcha.
You order something there, man. We setting it up for the next guy. It's like the Tony Dungy, John Gruden situation. We just lining it up for the next guy to take all the credit.
It's
Okay,
sabotage. We're just
and
sabotaging, just like Flores sabotaged Tua. We're just sabotaging McDaniel. That's all that is. We're just sabotaging.
Exact. That's why I said it's still a
Right.
sabotage. Didn't I
Yeah,
say
we're,
that?
it's just
And
sabotage. That's all
they're
it
not
is.
gonna believe me. It's
Yeah.
still the same sabotage, no matter
Yeah.
how they want to spin it.
And
It's for Tua,
Sean
sabotaging
Payton's
the
gonna come
coach.
in and take all the credit.
And Sean Payton, yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I just went to school today.
Look.
Just went to school. Y'all just opened my eyes more than what I've been looking at.
The
Oh my
Dolphins
goodness.
are tanking. We're
Yeah.
tanking.
Oh well. Well, Sean, he may be the next Don. Well, I'm not gonna say
But
the
Pete, what
next
is
Don.
considered?
But
I'm
look,
telling him.
this is gonna
How
be the
does the
best
owner
thing
see us
ever.
tanking, Pete?
No, this is gonna be the best thing ever because guess what? Who's gonna inherit the team as a GM and get all the accolades?
You gonna say
We
Tom?
don't, the GM.
Probably
Marino.
Why we need
Dan
Marino or
Marino.
Brady. Tom
Dan
Brady.
Marino's gonna get in that GM spot with a fully
Brady
loaded
on.
team, and we're gonna be fighting the Broncos for the next decade. And it's gonna be Marino as GM versus Elway in GM, and we're gonna get
Pete,
rings
I gotta
all
ask you a
over
quick
again.
question. You really think when we us fans go,
You're breaking up, dude.
Iceman, Iceman, your mic cut out.
you really think we're gonna lose a lot of games in certain? Oh man, oh goodness.
No, I mean, it sound good now.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Iceman, you still there?
Hello.
Oh no.
No,
was cut
he
off.
just said Iceman.
Go ahead.
Yo. Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hot dang, I can't even go pour more coffee without you all messing up the
Gosh.
stream. What's up? Who can't hear who? What?
No,
Man, I
Iceman's trying to fix his mic.
Just kidding.
So this is a tank
Culler, how
show.
dare you go on a coffee break without offering us here some good old Folgers, man?
Well,
You
I haven't
that's
gone on the
sabotage. You're
break yet.
sabotaging your panel, Culler. You're sabotaging the
The
panel.
Keurig is still going. I haven't gone on the break yet.
No, Cole,
I need
no,
to put it
Cole,
right here in the room with me. I need to move my Keurig machine right here on my desk.
I think I need a cold
Pete,
brew.
I don't think Steven Ross is built to lose this year, man. I think he wants to win.
But see, that makes sense. That's why I say Cole. That's why I brought up. I don't know if you on here, but that's why I brought up that the light just went on in my head. Now
And we are
I
ready.
understand what's going on. That we bring McDaniels in to get the offense straight to set up for Sean Payton. So when Sean comes in, you got the defense set up by Flores, offense set up by McDaniels. Now he takes the reins and rises
No, no.
to the sunset. I guess I don't know.
No. That's what's going on this year, Mr. Paul. That's
Uh-huh.
that's what's going on this year. When a guy like Sean Payton comes in, it's gonna be the way he wants to run it. It's gonna be his way. He's gonna
So if
have
we
the
get
most
Sean,
say.
No, but
You
we
know,
setting them up.
Greer is
What
gonna
I'm
be a
saying, we
complete
setting them
rebuild.
up for him, Pete. That's what I'm trying to say. We setting it up for him.
It's gonna happen. I mean, there's hope, right? The defense gets better. This is the hope that the Tuaneers want. Okay, Mr.
did you
Paul?
guys see? Did you
The hope is the defense gets even
the
better
I
than
Am
last
Athlete
year.
podcast?
Mr. Iceman, your mic is all screwed up. You're in and out, and you're interrupting for a second. Mr. Paul, so the defense gets better. This is the hope with the pieces we got, and they get even better. And McDaniels fixes that offense. We make we make Tua look good, and we go at least into a playoff run deep into it, because that's what it looks like we're ready right now for. Chances are it's not gonna happen, and there's a slim chance that does happen, because everything has to fall correct. I mean, everything from the defense side of the ball being led by a new leader, and the offense side of the ball being led by a new leader. So it's just too much going against us. So when it does fall and crumble the way I see it, this is my opinion, by the way, when it does crumble, they're not going to give McDaniel another shot, another year to fix anything. It's just going to be a big twist. It's going to be another rebuild. And they're going to give all the power to a new head coach, a new GM. And this is next year. That's the way I see it. But it's not like they're giving up or tanking on purpose. It's just gonna suck. We're just not gonna win based on everything we have against us. Other teams are really continuity.
It's the unintentional, intentional tank.
Exactly.
Right.
I say intentional, but I'll get so much hate. I feel like I feel like honestly, deep down inside, it's intentional, because there's no way if you didn't want to tank, you would have worked it out with Flores, and you would have sat down and made those guys work it out, because we're really trying to win here, and you need continuity. And with these guys are fighting. Now you're gonna tell me all this flipping around. It's too much going on, man. There's too much problems. Everybody in that locker room don't know each other. They're all there, buddies, having a good time.
I mean, really,
laughing.
guys, ask yourself, built team or not, what coaches ever come in? Like, Pete's right. There's so much when you're talking about a new staff coming in. Like, the distractions are out the window when it comes to making a run for a championship. And shout out to Vaughn954 for the $5 donation. Pete, I got an extra ticket to the Tua autograph signing this Saturday. Are you able to attend to get a signed card from the GOAT?
Oh my God, that would be awesome if I could send somebody my cards to go over there and get them sent. But me personally, there's no way I can.
Well,
make
from
it, man.
what I understand, a picture
listen,
with
bro,
him
I
is
would tell
200.
I would tell Tua in his face. Y'all look at me. If I see Tua, I would tell Tua in his face, "What's up, buddy? I love you, dude. What's going on?"
Well, Pete, $100 gets you an autograph, and then another $100 gets you a picture with him, but you have to pay for the autograph too. So it's $200 for a picture with him.
I don't like my cards to get autograph. I don't really. A picture isn't. I'm not really happy with Tua. I don't want a picture with him.
Is it?
I want my card autograph. Not really happy with that guy.
I mean, all you have to do anytime somebody throws shade at you, all you have to do is put that picture of you guys cheek to cheek in your avatar, bro.
Oh my God, that would be awesome, Culler.
There you go. Yeah.
Make it happen.
And now you can't tell him you're Pete because he probably knows you.
Nah, man, the Samoan island over there, that's going to be over there. As soon as I pull up, they're ready to take me out, Culler. What, y'all trying to get something on World Star out here?
Bro, that would be a priceless picture. You know that, right?
Yes. In the world did I not see what was going on.
Man, I wish I had time to go over there and meet Tua. I got to be honest with you guys. I'll probably find a way. Is this Saturday, tomorrow?
Saturday, I think, is it?
I could make it happen.
It's
if I
in.
really
It's
put forth.
in. I think it's in Fort Lauderdale somewhere.
I could make that trip. Man, if I shake Tua's hand, I got a
Or
feeling
Hollywood.
he'll
Oh,
play
it's in
better.
Hollywood. That's where it's
If
at.
I give Tua this feel better spirit of mine, and he'll play better, man. I'll scream at him in his face. I'll tell him, let me be your trainer, dude. You need somebody really telling you to throw 300 passes a day. Hit this guy here. This guy
Pete will
needs
show
more
up
work.
with Pete
We
will
need to
show up
work
with an
him.
entourage of girls. Be like, yo,
This guy,
what's going on
Tua,
with me?
they're not working. You know how I know they're not working Tua hard enough? He's gaining weight while there's other quarterbacks losing weight. Come on, man. We got to work this guy.
Well,
No, man.
I guess he muscling up. I don't know.
Yeah, he looked.
No, in all fairness, he has been, in a way, in a situation where when we needed him to excel and actually carry the team, he hasn't really done it. And that's all we really need from him. If he's able to show that
You're
this
spot
year,
on, Pete.
you know, if he's
Just
able
once.
to just show that part,
Just once
not-
last year, and we would have made the playoffs. Just once.
Yeah.
that's it. If he's listening right now, that's all reality. That's all it is.
We
can
want
still
forget
be-
what Flores right to it.
Yes,
If you're
once.
listening, forget what Flores said. Forget all that noise. We want you to be the hero. We want you to be the hero. That's all.
Yeah, because he should be
100%.
healed from his injury completely.
Even if you're
He
just
should
trying to
completely
be the
healed.
hero, that's good enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, Culler.
There's nothing
Full of
wrong
ball.
with being a hero.
He didn't. You see, last year he said he wasn't the hero. He said
That's
out of his own
literally
mouth,
what
he's not a
Tyreek was
hero.
telling him in that interview. You're the man. You're the hero, bro. Be the
Mhm.
hero.
Exactly.
You know,
It's all on him. I don't even
There
know
you
my
go.
mic is
because
working.
if you do something
80,000
because of that.
80,000
No.
fans that are telling you, forget what Flo said. We want you to be the hero.
Exactly. Put that
Right.
behind you and grab the wheel and car and start dropping.
Just
No,
like the
Iceman,
head
you
coach,
sound
there's
you
only
sound good,
32
Iceman.
of these jobs. There's only one job, 32 opportunities. Tua had his. You can't blame nobody else. You were the guy on the
That's
field.
right. That's right.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
You guys
Because it's
remember
only
Ray
going to be him
Lucas?
that changes
You guys
anything.
remember Ray Lucas? Man, I remember
Yeah.
Ray
Yeah.
Lucas after a
Yeah.
game. He played really bad. We
That one
lost.
game was so terrible.
And-
Yeah.
Yeah, and he snapped, right? And he's like, you know
9
what?
passes.
Yeah. He's like, at the end of the day, I'm the one that got to play better. I'm the one that needs to do it. I know I can do it, but me telling you guys I can do it ain't gonna prove nothing. I gotta go out there on the field and prove to you guys that I'm the quarterback of the Dolphins. That's the type of attitude. Like he admitted he played bad, and he admitted it's up to him to do it, to take this team to the next step. That's one time I remember Ray Lucas saying that, and I was like, man, come on, show something, ball head.
Second round pick. Put a lot of stock in that guy.
Yeah, he had a weird throwing formation. Weird. It was terrible. No technique. It was just horrible. Nobody fixed
Yeah,
that
they
guy.
believed
He
in him
needs to,
coming out.
he needs to go see Chris Strevler. Chris Strevler's Academy for Throwing Mechanics.
Or Howard Sullenberger.
Hey, you notice how we brought Strevler in, and then we cut him, right? And then all of a sudden you see these training videos come out where two of his mechanics look really awesome.
You think they can be on to something, Culler?
I mean, I was joking when I first talked about it, but the guy did in fact have a tutorial video on YouTube on how to throw a football.
Hey, I don't know
I
if you
gotta
guys
be
can
honest.
hear me, but
My favorite
Yeah, we can
play
hear
of
you,
Tua
Iceman.
so far
Oh,
in his
okay,
career.
hold up.
Yep. I hear you, Iceman. Go ahead.
no, Pete, go ahead, bro. I just was testing it. I was doing some setting stuff. My bad, guys. Go ahead.
It's
No,
working
you
now.
sound
You might
good.
as well
You
take
sound good.
advantage, buddy.
I
Let
mean,
it
I
all
just-
out.
Nah, Pete, go ahead, bro. I saw you, man. Go
You
ahead.
gotta let it all off your chest. That mic sounding fresh.
I appreciate you, man. I mean, did you see the Indiana Pacers making the trade for DeAndre Ayton just now? I mean, like, I'll just say that it has nothing to do
Okay,
with
so the
Dolphins, but
the first domino is falling
Yeah.
in the big trades, huh?
yeah, Indiana has received DeAndre Ayton for a 4-year, $133 million max contract deal. I mean, so
So they're
next
getting
is
their
Donovan.
assets from Indiana.
Yeah, I think whoever said it on this panel, Donovan, they are going to build around him. I don't think he's leaving, in my opinion.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Yeah,
They was
going back to
asking the Knicks are trying to give up a super haul for him. They trying to give up like a total of 10 players. They really getting desperate of trying to get him. They trying hard though. Danny Ainge is listening, but I don't know if he's going to respond. He's going to answer what they asking for. But they trying to give up a lot for him.
My bad, guys. Go back to football, bro. My bad. I didn't mean to I just wanted to say that real quick. It just happened like 20 minutes ago. Go ahead, Pete, or whoever. My bad, guys.
Iceman,
No, it's fine.
I'm glad you did do that because
I was the resident Jazz fan here, but go ahead.
Appreciate you.
I need to catch up on my basketball.
Yeah, man. I'm keeping up with KD, man. That's what I'm trying to see. What's going on with him? But yeah, that's a different story.
Well, now Phoenix has gotten the assets. They might pull. That might be the next shoe to drop.
Damn.
To give up for him.
Damn. It's all good. We got Tyler Hero. I believe in him.
Tyler Hero.
Yeah. But what are you guys saying about the Dolphin? What, the running back situation? Something like that? Oh no, it was a tour, right?
No.
It's been a lateral move.
Iceman,
I'm sorry,
if you
Mr.
wanted to
Pope.
be about Tua, I'm here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pope. I meant to say, I'm sorry, Mr. Pope. I think it was a lateral move, but I think what Culler was getting at earlier on Stephen D's channel, that it was a lateral move at best. All of our off-season moves, we splash, and that was it.
Hold on. So you think picking up Tyreek Hill was a lateral move
That's
over
it.
Devontae Parker?
No. What I was
Really?
saying, Pete, earlier was that that's like the only joystick move we've ever made in 25 years.
Right, that was the major
And
move,
they
right?
think that makes our team so much more different than it was last year. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
What about
one
Teron
joystick
Armstead though? I mean,
Well,
that's a big
Laramie
move
Tunsil.
too.
We had
but
Laramie
we didn't
Tunsil.
have him last year.
No, I'm just saying though, we've brought in stars everywhere, but we've never brought in that
I'll be
guy
right
who's
back.
literally a joysticker. You know what I mean?
I don't like calling a guy a joysticker.
I disagree. I disagree, Culler. What do you think we used 2 first-round draft picks for last year? Jalen Waddle is back.
Talking about Jalen Waddle?
But again, we're not talking about yes, potential is there, but all I'm saying is like when we needed to bring it. Look, when we watch these other teams in the offseason, which in the postseason, which is usually when we're watching them, okay, it's not just one guy. You can watch one team and go, man, how come we don't have a guy like they do at that spot? How come we don't have a guy like that at that spot? And you'll sit there and ask yourself that through the whole game. Like all these playoff games, all these other primetime teams we see that are consistently good. Like we're all look at their players and you're like, well, why don't we have that guy in that spot? You know,
a lot of the guys you're talking about, Culler, about those teams in primetime games, those are drafted guys they're talking about and shining up.
I know. I'm just pointing out that for whatever we've done, other than Tyreek Hill, there really isn't much different than we've done any other year. Like we win the offseason every year.
I agree. I said that earlier, and I think
you know what I mean?
who was it? Ali or somebody on Steven's panel, I believe, was questioning me that I was wrong on that. I don't remember who it was, but they were quite like, we don't win the offseason every season.
We do.
We're on
look
top
at the
of the
Patriots.
headlines.
Look at the Patriots. There were years where people act like this is the first time we've ever laughed at them in the offseason. Like, we've laughed at them in the offseason before, and they've gone on to win a Super Bowl the next year.
Yeah, exactly, Culler.
Sure did.
Bummer. Huh? This is a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
Now, granted, they had Tom Brady, but even the year that we won the division, they went further in the playoffs than we did with Matt Castle.
Yep.
Good point.
Forgot they had
every single
Matt
year.
Castle.
We're Patriots. Laugh at them. Ha ha.
Yeah.
They win. They do nothing but win. They were in the playoffs last year.
Facts.
They took one season off with Cam Newton. Maybe 2. I can't remember exactly. But, like, you know what I mean? That was it. Right back
they always
to
do that.
Yeah, right back to, winning. And for what people can say what they want about their offense, they had one game where they didn't even throw the ball. Okay, and I'm not pointing that out just to remind everybody of something we already know. The reason I'm pointing that out is because of this. Hold on just a sec. And I'm going to pull up the same list I've been pulling up for the last days on end. Okay. The Pro Football Reference passing leader list. And, you know, you can say that their playoff appearance was a flash in the pan or an anomaly, whatever you want to call it. But they were 10-7. Okay. They got in the playoffs. And on this list, where our quarterback is 27th, their quarterback is 13th. And he played a game where he didn't even throw the football.
That's wow. That's impressive.
So for anybody to think that the Patriots are out of it and want to laugh at the Patriots and all that,
they're good.
Yeah, I know they had Josh McDaniel, and now their offensive coordinator is Matt Patricia, and blah, 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 yakety smackety. Okay, whatever. They've all been there for the last 15 years. They all know how to win at whatever they do.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe me, go camping with a bunch of people from Massachusetts one time, and you'll see you ain't winning none of the camp games. Rings, beer pong, whatever it is, you ain't winning none of them. Then people just win at everything they do. It just is what it is. Massachusetts is like the macrocosm of University of Miami.
Yeah. I can't. Yeah, they win a lot in any sport. Like even in baseball, it's just kind of.
I know.
It's annoying.
Yeah, it is. And their smug attitude about everything. I'm sorry for any New Englanders in the
No, you're right.
chat, but man,
right. They are smug when I go to.
And they're allowed to be because they win at everything.
Yeah.
And Capitan, I don't know if you're trying to get back in, but it's telling me your device. Oh wait, no, that's just your. I'm sorry, that's just your virtual cam. I can still bring you in.
Yeah, the Patriots.
Don't know if you wanted me to, but. But, you know, you look at this list and you're like, okay, well, you know, even, you know, people, Ben Roethlisberger, the Pittsburgh shouldn't have been in the playoffs, but their quarterback was 15th.
What a way to end his career, too. I mean, yeah, you go to the playoffs. Yeah.
And again, I'm not doing all this to shit on Tua. I'm trying to say, like, look, we just need a little bit more performance out of him. We were 9-8, one game away from the playoffs, one game behind these said New England Patriots, and our quarterback was ranked 27th. What if our quarterback was ranked 18th last year? Let's just say for S&Gs. Do we win that one more game? Is it us that's a fake playoff contender?
Good point.
So, Pete, thanks, buddy, again for your contribution to the panel, as always, and as well as the $10 donation. And Pete says, I can say we're going to lose, but guess what? Stephen Ross is known to pay to lose. Some say you can pay to win. Be right back, fellas, listening in, working. Right on?
No doubt.
Thanks again, Pete.
Yes,
yeah.
But, you know, I mean, it is on to it. But the encouraging thing is he doesn't really have to, like, because of what we've done. This is the difference that I would think Stephen D was alluding to, is that we have done enough more to say, okay, if we get just a pinch more production out of our quarterback, we should be golden. Now, if we get more than a pinch, I don't think it's unrealistic to talk about contention for deeper.
Yeah.
Had we not go back to the same discussion we've been having to start the stream, first year head coach. It's built to win. He accepted the challenge. As much as I want to keep a coach for 10 years, I mean, I understand why people would be like, nah, bring Payton in. But
yeah,
No, it does make sense because it just like I said, the light just went on with me just by coming on here today. Because like I said, Flores did his job setting up defense. McDaniel comes in and do the same and help set up the offense. Then, like I said, now you bring in a Sean Payton, and he puts his fingerprint on the whole thing. And look at where we going. Look at where we can go. So
Yeah, right. But I don't think I need. I mean, again, I know McDaniel's not getting. We're not getting Sean Payton this year, but like when I keep hearing, well, McDaniel's going to come fix the offense and we'll bring in Sean Payton next year. Nah, I don't think Sean Payton. We're waiting. It's just because we have McDaniel here. But McDaniel's like if Sean Payton comes in, he's bringing his offense in here. It's not like we're going to keep McDaniel's. It's not like Sean Payton's just going to come in here and be like, "Oh, everything is fixed. Now I'm just going to sit here and twiddle my thumbs."
Well,
like,
I was going to get to that.
Yeah,
Louis.
he'll have
I mean,
his
that could
imprint
be
on it.
that. It could be a
You're
case
right,
where
Louis.
Mike McDaniel's brought in to Mr. Polk's point to fix the offense enough to make Tua tradable. That when Payton comes in, he can say, "Oh, that's not my quarterback." Blah blah blah. Typical.
For sure. Right.
Business.
He'll tweak it. He'll have some tweaking here and there.
Right. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I got
you. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. Yep.
And again, I'd be willing. Listen, if I've said the same argument. This is when again, I love Pete, but when Pete used to say Baker Mayfield or whatever other quarterback he wants, Jimmy Garoppolo, and so I always used to defend Tua. Like to me, those are not options. Now, when you give me a Deshaun Watson or a Lamar Jackson, that's an upgrade to me. And again, McDaniel can be McGenius. We can call him McBurger for all I care. He could be whatever. The problem is when if you tell me that you can go get a future Hall of Fame coach if he wants to be here, well then screw McDaniel, because I'm going to go get the proven commodity. I'm going to go get someone that I've watched coach in this league for 15 years and win Super Bowls and be right there. Like I'm not. I don't care. Again, McDaniel can come out here and win 10 games. He can win 11 games for all I give a shit. It doesn't matter. If Sean Payton came out and said, I want to be the head coach of the Miami Dolphins next year, barring a AFC championship game or Super Bowl, McDaniel has to go. I'm sorry.
Right.
It's an upgrade.
It's an upgrade. No one's exempt from being an upgrade.
I'm in the business of being a fan, but anything that helps my Dolphins improve, I'm about. And nobody can sit here and say that Sean Payton, McDaniel is a better coach than Sean Payton.
Right. No, that's facts.
They'd be delusional, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's speeding facts. Yeah, we can't argue.
I don't know all the
you can't argue that.
Exactly. Because Sean Payton is best.
So again, you're right. I don't want to take, as a Dolphin fan, I don't want to take no more lateral moves, man. I want to go in an upward trajectory. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep moving forward, not just keep going sideways or stay stagnant. Like, again, we won 9 games last year. So if we won 9 or 10 games this year, we didn't do nothing. In my opinion, if we win 9 or 10 games this year with Tyreek and Armstead and the 3 running backs we brought in and Cedric Wilson, and you mean to tell me that's basically going, we didn't even stay stagnant. We're taking 2 steps backwards if that happens.
Yeah. Yeah, that is. That's why I say that particular record is unacceptable.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Crypto. How can you sell this fan base a 9-10 win season and then turn around and sell us Terron Armstead, Tyreek Hill, Sony Michel, Cedric Wilson, Connor Williams? Like, how you gonna sell me 10 wins with those improvements that we brought in? But last year we got rid of a coach that won.
Molly Mall asks questions for Culler. Do you think Miami is willing to trade for Payton because he technically is still under no control? It's to my understanding that they do still have control over him as far as who speaks to him and stuff like that.
Yeah, they have control, so they have to trade for him, and the Saints have to be willing to trade for him.
Right, and there has to be compensation to the Saints, too.
Yeah, but I don't know if the Saints want to trade him. I think he's untradeable, to be honest, but...
Right on.
And then my other thing is this, too. I don't want, I'm at the point in my life with the Dolphins that I don't just want just a Super Bowl, but I want us to be a winning team. Period. I mean, I want us to be able to go to the Super Bowl or the playoffs
For the long haul.
Again, I mean,
Yeah.
maybe maybe I'm being too greedy, but that's
No. I want to
Hyperbole.
win. I'm with you guys. I want to win for the long haul. I want everyone to see us for the next
exactly.
20 years. Like,
That's
put
why I was a
respect.
fan of McDaniel, because I feel like he can be that guy. Like, if getting a retread like a Jim Caldwell, like, yeah, he'll win us some games, but how's his health? And he's up there in age. Like, a younger coach could, like Sean McVay, like, the Rams are going to be a winning franchise for a long time.
Yeah.
Real long time.
That's true.
They're gonna be competitive. They will be in the conversation.
Yes, they will always be in the they will be in the conversation for a long time, because I think he's younger than McDaniel even is. So yeah, they will.
What about
I think he was like 34, 35.
36.
Yeah, but if we brought in Sean Payton next year, that would be our long-term answer at quarterback or head coach. To Culler's point, like, Culler's just tired of going in the carousel. But again,
But he's also got to want it. Like, I don't want a coach that is not all in football. Like, he said no this year because he was burned out. Like, will he still be burned out? I don't know.
What if he tell you he wants a 10-year contract?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think Sean Payton was burned out, or do you think Sean Payton was burned out when he realized Drew Brees wasn't walking in that door no more? Let's just be honest.
Yeah, Drew Brees
I think
was out the door.
not having Drew
right.
Brees played a part in it, but also he's been a coach for a long time. He's had success. He's had some non-success. So I feel like he just needs 1 year to just reflect.
Exactly, and we're going to give him that.
Fangio.
We're going to give him that 1 year.
Good point. Could have been our defensive coordinator because we were really pursuing Vic Fangio, but I feel like he as well just wanted to take a back seat for a year. So, same with Sean Payton. I just feel like obviously not having Drew Brees had something to do with it. Like, if he had a prime Drew Brees, he's not leaving, but he's got if he's not 100% in the football, then he does need to take, a year off and just take a breather and reflect. And hopefully when he has love for the game again, then he'll come back a great head coach for anyone.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yep.
I was excited a couple months ago when I.
You're breaking up,
Iceman. So, Russell, welcome to the panel, bro. Give us some levity to this nonsense we're talking, man.
I literally just walked into the ass end of this conversation. All I heard was Sean Payton. So are we discussing this?
Yeah, I walked into Sean Payton conversation.
The reports that he wanted to come. Not that he wanted to come to Miami necessarily, but that Miami, for all of the criteria that Payton desires in his next job, Miami fits checks all the boxes. And how that would affect McDaniel and what our plans are for him. There's those of us that want the carousel to stop, even if it means letting McDaniel fail a couple years and riding with him, or then there's those of us that believe that Payton is like a Deshaun Watson type. It don't matter what you got going on, you get him if he's available, that kind of thing. So what's your opinion on all of it, if any?
But yeah, I personally just don't think Sean Payton was ever coming to Miami. I think that was a straight out rumor. I think if it wasn't going to be McDaniel, it was going to be John Harbaugh. Even if the rumors about Tom Brady are true and there was a possibility of him coming, it would have been him and Harbaugh. Payton to Miami makes sense in a lot of ways because Tua is essentially very similar style of quarterback that he's already, coached for a decade. So I kind of think that the whole conversation is kind of moot because even if Tua's not our guy, which I believe he will be, I think McDaniel is going to get a second year and he's going to get to pick his own quarterback. With that being said, John Harbaugh's already signed off on Michigan for God knows how long, so he's not going anywhere. And Payton, I think he's going to end up in Dallas. If he does leave, I think he's going to stay in the NFC. So I'm not as... I like Payton. I think he's a hell of a coach. I would like him in Miami, but I'm satisfied with where we're at right now, and I want to see how this plays out because I would rather have 20 amazing years with Mike McDaniel versus another 5 to 10 with Payton, and I don't see Payton being a head coach for another 20 years. I could be wrong, but that's how I look at it. I would rather have, I would rather have a Don Shula type that's been with the team, for decades. And Mike McDaniel's young enough, as long as he can continue to be successful. Obviously, we have to establish if he is the right coach for this team, which again, I do believe he is. But the proof has to be put in the pudding. So essentially, I'm good with where we're at, and I kind of think that talking about Sean Payton is just something to keep us entertained from boredom at this point, because it doesn't really matter to me one way or the other.
Okay, Russell, and you make a great point, and that's logical, man. Like there's not even no pushback. I would just ask you a
That's
question.
exactly what I would have said, Lewis.
Right. And listen, Russell makes a great point, and I completely understand Russell, but I would just, and again, this is not even no pushback because I agree with you. But my question to you would be, let's say we go 10-7 this year, right? Let's just say, and 10-7 doesn't get us into the playoffs, right? Because the AFC is so tough. And let's just say that is no rumor. We hear it out of Sean Payton's mouth. I'm coming back to coach, and my number one destination. Now I'm saying he just says Miami is my number one. You as a fan of the Dolphins for all the years that you've been a fan, would you take that? With everything being equal at 10-7, not making the playoffs. Now it's a winning record, and we've seen some good things from McDaniel, but would you take that offer if Sean Payton came out and said he wanted to be the head coach of the Miami Dolphins?
See, that's a compounded question. And the reason why I can't just say yay or nay is because it depends on how we got to 10-7. If it was because Tua underperformed, the offense underperformed, and it was due to coaching that we excelled and won an extra game compared to last season, then that is going to be a more challenging response. If it is simply because he had all the right pieces and couldn't get more out of the team and couldn't get more wins, then that falls on the coach. And then, I would entertain Payton all day. But if it comes down to players and execution that is not coach based, then I'm going to say we keep Mike McDaniel and we roll with whatever we need to change moving forward.
That's fair. Hey, that's fair, man. I appreciate it. That's fair. You see. And me and Russell just had a normal conversation, and I might not agree with it, but again, I'm not screaming at Russell or nothing like that, so I appreciate that answer, Russell.
Did you also notice that I put context behind my answers, though? There's got to be context with it, because it's not
how you get to 10-7 matters.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And Russell, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
You said that possibility he could go to Dallas. I find that very hard to believe, because Sean Payton strikes me as a guy who, he's not a control freak, but he really wants a lot of control because obviously he's earned it. So
they would have to.
With Dallas, do you think Jerry Jones would give him that? Because I don't think Jerry Jones would give him that.
I don't think so. The Jerry Jones element, right?
I'll tell you right now, my honest opinion, I personally think that he would. Because I think Jerry knows that his time is short, right along with Stephen Ross. And I think winning actually does. Look, Jerry Jones should never have been a general manager. He's an owner. He shouldn't really be involved on the football side. But I do see the
spotlight. We all know that.
Yeah, well, I get that. But he does have a passion for the football side, and he does want the team to succeed. So I believe that the intentions are good. I just think the execution has been poor for his end of things in terms of seeing talent from a drafting perspective. My thing is I think Jerry Jones. I think Jerry Jones would be willing to give him that kind of power and kind of take a step back to get Payton in that building, because I think that's one of the few coaches he would actually be willing to bend a knee to some point.
Don't forget, there was Los Angeles mentioned too.
Which I tell you right now, Los Angeles makes a hell of a lot of sense for Sean because he would have Herbert. It would be a fresh young quarterback. Dak, you kind of know what Dak is, I think, at this point. We haven't actually seen Herbert's ceiling, just like we haven't seen Tua's ceiling. I do think we have seen Burrow's ceiling, but I think I think he can improve in certain areas to maybe adjust his ceiling a smidge. But I think overall Joe Burrow is Joe Burrow. I think Herbert's still got room to grow, and I think Tua's still got room to grow. With Dak, I think we're past that point because to me, he's a veteran quarterback now. He is no longer learning anything. He is just refining and tooling his own crafts at this point. So I think Los Angeles would be more intriguing for Peyton, especially with all the talent on that team. You would be crazy not to want that job. The issue with going to Los Angeles is I don't think that they're going to go one and done with Joe Staley like they did with who was their coach? Wasn't Pep Hamilton? He was the OC. Who was their damn coach? I don't even remember who their coach was. I should tell you how much I pay attention to the Chargers outside of Herbert. But
Anthony
yeah,
Lynn. Anthony Lynn.
Yes, Anthony Lynn. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anthony Lynn was one and done after a year. I don't think that Joe Staley is going to be put in that position. I think he's going to be given at least 2 seasons. It really just depends on what they do record-wise. If they win 10 or 11 games, it's going to be hard to fire a coach with 10-plus wins on his resume, especially a first-year coach. That is extremely difficult to do. Look, we didn't even fire Flores after going 5-11, and honestly, if they chose not to win those games and they did what they technically should have done, which was, win one game, and actually failed the season the way they should have. I don't know if Flores would have made it past year one. It's all based on performance within the season. So and also I can tell you right now, GMs get feedback from players on how they respond to coaches, and they can see things inside the building. A lot of it's internal. So honestly, we're not going to actually physically see the answers to these questions outside of maybe some media stuff, and who knows if that's even actually accurate. So it's just there's really no way to determine where Sean Payton's going to go for sure. Yes, Los Angeles is a more intriguing location. I think Miami's a more intriguing location than Dallas. I just think Dallas is looking for that head coach.
Apparently the golf is a real issue there. They, the Barry Jackson article was emphasizing that pretty heavily.
Yeah, but
that the golf is a real issue. That he wants to go to a place that has good golf.
Oh, Sean Payton said
that's
that?
no joke. That's no joke. That's what the article was saying.
It wouldn't surprise me. It's one of his hobbies. He could, you know what? Could you guys just imagine? Now, look, if we actually have a bad, let's say this, because this is very possible. Tua could shine this year and we still have a losing record. It's very possible. Like he could throw 28 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, have a pretty solid big year 3 jump, and Tua not be the problem and it still be the coaching.
No, Russ. Let me stop you right there, Russ. Let me just, because this is where I am going to push back a little bit, because you brought up Dak Prescott, right? And you said you're fully sold, like you feel like you've seen the upgrade. Well, see, it's just opposite between Dak and Tua, because Dak and Tua are the same. The problem was, when Tua came in, when Tua came in, Tua had nothing around him, right? That's what everybody wants to say. He had nothing around him. When Dak came in, he was putting up great numbers, going 13-3, winning the division. But when the shit started hitting the fan in the playoffs, he couldn't uplift Dallas. Right. And now that he's losing players and losing that running game and losing that offensive line, now it's going back to the 8-8, the 9-8. He's good enough to win you games, just like Tua. He's good enough to get you into the playoff. But again, that's why Dak is not one of those guys neither. Tua's not like Tua's of course he's gonna put up good numbers this year, but is it because Tua's taking that jump, or is it the players around him? See, that's where everybody fell in love with Dak.
And you have to look at all that. But see, here's the other thing. Even when Dak first came in, he still had a running game. He had Ezekiel
I agree
Elliott.
with you. Yes.
I mean, here's the
he was
thing.
winning
Technically,
13 games, but that doesn't mean he was a franchise guy. That was just the productivity around him, the players around him. Now everybody said, "Oh, because of those first 2 years, Dak Prescott, he's my franchise quarterback." What has that got in Dallas? Those are, again, we talk about numbers. All those numbers that Dak Prescott puts up, those are empty calories. Because at the end of the day, he's getting one and done in the playoffs. He's not getting anything done.
I agree.
well,
Can I
see,
say something? You see what I'm saying?
I got
So
some pushback for the whole Dak Tua comparison. Number one, Dak should technically be a better quarterback because he's more giftedly talented naturally. He's a bigger body quarterback. He's more athletic. He's got a stronger arm. But I'll tell you what, Tua is more accurate. In my personal opinion, he is more accurate. The other thing I'm going to say is Tua's never been in a playoff game, so we can't judge Tua in that aspect.
Yeah, but there's a reason
how
for
much
that,
more
Russell. I
accurate
want
do
to
you
give
think he
a
is from
chance
Dak?
for Molly Mall to speak. We haven't seen you too many times up on the panel.
I'm sorry.
How you doing?
I'm good. I just wanted to come on. I know it's a Dolphins conversation, but I heard the Cowboys conversation.
Oh, that's okay. We welcome all around the Fins tailgate. Just be mindful that during the season we might not be as cordial.
I won't be here during the season. I'll be on Dallas. But the Dak and Tua comparison is way overblown. Dak is a fourth rounder, and he didn't come in with talent. All we had was Zeke. On our outside, we had no wide receiver. We can't name a wide receiver on that team. We got Amari Cooper the year after.
Same thing with Tua. We didn't have a receiver until the year after.
Then the Sean Payton thing. Sean Payton is heavily linked to Dallas. Heavily. We tried to get him this year, but we couldn't fire McCarthy because of his contract. After next year, we can fire him.
You think Jerry Jones is ready to finally put down the reins, or what?
From what I heard and from what Dallas and all reports came out, we was willing to give up our first 2 draft picks this year if we can get rid of McCarthy's contract.
Right.
And like I said, if they're willing to do that, then Jerry Jones is willing to so-called bend the knee to him and give him the power. And that's exactly where I was going with it. See, I also have a very close friend who's a Dallas Cowboy fan. So that's why I'm thinking that I wouldn't be shocked in the least if Sean Payton is their head coach next season. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, we only didn't fire McCarthy this year is because of his contract. Next year we can fire him and don't have to pay him anything because it's not guaranteed after his 3rd year.
And ain't Jerry Jones getting ready to pass on the team to his son anyway?
Huh? No.
Ain't he getting ready to pass the reins to his son?
Yes, but the misconception is Jerry Jones is the GM. Jerry Jones is not the GM. His son runs the team. His son is the GM. Jerry Jones is just a name that people throw out there and say he's the GM. If you look at our last 6 drafts, it's his son that ran the draft. From Dak and Zeke all the way up until now, his son ran the draft. His son owns the cap. That's why we got rid of Amari Cooper. People think we got rid of Amari Cooper because we didn't have a cap space. We got rid of Amari Cooper because he was no longer a number 1 wide receiver in our squad.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that's what I've been trying to say all along.
Plus, you gotta pay Ezekiel
that up.
ridiculous money. That's why. So you got to get rid of somebody.
So Molly.
So
go ahead, Batman. I'm sorry.
I wanted to say, so the Sean Payton stuff, like, I don't know if you guys remember, we reported this 4 months back that he was linked to Miami. As far as after he officially took the job in Fox, that's when the rumors started coming out about he's going to take that 1-year break and end up on the Cowboys. But don't get it confused. Miami is one of his top choices as well. I mean, it's leaning into the Cowboys more than anything, you know? It does.
I'm not saying Miami is not a top choice. If he go to Miami, y'all going to a divisional championship. Might not be a Super Bowl. I can guarantee you getting past the second round.
Facts.
So
y'all have the pieces to get there. The only biggest question is y'all think is the quarterback.
The proprietor of our great network, El Capitan, texted me a question for you. So tell us how you're from your perspective and your fan base's perspective. Like, how do you guys view our quarterback situation? Strictly from as if from another fan's perspective and another fan base.
Shit, he just told you.
Okay, if the Cowboys played the Dolphins,
not in comparison to Dak. I'm saying in general.
I'm not going to compare. If the Cowboys played Miami this year, I wouldn't be worried about y'all offense at all. Even with Tyreek Hill in the offense, I wouldn't be worried because we have pass rushers, and I watched Tua. Once he gets hit 3 or 4 times, he's mentally out of the game.
Big facts.
So we can get to him 3 or 4 times, he's mentally out of the game. It's like Sam Darnold. He sees ghosts. And then we have a corner that jumps the ball, jumps routes. So all them lob passes and all them screen passes, Diggs is taking that to the house because he jumps routes. That's why he gave up the most yards.
It's interesting perspective.
He plays outside the line. And
it's funny.
Most corners plays inside the line.
Perspective tells you about it. It probably hits a little harder when
But this is the thing, though, Lewis. I say it, but you guys say no. I'm making excuses. You get to Tua. It don't matter who you got as a receiver. It don't matter what you got as a defense. You get to Tua because the O-line sucks. It's over. It's over.
That's not it. There's plenty of quarterbacks that get hit a couple of times, Batman. He just said after 2 or 3 times he's rattled.
Right.
Don't tell him he's wrong. He's a Dallas fan. He's right for how he views.
If you get to a quarterback even with a good offensive line.
That's how you stop this offense. That's how you stop this
They have
offense.
no fear.
Right, yeah, you did say that, Batman. You stop a good offense
He
by
didn't say
making the
hurt.
quarterback
He said he gets in his head.
dirty.
That's how you stop
in his
Tua,
head.
man.
With a good
That's
pass
it.
rush.
That's how you
Well, the Giants
stop
did
it.
that against the Patriots offense in the Super Bowl. We all know the blueprint. It's just a matter who has the blueprint.
I'm the Cowboys. I line up everybody on Austin Jackson's side, and that's it. It's game over.
Look, Batman. Batman, never let it go, man. Batman's never gonna let that go, man.
Let's line everybody
Line
on
it up to Austin Jackson.
Just put
Austin
4
Jackson's
men on
the new
Austin
Jesse
Jackson's
Davis.
side.
Austin Jackson,
Batman's never gonna let that one go, man.
Let's put 4 men behind Austin Jackson.
One more thing.
The new Jesse Davis.
Yeah, exactly, Captain.
Go ahead, Molly Mall.
One more thing. I know y'all get on y'all offensive line, but Austin Jackson's not the problem when y'all face things. They're going to blitz the strong side, which means Armstead is going to get most of the blitzes because he's y'all strongest guard, y'all strongest tackle, which means the linebacker is going to come off the blitz. He's either going to blitz the gap or he's going to blitz on the outside of Armstead, which means Armstead's going to have to make a choice. Is he going to pick up the linebacker? Is he going to pick up the end?
Ooh.
Then you don't have a block.
Weak side.
You don't have a blocking running back, so Armstead is fucked from the start.
No, well, we got Alex Ingold though in the fullback position. I think that's gonna help out.
He'll show up that side.
He's not going to block a DN. A DN is going to run him over.
Nah, not really.
I don't know, bro.
I wouldn't say that.
He's pretty.
I wouldn't say Alex
pretty
Ingold's
aggressive,
getting run over
dude.
by nobody.
He's pretty
That's pretty
aggressive.
big, man.
Maybe
That's pretty
a
big
pass
guy.
rusher,
He's
but
a
not
big
a
stud.
linebacker. Not a line.
Left side. Strong side.
I was waiting for that video. That was a good
Nice.
one.
I was too.
That was perfect time. I was waiting on that.
They're going to shift. They're going to shift all their lines to the strongest side. They're going to shift all their lines because ain't Tua left-handed?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're going to shift all their lines to the left-handed side.
They want to rush. They want to rush into his face rather than coming from his blind side.
Blind side. So you're trying to tell me
I
that's
would
basically
say,
saying Tua can't read the defense quick enough. Why are you saying that? What makes you think he can't read the defense fast enough to get rid of the ball?
Wants you to do.
It's on tape. It's on
That's how
tape.
he steps up.
Okay, I just want to know where you was coming from.
Man, boy.
I just want to know where you was coming from with that because that would basically mean our quarterback can't read defenses.
If he throws to the right, if you actually look at it, half his passes are incomplete or intercepted. And I
bitches.
if he throws to the right outside the numbers. Only time it's completed if he throws inside the numbers to a tight end. Anything outside the right,
that would happen though.
You ever
That would
had a
happen
chance
though.
attacking him from his blind side. I don't know.
But
if
Molly,
tackling from
that
his
would
strong
happen if
side
you
is a
got
good idea.
1.4 seconds to throw the ball.
Hey, yo,
1.7.
Chris.
That's what would
I
happen.
wouldn't say
You know
that's
what
a
I
good
mean?
idea to constantly attack somebody
So
from the
Batman,
blind
I have to
side.
ask you, like you always ask me, where are you getting this 1.4 seconds from? It's 2.1.
Right. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me say something.
1.4 is
Yeah, I'd like to hear
Hold
from
on.
Q. Go ahead, Q.
Hold on.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Q.
yo, Chris, how dare you bring a cowgirl up here and agree with everything he says, bro?
I just
How dare
asked.
you
I
bring a
just
cowgirl
wanted
up here,
to
bro?
We didn't
hear
agree. We
his
had to press him on
perception.
his perception. Yeah.
I just want.
Everybody love everybody. Come on.
I need perception, bro. That's it.
You
I
know,
just
you
want-
know that cowgirls are the most delusional fans in the NFL, bro.
That ain't
You
no
gonna bring
lie,
that
bro.
fool
Sorry,
here and
Molly
let-
Mall. He
That's
got
not a
you
lie.
on that, Molly.
Deck my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
The Patriots fans are.
No, I don't know. I have to agree, Molly Mall. I mean, y'all will be 2-0. Y'all will be 2-11. Saying
y'all
we're
are
going to the
delusional,
Super
bro.
Bowl.
Yeah, but
Ain't
you
no
guys
way
talk
you gonna bring
playoffs
this
every
man
year.
up here and agree with what he
You talk
says.
playoffs every year. You get smacked in
Ain't
the
no
mouth
way, bro.
first quarter in the playoffs. Don't give me that either.
And every year y'all
They
get
have
a
a hard
Super Bowl.
time managing the clock.
Yeah, but
Cowboys
you
can't
talk.
manage the clock.
You talk Super Bowl every
Hold on,
year.
guys.
Get
Hold
smacked
on,
in the
guys.
mouth.
That wasn't the
We
point
do-
of the
we do appreciate
exercise.
him coming up
Exactly,
with a
Chris.
That
plan.
wasn't
You
the
did
point
right,
of the
Chris.
exercise. All I wanted to
No.
know is how him, as someone biased outside of the division, facing the Dolphins, what
And
they
he don't
view
have
from
to
our
answer
It was a
quarterback.
great question, Chris. Great
Yeah,
question.
I needs that, yo. I needs more of that. I know how you fools feel. You guys think that it's gonna happen no matter what, and that's
We
good.
need.
Oh, and by the way,
We need to know how they're going to scheme against us. That's all.
Hey,
He just told us.
You know,
Yeah, he
Tua's
just
a
told us.
diehard.
That was just supposed to be an answer. Put pressure on the quarterback.
That's the same shit I've been saying, bro.
That's how you
know
scheme
Tua's a
against any of
diehard
these Dolphins.
Dallas Cowboys fan. You know that, right? That Tua's a diehard Cowboys fan. You know that, right?
What? So you're telling me he's gonna throw the game against the
I'm-
Cowboys, Batman? Are you
telling
saying
you.
that, Batman?
I'm
Damn.
telling you.
Batman.
I'm just
Holy
telling you
shit,
right now.
Batman.
There was those
We're gonna
rumors for
throw that
Dak
game.
Prescott on draft day. There was rumors at draft day for Dak Prescott because Jerry Jones wanted that pick from Miami. Miami gave him the middle finger. But I'm just letting you know. Just giving you a heads up.
Well, that was the
So,
right thing for Miami to do. I
Sean
don't like that
Payton
neither.
and
Nice
Tua
way to say
goes.
Tua's going to give us an inside job. Way to go, Batman.
So what you're
Tua's an
saying?
inside
So what you're
job.
saying, Batman? By this time now, in another universe, Molly Marr would have been rooting for Tua.
Yeah, and Sean
So
Payton. Sean Payton.
He's talking on both sides of the mouth right now. That's what he's doing.
He would have been a Tua nigga.
Tua wouldn't have survived in the Dallas fan base. We killed Dak. Tua wouldn't have survived. They would have cut. They would have
Yeah,
cut
Batman,
Tua.
do you hate Tua or something, Batman?
Yeah, what's going on, Batman?
Who hates Tua? I'm just reiterating everything I hear.
Hello there. Hello there. I am Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Batman, you've been excommunicated from
May
Tua
the
now.
Force be with you always.
So I have
My young Padawan, Anakin.
Hey, the biggest Tuaneers just showed up. The biggest Tuaneers in the building.
Oh, yup. What up?
I sense the darkness in you,
What
sir.
up, bitches? What's going on?
I sense the darkness in you.
Who is this?
Are you? You don't know the
That's
power.
Alex. That's Alex.
Oh, that's Alex. That's not all these.
No, Alex. My name is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, the biggest Tuaneer is.
Bummer. Huh? This is a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
Ain't no way in hell you Obi-Wan Kenobi, bro. You sound minority, bro.
Oh no.
I have the biggest house. I catch you guys in the garbage right
Hey, somebody got
TV land.
somebody got a TV
background.
in the background. Yeah, somebody got
Somebody
a
got
TV in the
TV
background.
land. They listen to Antenna TV or something.
Oh my.
They're gonna get us
I
copyright
sense
strict.
such darkness in you, Batman.
Copyright strict. Wait, did I say that right?
Hey, Molly, by the way,
Copyright
you know, listen, we love that you come on these panels, man, and talk your favorite team. Like, you know, we all clown around, but at the end of the day, like Culler was
bro.
like,
Oh, you left.
yeah, it's all love here, man. It's all love here. We just mess
40%.
around, you know.
It's all love.
Just to let you know, Molly.
So
When we
I
banter,
call
we
it's
just want to
banter,
hear
bro.
it. We just want to hear the perspective from somebody that doesn't have to answer to TuaNon.
Yeah, we needed to hear
Exactly.
it from a different fan, big time.
Right.
There you go. Good
Well, in a
observation.
sense, Culler, everybody has to answer the two line. You just choose who does.
Yeah, that's
No,
true,
but-
Batman.
Damn, that was
Good.
a
Hey,
True,
can somebody
Batman.
can somebody get
That's
hey can
pretty much
somebody
what
go
I
get
got worked up for him. I gave him a hell of a deal on that.
hey can
someone's
somebody
got
go
some
get
TV
EM
on.
for me, man? I want to go talk to EM. Can somebody go get him
Right.
for me,
Hey,
please?
Russell, I'm sorry. You were a little low there. I couldn't hear you.
Nah, I've been texting with EM's probably working.
I
He's
want to
working.
chop it up with him. I want to chop it up with
yeah.
him. And just
He's
throw
working. EM's
no,
working.
like water under the bridge, like water under the bridge. You know.
Am I right, bitches?
Bro,
I
want you all. I'm gonna
overrated
wait.
him.
Hold on a
Just say
second, guys. I'm gonna play this meme again, and I want you all to pay attention to the girl on the very far right, and watch how much she buys into the whole thing. Her facial expression is priceless.
Am I right, bitches?
Like she totally bought
I
in,
think
man.
they would be fucking thrilled if we get that job. I think we'll go.
What's that, Russell?
I think Russell's on the phone with somebody.
Yeah, I think
He's
Russell's
cursing somebody out.
That's probably why I can't hear him as much.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
he's
he's
talking
Russell,
to.
I'm just gonna stick
he's
you on mute till you're done with
he's
your
cursing the crap
conversation.
out of somebody. Russell's literally
Right.
telling somebody off.
Hey, Batman. Hey, Batman, you want to get EM on? All you got to do is just say something good about Baker. Just say something positive about Baker. You'll get EM on.
You know what? I'm gonna do a solid. I'm gonna do a solid. EM, you dead wrong by saying those comments about Tua and the golfing, man. You dead wrong. Come over here. Let's talk it up, bro.
What did he say about Tua and golfing?
Oh, that's what started this whole thing about a month ago. EM said that he didn't like the fact that Tua got on the golf course, the whole thing before the game. Remember the Ravens game last year, all that, and he can't respect that. And my thing is like I don't care if you know, no, excuse my language. I don't care if you're taking a shit before the game. I don't care if you go to the movies. I don't care if you're building Legos. That's your time. You do what you want on your time. So EM said it was different, you know?
Coco. Who's playing Coco,
I don't
man?
know, Batman. I mean, I get what you're
Tua playing
saying,
Coco Melon.
but
That
that's
was-
kind of like
My
if
bad.
you're Lawrence Taylor. Yeah, you're
number
allowed
one
to
on
sit in the
Netflix.
parking lot and blow coke before the game. You know what I mean?
It's another Batman. I see Batman Pop also in that chat.
Oh, Batman Pops is the person I get confused by because he's the Tua hater. And everybody,
I think, you know, Batman, and I'm just going to ask you to, you know, it's just take it for what it is, but you have to, I would just ask you to be fair in your thought and remembering that, like, starting quarterback in the NFL is, as a job, is much more than your performance on the field. And a lot of it has to do with how you present yourself, the optics, all of that. It's being being aware. Like, everybody knows what the narrative is on the golf thing. So to be going golfing and to be proud of it and put it out there on game day.
Well, call it petty, call it whatever you want to call it, because he was trying to stick it. He was trying to make a point. Call it whatever you want.
Let me reply to Culler, bro. Like you said, it's how you present yourself, not how people want you to present yourself.
Right, but what I'm saying is that retaliation that Batman's suggesting is petty to me.
Right. Yeah, it is petty. It is petty. And it's also somebody that has a big ego that wants to throw it out there. And that's the problem we have with Flores. Flores' ego. Well, Tua showed a little ego there. Does anyone have a problem with it?
It's especially petty for somebody that, let's be honest, has put up the numbers he's put up.
How you gonna compare Tua's ego to Flo's ego? Tua is the most humble guy ever, bro.
Facts.
Yeah, he ain't no rough rider like that.
You know that, boys.
Right.
You
Okay,
know that.
fair enough. Fair enough. So doing
he
what
showed his
Batman
ego
said
there,
was out of character for him, and that's why it was ugly.
So seeing that from Tua, man, that's just a little ray of sunshine.
Whenever he shows
he got
a little
that
bit
grip,
of like that, it's not Tua. Some of us like it, but then when he shows something that it's negative, we want to spin it. You get what I mean?
Again, negative is negative. I'm not talking about showing something different. I'm talking about showing something negative, and of course, it's going to be spun negative.
But what I'm saying is, to me, why is it negative? That's what I'm trying to
the
ask.
people that don't like it, if it's negative, if it's a negative connotation, the people that don't like it have the ability to spin it as negative.
So, in a sense, Tua needs to be established for him to do whatever the F he wants.
Well, let's be honest. I don't make the rules in the NFL.
I know, but that's not fair, Culler. You get what I mean? I'm not saying it's you, but that's not fair.
And
You get what I mean?
maybe it's not fair, but it is the way it is. It's the way it's always been. And it's the way 1,700 other players have to go about their business.
Like I'm sure.
So y'all want a quarterback who's a leader, who has a different temper. Oh, sorry guys.
Nah, man, you don't gotta say sorry, man.
A leader would have. Okay, it's like when somebody in baseball gets hit by a pitch. They don't sit there and complain about it all game in the dugout. They come back out in the next bat and they bomb a home run.
But what, in a sense, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, Culler, or anybody on this panel. In a sense, Tua can get away with that, but like a Patrick Mahomes can't.
But Patrick Mahomes hasn't done that.
But what I'm saying, if they both did the same exact thing, Tua would get.
We can't answer that because we don't know how Patrick Mahomes would handle it. If Patrick Mahomes handled it that way, I'd be in agreement. Yes, that was wrong.
Oh, so it don't matter who the quarterback is.
Mahomes.
You're saying it don't matter who the quarterback is. That's what you're saying.
It was just again, knowing what the narrative is, whether fair or not, he fed into that narrative. And then everybody has turned around and said it's unfair for anybody to, paint it that way. Remember, he didn't wear his eye black for that game either. He was not prepared to play the game. Even as a backup, you need to be prepared to play the game. And let's be honest, y'all can say, well, he came in and won the game. But I was at the game. And trust me, anybody could have done it.
Can I just finish what I was trying to say?
Culler,
Didn't
if
the
you were at
defense
the
score
game,
7 points in that game? Didn't Xavier Howard score?
Yeah, I think so. Or they got multiple sacks for sure on.
Well, no, I thought it was either an interception or a fumble.
Q,
that
what did you say,
Xavier
Q?
took to the house. Right?
No, I was trying to say that y'all want
what he was going to ask because I have a feeling I know what question he was going to ask. Go ahead.
I was just trying to say y'all want a quarterback who's a leader, who shows a very different temperament from what Tua shows, because it's not his person. It's not what he is, bro. That's not Tua.
Everybody wants a Josh Allen.
You want ego, bro.
That's what they want. They want a Josh Allen flicking off the.
You want a guy that has ego,
flicking
bro.
Everybody off. That's what they want.
No. What I'm saying is, if the narrative
I want a Josh Allen.
What I'm saying is, if the narrative was that he goes out on I-95 with his Maserati and drives without a seatbelt on at 110 miles an hour, if that was the narrative, and he was doing that on game day, people would have a problem with it.
Yeah, that's some stupid stuff right there. Yeah.
Hey, Culler, do you remember if you went to the game? Because I was at that game too. If you were at the game, you remember we found out Tua wasn't playing at least an hour and a half before game time. You remember that?
I would say earlier than that, yeah. But
yeah, what I'm saying, me too. But I'm saying we legit found out that he wasn't playing because I had him in fantasy, and he was my backup quarterback because I think Rodgers was out. And I was starting Tua, and we found out an hour and a half before game time.
I didn't play him in fantasy. I might have had one lineup just in case he came in. You know what I mean?
And I got screwed. I had to drop Tua because we literally found out an hour and a half before game time, that Thursday night football game, that he was going to be completely out.
Yeah, but again, he's still. Was he not dressed for the game?
He's still dressed.
I'm just saying, maybe the eye paint had something to do with it because he found out late. You know what I mean?
Well, what I'm saying is that, okay, that's fine too. That's fair enough. But what I meant was that him not wearing his eye black suggested to me, from not having any inside information, suggested to me that he did not expect to play the game.
Yeah.
And as a backup quarterback, if you expect people to take you seriously as a starter, and you're playing a backup role, you need to be ready to be the starter.
Yeah,
that's the point that people are making, Batman. I'm not trying to be unfair to him. I'm just saying the point that people are trying to make.
No, I get you.
And I don't think it's an unfair, unreasonable point. But it's also not unreasonable that, hey, that's how he rolls and he was ready and fine. We did win the game. I mean,
you're not expected to play. If you're not expected to play, then
Okay,
what,
but
bro? Why are you being blamed if you're not expected to play?
But Q, do you think that Tua's evaluation of Brissett was better than yours? You know why would he not expect to play?
I definitely know that all of our
because they called him out.
Brissett
The coaches were
But
saying
if he's the backup to Jacoby Brissett, and you all are so sure Jacoby Brissett is trash, wouldn't Tua expect him to be trash too? And
it was because he was hurt. That's what we were told, Culler. That's what we were told.
To be hurt. We don't know that, Batman, because they say
I know it's suspect. I know it's suspect too. I know that, but that's what we were told as a fan base, that he was still hurt, and that's why he couldn't play.
You talking about his first
situation where he
we're talking about the Thursday night football.
Held out of precaution.
Ravens
against the Ravens.
Yeah.
Because that first season he was hurt.
Yeah,
so Mr. Pog. So about 2 weeks ago, we got some news that apparently Tua wasn't hurt for that Ravens game, that we were told that he was hurt. That's why Jacoby was getting the start. That's what we're talking about. And then apparently we heard another rumor. We heard this about 2 weeks ago. I think Lewis was there. That Jacoby, there's a lot of noise, like somebody's playing with like a hurricane shutters.
It's crypto.
I think doing some work.
No, you're good. There's a rumor that came out that apparently Jacoby and Tua were in cahoots working together in that Ravens game to go against Flores. That's another rumor that came out 2 weeks ago. So Jacoby was never really injured. You get what I mean? That Big John supposedly never injured Jacoby, like he said he did.
To me, getting back at Flores would be balling out. I don't understand where all this whole idea that, you know, everybody can thumb each other in the eye, and like the only way to really do that is to play your game and fall out. I
could agree to that to an extent, but there's other ways you can stick it to somebody.
I get it, but that's precisely what I'm saying. Is
I would do what you're saying. That's what I would do if I was a quarterback. I would ball out. That's what I would do. But not everybody's like that, Culler.
I get it, but that's precisely what I'm saying, Batman. Leaders are like that.
Man, I hope we win this year. Damn, this.
Listen, you said it. You said it the other day, Iceman. 17-0 Super Bowl. We're going against either Philadelphia, the Bears, or the Cardinals. You spoke it into existence. Let's do it.
All the Bucks. All Tom Brady. We could take him down and get revenge.
A Florida Super Bowl. That's beautiful.
Yes.
Listen, and I love Iceman, and that's my brother from another mother. But he's dead wrong saying we're going 17-0, and everybody knows that. I love Iceman.
Hey, Lewis.
Lewis.
He's not the only one. Hey, Chachi came out and said 17-0 too. I got it on record.
Hey, the Batman. Well, I don't know Chachi, but I'm gonna tell Chachi the same thing. Chachi, I love you. You're my brother from another mother, but you're dead wrong with that take too. That don't come out here and say we're going 17-0. Come on, man. Come on.
But I asked the question again, hypothetically, if we do go 17-0,
it's a confidence booster.
If we do go 17-0, how would you guys feel as human beings? How would you feel? What would be the energy?
I would be unbearable. Nobody will be able to bear crypto. No one.
And all the fans will come back to that stadium running, just like the Miami Heat stadium did to the San Antonio Spurs. They'll do the same thing. They'll be like, "We're back. We're here."
They would have to shut Miami down for a whole month.
You would catch. I'm down here in Tampa, so I would have to take 75 to 95, but I would run my happy ass butt booty naked down 75 to get to 95.
Well, I'll tell you.
Go, Lewis. Get your birthday suit ready, Lewis. Get that birthday suit ready.
I'd be asshole naked, crypto, running down 75.
Right. We got to get the birthday suit ready.
I tell you guys this much: if we have a record like that and we win the Super Bowl, okay, 4 or 5 years from now, when Tua is struggling again,
we don't even.
There ain't nobody in their right mind that's going to convince me that he ain't the guy.
Yeah. Hey, Culler. Yeah. If this Dolphins team goes 17-0,
I'll be worse.
And we win a Super Bowl. I guarantee you, 2023, there will be a gold statue of Tua outside of the Hard Rock.
I guarantee you. Right, and 3 or 4 years from now, when he's struggling again, I will be worse than any 2-0 you can ever imagine.
Look at Andrevius. Look at Andrevius in the comments. Says Andrevius said 20-0 with ease. I see you.
That's what it takes,
I
right?
see you,
That's what
Drake.
it
Tua
takes.
will get
There
a
we go,
statue right
Drake.
next to Dan Marino.
20-0 with ease.
He
But
said
Lewis,
with ease. Yeah, bro.
We got it.
I got one thing to say to you,
See,
bro.
Russell
Lewis.
gets what I'm
Honestly,
saying.
like, check this
Well,
out,
go
bro.
ahead,
Like,
Iceman.
It'd be beyond Dan Marino. It'd be like,
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I would be the most insufferable 2-0.
That would be
if
like
that
Larry Tunsil status.
You
like
will be
that's-
you will be Alex squared.
Yeah.
If we go 20-0 and win a Super Bowl with Tua, people are going to owe me some apologies.
see, I mean, this is why I say
and
Lewis,
I'm not even
talking
accepting. I
about
won't
right
even
away.
go that far.
No, Russell, I'm not talking about right away. I'm talking about like 3 or 4 years from now when he's struggling and everybody's doubting again. I'll be the worst 2-0 you guys could ever imagine.
Because
I'd be
we
like,
all
"Are
will
you guys
know it
kidding
ain't
me?"
Tua.
Wait, I just want to say this to Lewis. I will tell you this. The reason why I say 17-0, bro, I have 2 takes on that. One, we can go to the AFC Championship game and lose respectfully, or 2, we can go and win the whole thing. And this is why I say they changed the new season league to 18 now, 18 games. So now we want to go 18-0 and perfect that. The reason why is because 50 years ago we did it. This is the 50-year anniversary, and it's called Golden Anniversary. The stadium even said it. They said a couple months ago, when you go onto Instagram and you go follow the Miami Dolphins, they even had it and they took it down. They said they put a 100 emoji and they put perfect, and then they said at Hard Rock Stadium. Then I had to do some research on that and say, why are they saying this? They took it down now. It's down, that emoji. And this is the 50-year golden anniversary. It doesn't come that often. We are the #1 greatest team of all time. And the only way you honor the greatest team of all time is repeat history all over again. History tends to repeat itself. That's why, bro. It's the
and like you mentioned, Iceman.
The cookies have crumbled, bro. I've seen this. You can call it a script. You can call it conspiracy. You can call it whatever you want. Paul Warfield, I keep going to that. Tyreek Hill, Paul Warfield. Paul Warfield played for Cleveland. They were winning Super Bowls at that time. They were actually in championship games, a lot of them. Then they traded for Paul Warfield. Then we got Larry Zonka from the New York Giants.
Guys,
before all
you know
that
who Iceman is for our fan base? It just dawned on me.
Nostradamus.
Nope. Iceman is our Charlemagne. He's the guy that's like, I'm going to restore the glory of Rome. You know what I mean?
Right.
And all he really did was create the Frankish kingdom. You know what I mean?
Right.
And call himself Roman emperor. Like,
I mean,
he's our Charlemagne. He's like, we're going to bring back Rome, everybody. We're going to construct it all back the way it was.
Iceman, if you tell me like your Super Bowl talk, I'm with you. I think my team has a chance to be a Super Bowl contender. But I have a better chance of winning the lottery than the Dolphins have going 17-0.
Have crumbled, but
hey, you never know, man. Tua for MVP.
Lewis, that was my point. We have a better chance of recreating all that than Charlemagne did recreating.
Yeah, right. I got you, Culler. I got you.
Tua, I trust, man. And look,
Yes.
to what Iceman says this, we never honored Don Shula when he passed away. Then what better way to honor Don Shula by doing it this year?
And I'm gonna
It's by
tell you
going
this real
undefeated.
quick,
Yeah, that
Lewis,
will be
and
the best
I'm very
honoring.
strongly and passionate. Everyone knows that I'm passionate about this. Check this out. You guys can call me conspiracist. You guys can call me this and that crazy, but check this out. I'm gonna hit you with some crazy stuff. Watch, check this out. They changed the new league to 18, right? If you add 8 + 1, it's 9. 9 now. We're gonna make our 6th Super Bowl appearance. We've been to 5. If you flip that 9 into 6, so technically speaking, it's numbers for me. It's a numbers game, so I see what it is. The patterns have lined up. It's 21 wins. We have to go 21-0.
Who the hell has never been able to argue with numerology, man?
And this is I go back to the Roman. I know y'all don't believe me, but I go back to it's called, I'm not going to say the name. If I said it, y'all wouldn't believe me. It's called gematria. And I do that and all that crap. And at the same time, Stephen Ross has been preaching that all roads lead to Rome. And like at the same time, it's our year. I really do see everything because the numbers are there. It's 21-0. That's how you go. Check the 2-1. Focus on this real quick. 2 Super Bowls.
Hey, Iceman.
One undefeated. Yeah.
Iceman, I understand Super Bowl. Yeah, I think Miami has a big chance to get to the Super Bowl. But 21-0, bro.
Yeah.
21-0 with a stacked AFC.
It would be
20 conference.
It'd be 20. It'll be 20-0.
Speaking to existence.
It would be 20-0.
It'd be 20-0.
Only 3 playoff games if you are undefeated.
Right. It's only 3.
Listen, you gotta speak it like LeVar Ball says. Speak it into existence, and then it happens.
I thought it was 21 because we have 18
No.
games now in the season, and then
No,
division.
No,
No, but
no,
it's
it's
17. It's
17
17
games.
games.
17.
With the bye week is 18
So
games.
you're
With the bye week is
saying,
18.
so you're saying he wanted his son to get traded?
He wanted his son to get drafted and by the Lakers, and it happened. Then
So
he said
two
that
win-
the second son, he said that the youngest was the best, and he wasn't lying. He wasn't lying.
And you guys
Batman.
said it better. You got, but Lewis, you just said it right there. 20 and 20 right there. So that's right there.
20.
1 and 2 twice. Two times you did
Batman.
undefeated. Twice,
Iceman's
right
good,
there.
dude.
has us
Iceman
winning.
adjusted his numbers.
Iceman has
so
us winning
good.
the Pro Bowl too. He's
He
got
had
20
this
more
one
to
though.
Hey, Batman.
Yeah, you got that on lock.
Batman. I hear what you're saying about talking to it, talking into it in existence. But if that was the fact, Baker Mayfield would be our quarterback because Pete's been talking about that for 2 years, and that hasn't happened.
Baker
So,
He says every quarterback is
That's a
better.
good point, Lewis.
I'm gonna tell you this, guys.
do that.
Lewis,
Tua would have had a 400-yard passing game.
and I go back
Pete
to
is
this
the only.
too.
Pete is the only
No,
person
he
in this fan
hasn't had a
base.
400 yards.
Pete
but
is
he-
the only
Lewis,
person in
hopefully
this fan
year.
base that's saying that we're tanking this year. He's
And
the
Lewis,
only
I
person
am-
in this
I am
fan
a-
base that's
I
saying
am
we're
Stay
tanking
tuned.
this year.
Stay tuned. I have a
Man,
prediction
again, you're
in
taking
line
it
with
out
the
of
Patriot
context,
game
bro.
about 400 yards. Stay tuned.
And
It's coming.
Lewis, I'm gonna tell
Stay
you this real
tuned.
quick,
Thinking
bro.
of it
Yeah, go Culler.
again, it's like an intentional walk. You have to walk the guy, but you don't necessarily want to walk him. So you throw him crazy pitches, hoping he swings at something, knowing he's not gonna. So you're intentionally walking him.
And Lewis, I'm gonna just say this real quickly. The reason why I say this undefeated season is this year is because also, yes, you could call me again conspiracist. I go back to the NFL 100 Super Bowl commercial that dropped. It fell out to script. To me, I see it as a beautiful business script. I know we love it as football, but to me, I saw it play out. And Donovan McSue touched that ball when Marshawn Lynch trouble that cake for the 100 and knocked over that ball. Everyone looked at that ball and said, "Oh shit, everyone's about to find out." So Sue screams at the ball with Christian McCaffrey and Mike Singletary taking off his glasses and falls to the fumble cake.
Wait, how did
to the
Christian
ball, and
McCaffrey get in this? How the hell did
he's
he
in the
do
Super
that,
Bowl
bro?
100. He's in the 100 commercial. The 100 commercial.
Oh, I
Christian
see.
McCaffrey, Mike Singletary takes off his glasses and looks staring at the ball, and Sue stares at it. They both, all three of them, pile onto that ball, and Sue touches it first and screams out, "Let's go!" He gets to be in the Super Bowl that following year against the New England Patriots when he was with the LA Rams before they changed
By
that
the way,
uniform.
hold on, Iceman.
And
And
then-
by the way,
yeah.
Batman, what I meant by that, to clarify, was that it's not that they're intentionally tanking. It's that if the whole thing goes to hell in a handbasket, they're planning that to be Plan B. You see what I'm saying?
Oh man.
Like they're already planning for that contingency as a real possibility.
And besides, what is Sue still a free agent or is he on the team already? Still, did he find a new team?
Not sure about that, but Batman, we'll find out as the first few games play out, because if we, if things are struggling, then we'll be able to go. We'll be able to know if Pete was onto something or not, based on some of the decisions they may make. If, let's say, we're 1-4, or if we're 2-3, or 4-1, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Hello.
Yeah, but I don't think we're gonna be getting rid of Wall.
Oh no, but I just wanted to say when Sue touched that ball, straight up. After that, guess who picked up that ball? Joe Montana. That ball rolled to his feet, and the 49ers went to Miami. A Cowboy fan, Michael Irving, screamed to him saying, "Joe, no," telling him, "Do not throw that ball in the air." Jimmy Garoppolo in the Super Bowl threw up
Do
that
we
ball
have
in
a
the
Super
air.
Bowl? Do we have a
And-
Super Bowl ring for Miami out of this anytime?
Yes,
at all?
watch this. It's gonna come to us right now. It's falling to
Okay.
us this year. Watch this. That's how freaky it is. Watch how freaky it gets. Watch this. Joe Montana throws that ball in the air. Jalen Ramsey tips.
Oh
Jalen Ramsey just
no!
won his Super Bowl.
He was
So
intercepted.
now check this out. Right after the ball lands in the air, I mean, check it out. Look. Joe Montana was in that there, right there, representing that we have next, right after Donovan McSue. We're going to be in Miami in the Super Bowl, but we're Super Bowl losers because I threw an interception, tipped it to Jalen Ramsey. Showed you basically what Jimmy Garoppolo did in Miami. He threw an interception wide over the 20 yards. The guy was wide open. You overthrew him for 20 yards and gave it to a Kansas City Chief, basically so they could take the knee and just win with Patrick Mahomes. Just how Joe did it with Jalen. Jalen tipped it. The following year shows you that Jalen got next to win the Super Bowl with Rams.
I
After
am
that,
so lost.
It's I know it gets crazier. The Dolphins.
Don't
turn
worry,
around.
Color. This is a mental game of the game Mousetrap.
It's crazy. Just watch the NFL 100. It falls to us this year, going back to back to back. It shows the Chicago Bears out of nowhere. That's why I say we might be going against the Bears this year in Arizona. You know why? Because Brian Urlacher, makes a stupid tackle and screams out to the ball saying, and he's screaming with his fellow alumni in the background. But Larry Zonko, Paul Warfield, and Larry Little turn around and start laughing with the new logo with champagne. You don't have champagne with the new logo. It wasn't the 1972 logo. It was our new one. And they laughed at the Bears saying, haha, we're going to run 3 straight and go and create a perfect season in that as well, creating the best dynasty of all time. That's how they're about to do it, creating it this year.
Iceman.
And then that's it. Just go look at it. It's all fallen. So far, it's fallen to its existence, and now I say it's our year. And every time people talk shit about Mike McDaniel, it's okay because he reminds me of a young Don Shula. Y'all can laugh at that. It's all good. I don't care when we win it this year. Remember who I was. It's all
Iceman,
good,
have you ever thought, Iceman, have you ever thought? Have you ever thought about writing stories, Iceman? Because that was a great story.
The imagination.
That was a great one. That's why I said we just went through a mental game of the game Mousetrap. Or the pool stick falls over the water bucket. The water bucket hits the brick down the alley, and then the alley hits the bowling ball. The bowling ball hits what's it called? And then all of a sudden the mouse gets caught.
There you go. There you go, Crypto. There you go.
There we go.
All right.
But to us, it sounds like
when it happens, it happens. And then hey,
if it does happen, man, I'm gonna call you the king of the world, bro.
I mean, I believe in week 1 through week 5. That's why once we beat all those teams, and everyone is already thinking we're going to go 1-4. That's why I say they're so used to us sucking for so long. It's over, but it's okay. I'm the crazy one.
Iceman, I need you on these panels. Iceman, I'm gonna need you on these panels after the 5th week of the season. I'm gonna need you up.
We're gonna need you, man. We're gonna need you straight.
I'm gonna need you up here, Iceman.
I hope it's not the 1-4 because then I'm gonna be eating crow and I'm gonna be crying my eyes out.
Hey, and you're gonna have a shoulder on me to cry on, Iceman, because I'm always gonna be here for you. But hey, because I love
NFL is lit says I stopped getting scammed by Miss Cleo in '98, bro. Never
right,
Miss Cleo.
Y'all wrong, bro.
I'm sending a check over to Sylvester Stallone's mom right now.
Nah, but I hand it to you, Iceman. I like your positivity with the Dolphins, man.
Yep.
I just stay positive, man. I have to, bro.
Hey, Mr. Paul, I gotta ask you, Mr. Paul. Has Larry announced the new Hall of Famer? Because I gotta tell you, bro, I stuffed the boxes for you, bro.
Well, I appreciate that, but no, I haven't heard anything about that.
Well, I hope you get in, bro.
Man, fuck Larry. What's up, everybody? Let me tell you about that piece of shit, Larry. I'm joking. You know what? When Larry's show first started his show, you know who was the only motherfucker on there that would come around? Me. Larry was there by himself on camera. I'm joking.
Who's here? What up, player?
Yo.
I missed out on that one. That's the fun. I missed out.
Listen. No, I'm actually telling y'all the truth. I was the only one on there. But no. This tweet that Jalen Waddle put out, man, what's up with that?
Oh, Estefan. Okay.
Is he trolling?
What did you put
I'm not on Twitter, bro. Let me know, sir.
He tweeted
goat. Iceman is definitely on to something though. He is, man.
I know.
I like it.
That's what I can't help but think.
I love it.
I like it.
Somehow he's probably on to something.
Hey, no, man.
That's why I say I love the game of Mousetrap.
He's not on.
I got a Mousetrap. I got Mousetraps all over the city of DC, man.
I don't think he's far off, guys.
That was on time, Crypto.
Iceman's like our version of what's the guy that paints the best picture for you?
Bob Ross?
No. What's the guy?
Hey, Estefan, let me ask you a question.
The guy that had the church that didn't let nobody in, but he tells you that everything's gonna be amazing in your life. What's that guy's name?
Hey, Estefan, who the hell wakes up at 7 in the morning and starts talking about space?
Oh, yeah, the Trinity?
How high are you, man, and drunk at that time, man?
What's up, bro?
Man. I like the space. I like the space that you do about space and Bible studies and all this stuff.
He's right.
But at 7 in the morning?
Oh, that's a good nighttime.
No.
Okay.
You're being disrespectful, bro. Try 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that. I saw that notification.
Well, people are coming from the
bro.
clubs at 3 in the morning. That's a perfect time.
Okay.
Well, it's
Have a
everything.
revival.
Space.
People don't club during the week.
It's a mix of everything, bro.
What are you talking about, CBA 3? The club all day. The city doesn't shut down in DC.
Oh God,
man, y'all don't be partying out there like that.
Orlando's
You
crazy.
went to Howard. You should know better than that.
I will tell you this.
I
I will say this.
I do know a little
I
bit.
will say this on record. Orlando's crazier than Miami. I'll tell you that.
Hey, Batman,
Yeah.
stop it. I'm not even gonna give you that. I'm in Orlando, right?
I know. Listen,
But
in Orlando,
I'm not gonna say it's wild. I'm not gonna say it's wilder than Miami. Miami.
I'm Kobe. I'm Kobe in Miami. In Orlando, I'm Michael Jordan. I'll just put it that way.
Hey, I'm sorry to cut y'all off, but
Oh,
Esther,
okay,
get back to
man.
that tweet, bro.
It's interesting.
Get back to that tweet. What'd he say, bro?
What was the tweet?
What was the tweet?
Jalen Waddle tweeted something.
What did he tweet? I don't
Yeah,
know.
he
What's going on with
tweeted,
Jalen Waddle?
He said, "I smell the
Zach
reincarnation
Wilson.
of Max."
Zach,
Max
Zach Wilson took all his wide receivers out to Idaho. You know, to have them practice with each other, and Waddle tweeted goat emojis.
He put 2 goat emojis.
Yeah.
Was he referring to Waddle and
Was he talking
Tua
about
with the
Waddle?
emojis?
Wilson? What you talking about?
No, the picture has Zach Wilson throwing the ball. There's nobody else in that picture but Zach Wilson.
Right. Yep.
Oh, maybe
Hey,
Zach Wilson
is
bought-
it
cryptic?
maybe he
Is
bought
he
a
saying
goat.
I'm not
Yeah,
trolling. What I
They
mean.
want it to be cryptic. They want it to mean something.
Oh my gosh, stop it, guys.
Now you
Stop
sound like Justin Zanuck. now.
Maybe
Y'all
he
reading
bought
too
a
much
he
into
bought
it,
2
bro.
goats.
Stop
Hey,
reading
what
the
do you
tea
mean?
leaves,
Stop
bro.
it.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
I
What do
thought
you
y'all
mean
were
seeing
done-
people like this
Only
that say
Iceman
stop
can do
it?
that, bro.
I thought
Look,
y'all were
look.
done with. I
When
thought
it's
y'all
sitting
were
in your
done with the
face,
Miss
what do you
Cleo.
mean?
I thought you were done
That
with Miss Cleo
means
vibes.
yeah. That means that Zach Wilson bought 2 goats for a farm that he's building up in New York. That's what that means.
Yeah, because Zach
2
Wilson
goats in the
definitely ain't the
farm?
GOAT.
That could be it. Maybe his mom tweeted that out. I don't know. Maybe she's trying to slim the service. I don't know.
Ooh, that's a touchy subject. That's a touchy subject.
I'm just saying. They never know.
Right, so what were y'all talking about
get
earlier
crypto
today,
started
man?
now.
What y'all been talking about?
Well, for the most part, we haven't gotten into a fight today. Nobody's gotten into a fight
Oh,
today.
that's
We're
good. Hey, it got
we
got a
rounded
little crazy
Iceman.
yesterday.
Hold on, CB.
It's
Hold
one
on
love.
just a sec, CB. We just rounded the 3-hour mark, so I want to encourage everybody to like and share. Subscribe if you haven't. Make sure you're checking us out on Tuesdays with Tonk 7, TMI Tuesdays at 9 o'clock. Myself, Thursdays or Thursday night with color commentary. Ali on Saturdays with Late Night Exhale, and El Capitan every other night of the week. You know the deal. We got gear, Finn's Tailgate gear. Check it out. Like it, love it, buy it.
Swag.
Show the flag. And also use the link in the description below for anything you might need from Fanatics. We have multiple ways to support the channel. As you all know, super chats. We got timeouts in effect, brought to you by the Capitan and Stephen D formulating that whole thing one lovely morning. And now it's taken off and everybody just gets to shut everybody down at their will. So that's cool.
Hit that like button and hit that like button right now.
Definitely hit the like button and
hit
share
that like
it too, because
button.
it gets more people in for you all to talk to. So you don't necessarily have to listen to CB's takes all the time.
Exactly.
But that all being said, CB, the question was asked, and I know that you've been trying to start something up. Have we gotten things off the ground yet? Do you want to give a plug for yourself? Send people to your channel. What do you got, man?
Yeah, we're in the works. I mean, it'll by the time we start next week, like by the time rookies report, we'll have some stuff up and going. But I'm just working with editing and doing some stuff right now. I got a friend coming by this weekend, and we're gonna shoot some B-roll for like the intro. So
right on,
it's coming together, man. Just
you already
slowly.
got the channel created for them for everybody to subscribe to.
Yeah. It's all right. I'll put it in the private chat for you to.
I subscribe to it.
I seen that clip. The setup is fire, bro. The setup.
Thanks.
He
Man.
got the best setup, man. That room is gold,
bro. Plus, your ass look like Suge Knight, so everybody gonna be scared, bro.
Here we go. Hey,
oh my goodness.
I get that all the time, yo.
Hey, CB, from back here, look.
That's
from
a
back
good one.
here,
Yeah, Suge Knight.
I can't see the images.
Or like
I'm on my
Sugar
phone.
Knight.
It looks like you got a skyline behind you. It don't even look like bottles. It looked like you're sitting in front of a hotel room.
Hey, stop it. Stop it.
Yo,
Stop
that's
it.
the
You're flattering me,
Yeah,
guys.
those balders, man. Hey,
Now he just needs a Brissett
Cinnamon like
jersey
That's
right
when
there in
been
that
in a
blank
smoke
spot.
shop.
You said a brisket.
That's when you've been in a
I
smoke
mean,
shop.
brisket. We
You
don't call
know,
it
though,
brisket.
you know,
Ice
CB,
man.
how
Ice
ironic
man.
it would be. You know, it
You're
would be
you're
like that would be your whole niche, dude. Is if you had a Brissett jersey hanging up behind you in that corner, people would
Yeah.
totally get it.
what happened, Esther? What?
Iceman, you should change your name to Inspirational Ice or something like that. Something to that extent. Just saying, bro. You like our version of Joe.
I mean, I'm
Joe.
always the positive one.
Yeah.
I know I sound
I'm just
crazy.
saying.
I get it, bro.
He's
I've
like
never
our
said this
version
in my
of
life,
Joe
but I
Hey.
know.
Osteen.
He's on to something, man.
Joel Osteen, that's
He's
a
on
good
to
one.
something.
It's not,
He's a,
Hey,
he's
I'm
a,
calling. I'm calling Super Bowl.
Joel
Man. Let's
Osteen,
get it.
that's a good one. Is
I appreciate you, CB.
I thought Stephen D had that title.
Anybody that speaks my
Hey.
team into a Super Bowl is a friend of mine's forever, man.
Exactly.
well,
Hey, and
no,
what I'm gonna do,
Stephen D would be
Iceman.
that guy.
Iceman, I've
Yeah,
always
I
said
thought
too.
Stephen D was the
Iceman, I've
What's up,
always
CB?
said that when the Dolphins win the Super Bowl, I mean,
Yeah.
when they go to the Super Bowl, I'm gonna have a huge Super Bowl party, right? I'm gonna have like a block party, and then I'm gonna have a big
Yeah, man.
ass Dolphins ice sculpture in like the middle of my yard, bro. And that shit's gonna be lit up. It's gonna be sweet. I can't wait to do that shit.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
I think
Man,
we
I'm
can't
gonna
wait.
invite
I
everybody
think
to
it's
my
gonna happen
house,
soon.
Slide, bro. Hey,
and I'm gonna
hey,
drink their
I
beer,
can't.
and I'm gonna be like, I drank for free.
This guy literally in the
wait.
middle of the
I'm gonna be
street
at the
laying
parade.
out. The hell's going on?
I'm gonna be in the parade, man.
Hey,
I'm
Hey,
going
some
straight to
people
that
some
parade,
people
man. I
do that
can't
in
wait.
Miami, Crypto. They lay down in the middle of the street to get run over on purpose, man.
I know.
I
What
see
the
that
hell is
shit.
this guy
All
doing?
right,
What?
all right. So
I
here
see
we go,
that.
everybody. Watch. You're at
Is he
32,
protesting?
right? So here's the link to CB's channel, everybody. Everybody pre-subscribe. We're gonna try to
Everybody
get you.
subscribe,
Hey,
We're
bro.
gonna try to get
if
you
you
to
Go show some
100 by
love,
the end of the show,
it,
man.
yo, if you could get
Go
me to
show some
100,
love,
so
bro.
I'm gonna do a big giveaway at 100 too. So
Hey, we're
I'm
gonna
gonna
do it
do
tonight too. I'll push that for you today. Let's
NFL
do it.
NFL Prism. I'm doing shirts. I'm doing all type of stuff for the.
Well, we
I'm
got
doing like
we got 65 watching right now, so that's dang close to 100 if everybody goes over there and subscribes.
yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
dope. That'd be dope.
That's right.
So,
Exactly.
Yeah,
If
so
that'd be a
everybody.
crazy
Miami
giveaway.
Miami
No, he's at
Dolphins
64. I've
tuxedo.
already subscribed already. So he
I
needs
see
Miami
32.
Dolphins.
Yep.
Miami Dolphins
30.
blazer.
35. See, we
36.
already got you 3, man.
Yeah,
Just subbed
appreciate
up,
that, man.
CB.
Y'all, hey. You said what, Ice?
I just subbed up, man. I see you, bro.
Oh,
Hey,
appreciate
the,
it, man.
The
Appreciate it,
stacks
man.
of the hey, whoa, I like
You
it.
know what it's about, CB. We'll always
Hey, you should watch that
it's
clip,
always
Iceman.
love.
That clip where we were just showing his setup.
Oh
Man, that
yeah, I
shit
think
fire,
Iceman
bro.
just watched it. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Man,
for
I
sure.
don't. I'm not
I'm gonna.
sure you and I have
It's
ever
nice.
agreed on anything going back to TD's streams, man. So, but
Hey
I'm
guys,
just
I don't
trying to
think
show
you.
you what's real. You know what I mean?
I don't think you guys have realized how long I've been around. I've been watching TD for a long.
Well, Batman,
ass
that guy
time,
got
yo.
pulled over, Batman.
Sometimes I
I
confuse you and T Rich, man. If you go back that far.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
hey, don't confuse me with T Rich. She's not a real Dolphin fan. Don't confuse me with
No,
him.
he's
That's
actually
You know what, though?
he's
now
an
I mess with
Alabama
T
guy.
Rich, my
Never
guy
come by
now.
the Finn's tailgate, bro.
He's a
T
good
Rich,
guy, but he's
T Rich, my
really
guy.
Alabama.
He cool.
Yeah,
But he's really Alabama. Yeah.
he's an Alabama guy.
That's why he don't come by.
Yep.
But
used to give TD a hard time.
T Rich does have some good. He does have some good Tua insight though. So I can't hate on him for that.
I mean,
CB, did I just see a gaming monitor? Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I'm on the Warzone all the time, man. Hit me
Yo,
up, man.
I
Come
got
on,
you,
stop
man.
playing.
Yes, sir, bro. I'll hit you up for that. We could do like a cross-gen channel, man, because that's what I do. For
Yeah. I'm gonna
Warzone.
put my number in a private chat because I definitely be on Warzone. I got a crew of cats
Gotcha,
I
bro.
play with. So
And Jubatron, if you're hearing, bro, it's been 3 weeks, man. We gotta do another. Yo,
I reached out to Drubatron. Nobody's heard from him in a bit.
Yeah,
I reached
man.
out to him.
The Discord has been disconnected for 3 weeks, something like that, offline. So I don't know what's going on with him. It's kind of.
Hey, has anybody heard from Todd?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
seen
I
him
seen
not too long ago.
Yeah, I've seen him in the comments.
a little bit.
Hey, Mr. Park, you asked about Florida-born Kentucky yesterday.
Yeah.
He was in the comment section earlier. Yeah.
yo, I haven't seen him in a long time either, yo.
Yeah,
he's
that's
been
what
on
I'm
and off.
saying.
He's been
Yeah, I haven't
cruised
seen him
by.
in a while.
I mean,
Yeah, I think a lot of
it
cats
is
are
off
hibernating
season.
right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
off season.
I think cats are hibernating, getting ready for the season. You know, this is the time where you spend that family time, you know, with the wife and the kids. Because I know on Sundays I'm about to be turned on Sundays. So
Right.
that's why I try to get it in right now so I can spend some time, enjoying the football, enjoying the NFL, because it gets crazy. Once it starts, it's like it's no stopping at that point.
Yeah.
TV.
24/7.
I'm not going to subscribe to your channel until you get to 999. That way, when I subscribe on the 1,000, and you got to tell me thank you.
Okay, I'll do that.
I just want to thank getting to 1,000 to Esta. He did it.
I just want to thank me that you got to 1,000. It's all about me.
Yeah.
Hey, Esther, you in a good mood today.
Congrats
man.
congrats on the channel, though, man. Congrats on the channel.
Yeah,
congrats on the channel,
I appreciate
though,
it, man.
Damn.
Thanks, man.
Hey, just be ready to be gatekeeped. So they'll be coming out and finding you, making sure you're gonna kiss the ring and shit, bro. Tell you what you're allowed to say. Get ready.
Color said he was gonna gatekeep. He said you can't. I didn't think he was gonna let me on
do
today.
it.
Yeah, you know what? It is. I am gonna gatekeep now. Color, you're right. Let's gatekeep this guy.
We gotta have a struggle session first.
Yeah.
You gotta have the struggle
First
session.
of all, CB, where does
the
your
struggle session
allegiance
first.
lie?
Need the struggle session started.
Is it the dark side? Is it the dark side?
Start swearing allegiance now.
That plug for your channel was total misdirection, man. We're
Oh,
coming
that's
after
all it was.
you.
Yep. Now
That's
you've
all it
already
was.
bought in. You didn't even know it.
See,
Hey, Batman.
we
Can-
can shut them off like a
Yo.
light switch, man.
Yo, that's
Right.
the crazy thing about the fence community. It is literally like one side or the other. I mean,
I'm
there's
saying, right?
Hey
there's
guys,
definitely
real
guys in
quick.
the middle, right? There's
Hey,
definitely
can you guys
in
give me
middle.
the can you guys give me the floor for a second?
Go ahead,
So-
Batman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go back.
All right, so listen, I spoke to Florida Board today on the phone. It was very disturbing. I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna say it here on the Fizz Tailgate. I'm gonna say it tonight on our episode. I was waiting for Ali to jump on so we could address this because Ali and myself we're not too fond of this been happening in our community, but the whole cyberbullying has started once again.
Oh,
Oh,
fucking
good.
Florida Barn got caught shrapnel, did he?
Florida Born is there's somebody in this community, he doesn't know who it is, that is messing with him and posting things about his family, his kids, himself on the internet, thinking it's a joke, and that's how people get hurt one way or another. I'm just being real straightforward.
It's ridiculous.
He is a family man.
That's
For him to be
ridiculous,
dealing with something like this is foolishness.
Yo,
absolutely
It needs to
ridiculous.
stop, man.
Y'all
It
need
needs
to
to
grow
You know
up.
what?
man.
I've been
mental.
victim of it too. I haven't said anything, but I was made aware of that type of stuff. I mean, listen, I've already been blacklisted all over Twitter from a bunch of people for reasons I don't understand.
It's the memes, man.
Bro,
the
it's
memes,
because
bro.
you think that Jerome Baker's the middle
if
linebacker.
you don't know that memes and that whole deal is what social media is for, then you're using it wrong, bro. You're doing it wrong.
Hey,
But
some people take that
there
shit too
has
serious.
been
man.
investigative and
That's
finding stuff and making posts
Yeah.
and things like that. It is
See, it's scary to
that's a
be on this
sad-
social media.
that's a
See, listen,
ridiculous.
I told them
Bro.
straightforward. I said, get the police involved. I know it sounds foolishness, but once you involve your family, man, and you start posting things about your personal family, your kids, you're crossing a line, man.
Florida Born,
And-
if you listen, you let
Dude,
us
I get-
know, dog. Everybody will have your back on support in any way you need,
Facts.
bro.
Yeah,
Any
we
way
don't
you
have
need,
a
dog.
Yes.
we don't
Yeah,
have
we
a
got you.
hacker. We don't have a hacker in the community who can find who that
Who
is.
says we don't have a hacker? Who says
Actually,
we don't have a hacker?
That's a
We
question.
gotta
Who
hire
says we
one.
don't have a hacker?
Not only
We
that,
gotta
hire-
not
yeah,
only
we-
that,
we
you know,
have 'em.
you know that they've hacked his phone.
I've done
They've
some.
hacked his phone, and all his phone calls are being forwarded to a number in
Yeah.
Miami. And
What?
what he's scared, yes, they've done it.
Yo, he
They've
better
gone
get the
full
FBI on
savage
that.
mode on him. They've gone full
Are you
savage
fucking
mode
serious?
on him. I swear, dude. I swear.
Wow.
I
Nah, they
swear.
need the
But
FBI
Batman,
police, something like
is
that.
that
Really?
Batman? Is that coming from him being on Twitter or
He said that
or
he thinks it's
YouTube?
somebody from Twitter. That's why I called Lewis today to try to see if he's heard anything about it. So I was gonna call Estefan, but I haven't gotten around because I know Estefan was talking about spaceships at 3 a.m. So I figured he was sleeping. But
Hey,
but
don't,
yeah, apparently
don't be talking shit about my spaces because I know they're sucking to his dick all the time,
Hey,
Batman.
listen,
Oh,
spaces.
Damn.
Some good spaces.
man.
Some good spaces.
Holy
You ain't gonna. You ain't.
What did you say?
I'm not denying
Went
it.
back to Gettysburg.
Hey, pull the nuts out the mouth, bro. Because I ain't the one. Bro. I'm not. We're cool, bro, but I ain't the
I
one.
thought you was cool today.
I
What's
just said it was
good?
good.
I am, bro. I am. But hey, man, if I want to talk, listen. There ain't a snap of football that ain't gonna happen till September. That means anything, bro. If I want to talk fucking spaceships with people, that's
we
my
got
thing. When I want to talk Dolphins, I'm gonna talk Dolphins. All right.
We got football in a week and a half.
Anyhow, back to what we were saying. There's if that's the level where they're hacking his devices and stuff like that. You were right. You were right to talk about getting the police involved. With that.
All his devices have been hacked. He told me all his devices have been hacked. Everything.
Wow.
Hey, but here's
Really?
my question though. Twitter don't have like a cyber, what they call it?
They got
I know what you're talking about.
Terms and conditions and stuff. Yeah, they've got
violating terms.
I mean, they gotta have somebody monitoring all this because I mean, you crossing lines. To me, that's breaking the law.
Yeah, dude, that ain't
You're right, Mr. Polk. I think they're skirting that though. That's
that ain't
the thing.
words. That ain't trolling. That's action, and that's real world action. That's taking this part and doing something else, and that ain't cool. And listen, it's a whole different world in real life. This is supposed to be fun. Try to make it some real life and have a little bit of manners, even with all the fighting and all that nonsense as well. But there's a understanding that that's a line you don't even cross. That we're talking about criminal actions, much less people, much less on site, all that nonsense being talked about. Because you know what, I don't know, maybe some dudes need to fight some shit out. That's not their business. But we're talking about full on stalking and following. That's been happening too. But this is beyond even that. Not just going and looking up your Facebook and making posts of your picture and talking shit about family members, which is bad enough. You're talking about actual federal crimes of him getting his devices hacked. That's a motherfucker need to be stopped. That's a scary.
That's what I said. Call the cops, right? I said call the cops.
Yeah,
man.
That's a bad. That's a level beyond the levels that are unacceptable.
Let those fools learn, man. Once the cops get involved, it's a process. But once that process starts spinning in the right way, those fools are gonna get caught.
Yeah, you know what? I hope Florida Born really goes all in on that. And again, Florida, you let us know, bro. We will do what we can, how we can. I can't even believe that, Batman. That's flabbergasted.
Batman's coming for all y'all fools with a pink eye.
Bitches.
He's gonna give
big time.
He's gonna give all y'all ojo.
Sick people.
Hey, no, but for real, Estefan, you haven't heard anything about him, like on the Twitter Spaces with him, and like anything that happened to him.
Bro, I didn't even know that Florida Born was in Twitter, bro, in the Twitterverse at all. Damn. But do y'all know what ojo is? And they call ojo in Spanish is like when you see somebody's child, like a small kid, and you know that you adore them, right? You know they're cute. You have to acknowledge the kid, because if not, you pass like bad, like not, I'm not gonna say bad. It's bad
juju type of stuff.
Bad
You're
spirits.
talking about mal.
So
You're talking about mal de ojo. You're talking about mal de ojo, which is like like bad vibes.
Yeah, we just call it ojo. Ojo.
That is a bad vibe in that whole thing. I mean,
that's why I was saying Batman's gonna give everybody pink eye. Anyways, go ahead.
This is something I've been kind of talking to for a while, Batman, and you know what I'm talking. There's a lot of this totem polling, gatekeeping, and then there's these people who are, actually with malicious intent amongst the fan base for reasons I don't know. And it's something's rotten in Denmark. And
I don't even know who you are.
Actually, I just opened an account with Twitter, but if it's going to be like this, man,
see, that's the thing. It's not supposed to be like that, I would imagine. I mean, there's no way. There is another thing too about Twitter is there's this extra layer of anonymity. I can never say that word proper. Anonymity. And at the same time, you're twice as exposed in some ways. It's weird. You can change your thing 10 times and say, and listen, I've heard plenty of people, oh no, I got hacked. And they're lying. They just said some shit they shouldn't have. Celebrities do it too. Like, oh, I got hacked. I didn't say those racist remarks. It's like, bro, you posted it and left it there for 8 hours. Don't try to, Anyhow, my point is that there's a lot of that going on. and then there's actually somebody getting not trolled. That ain't trolling. That's abuse.
Can I just point out for the record that when Capitan and I were threatened, this is precisely what they threatened us with.
That
and
ain't
not
no lie.
Many words.
That is not no lie.
And
Talking about real world problems that they're gonna make sure happens.
And if you as an audience want to know when that threat happened, go back to one of the shows I did a couple months ago where I went on a rant and nobody in the audience knew what I was talking about.
Well, that's a lot of
And
shows.
you'll
Color. You gotta
find
be a
out
little
the
bit more
day,
specific.
you'll know at that point the day that threat was made. And now a couple months later, we're seeing people, not saying it's the same people,
making good.
I'm just saying we're seeing people make good on similar threats.
That's right.
Yeah, because this is the second
similar
one I've
things.
heard. Because I'm not going to mention the name of the other person that got threatened, but he got threatened pretty much the same way as Florida Palm.
And the
thing about it is that he didn't do.
If you all want us to say names, unfortunately, we can't.
No, I'm not going to say the name.
No, I'm saying we don't know the names. We just know that it's happening.
Word, bro.
And
look,
and
we've
the
been
more
told.
and more proof that comes out that it is, the more and more people are like, oh, well, we didn't see this coming. Like
Color,
I
so
said,
let me let you guys know what we've been told. So this group is a very small group. It's not as big as a group as everybody thinks. And this Twitter group, for the most part, has guys that are good people, but the head of the group, the head of the snake, you don't know who it is. Okay, you could think it's somebody, but it's not, and that's the issue. So it's kind of like a club, and anybody could join the club and basically post things about the club, but not everybody's associated with the club directly, and that's the issue. Because
and out of that club, just to cut you off real quick, Batman, out of that club and clubs all that are like it everywhere, and we see this in other forms of life, not just on Twitter, they have this thing, and that's just a cop-out, bro. That's a cop-out because no one's they're all, oh, I'm not accountable because of something somebody does that's associated with something, while at the same time they're busy going around as a group telling everyone there's accountability for what you say or what you do, and you're responsible for certain things. Fuck you, what I'm responsible for, bro. And then they talk about how it could be real world effective, and then here they are. So it's again, this is my problem with Twitter and as a whole. They're talking about one thing, doing that exact same thing and saying that I deserve it done to you or something. You know, it's literally insane talk where gatekeep, punish you for acting a certain way, how it could affect business or growth or anything like that. This is what could happen. And then you're seeing other people get hurt in that way. So, and then they're going to say, well, no, it's none of us, I was hacked, or it was none of us, I'm not responsible. Wasn't me, so it wasn't my problem. And that's I again, but then they say
we're gonna press this.
You're like, okay, for me, for instance, the Finn's tailgate, I take a certain responsibility for Culler and Ali and everyone who in purview under this umbrella, but I can't take responsibility for everything Culler does. You know what I'm saying? Culler goes drinking and driving, gets a DUI. I'm not like Culler. I'm not his daddy. You know what I'm saying? What you talking about?
Alcoholic.
Yeah, but you can't be now if Culler's on here on this network and on his show and does something that could have negative effect on me, then yeah, that's part of what I signed up for. But I can't go, hey, Culler's a different show on this network. You know, that's what they're trying to do.
Damn it, David's back. Gotta go.
I heard you guys talking about me, so I had to show up.
Damn it!
No, but they need to tighten up on.
No, we're talking about some nasty
on Twitter.
I was
some
joking.
Other places. You need to have more cyber security or some people to address it because it sounds like it's getting out of hand. It's just spinning out of control.
Well,
they couldn't find my house. I can tell you that.
How do you even go about through the
until the
channels
Dolphins see
of
it as
telling
spinning
someone
out of
about
control?
it?
Nothing's going to be done about it.
How do you even go about the channels on Twitter to even mention to people that are either cyberbullying or preventing you from interacting in Twitter, or now they're going after they're going after you and taking personal information and posting things, image, likeness, whatever you want to call it. I don't even know where those processes begin. I'm sure.
I got an idea. Why don't Alabama get a professional team and then Tua can go over there?
Bro.
Damn.
Culler,
Who
I
is
got to
this
jump
guy?
out.
Who is this guy, man?
Wow.
Oh, he's our number one instigator.
I thought I was. I see that.
Well, David's the number one instigator.
As he lays down on his side. What are you laying down on your side, dude? What you doing?
Yeah. I drive a truck. I'm in the back of my truck.
You sleeping? Okay. I got
Yeah, you don't want me going further down.
Oh no, you good.
Yeah.
Where you at right now, man?
I'm in Indiana right now.
Oh, okay. How's the weather up there?
Actually, it was beautiful. It was like 65 degrees this morning.
Oh, that's nice.
Hell yeah.
It's hot here, boy.
My brother, he's up in Jacksonville now. But I texted him. I was like, dude, 65 degrees with a slow breeze, so nice. And he flips me off.
yeah.
You know why? Because down here where I'm at, it starts off in the morning 83, and then it climbs up to about 95.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I know. I grew up in Sunrise. I know about that heat.
Yeah, you know about it.
Honestly, I think Central Florida is more hot than Miami. That's the crazy thing too. Like,
yeah, well, the closer you are to the beach, the better you are.
Orlando's so hot, man. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, anything like in the middle of the state, you're. I don't know. I can't understand how people live in the middle of the state. I can't.
Yeah,
I do. It's hot as hell, bro.
People want to get away from that coast though. Y'all get all the weather over there. Hurricane gonna hit y'all first if it hit. You know that's guaranteed.
Yeah, but really, hurricanes don't hit Florida.
Don't say that. Knock on wood, man.
Yeah,
no, come on, bro.
Hey, I don't live there anymore, so.
Hey, see, we're due for one too. We're due for a bad one.
Oh, really? I thought you just had one a couple years, like 2 years ago.
Nah, we haven't really got hit like that in a while. So we're actually due for like a really bad one. But
no, the last real bad one was Andrew.
Yeah. Andrew was like what 2005?
No, Wilma.
No, Andrew was 90.
No, Andrew was pretty bad.
Yeah, but we got hit. Yeah, Wilma was pretty bad too.
Charlie was 2005. Charlie was a bad one too.
No, but when Wilma came through, Wilma wasn't was like a category category 1.
Oh,
but Andrew was category 5. Okay,
I thought Wilma wasn't even a category 1. It was just what do they call it? Tropical.
Listen,
right.
I lost
just had a lot of rain. That's all.
I lost my electric for almost a month in Wilma. I was in Key West when Hurricane Andrew, so it didn't even touch us down there.
Oh, really?
No,
Key West got hit bad by that recent one.
Yeah.
Right.
They got smacked.
Dog, what was that? Irma. Irma was the last one.
Oh, yeah. Irma was a bad one. Yeah.
That was a big one. And Irma was big compared to Andrew.
Speaking of hurricanes, what do you think about hurricanes recruiting all these kids out here?
Yeah, they're getting crazy. They are doing a good job recruiting. I can't even hate on that. I'm a Florida State guy, but y'all doing a good job recruiting.
I thought I liked you, bro.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
Hey, we finally agree on something, David.
I'm just messing with you.
It's okay, man.
A good friend of mine, Corey Sawyer, played for Florida State.
Oh yeah. Corey Sawyer
Number
was a good
8
player, man.
Oh,
my cousin played for them in the 90s too, so that's kind of why I was.
So you know fan. Corey Sawyer. He played for Cincinnati. He was 23 in Cincinnati in the 90s.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, Culler, man. I don't mean to change subjects, bro, but I cut out when you guys were talking about the whole, people's identities getting, thrown around. Man, bro, why doesn't that get reported to Twitter directly? That whole group.
Because
if you just know what
That's what
group
I'm
it
saying.
comes from.
the people that are look, first of all, those tactics that they're using are tactics that have been used in the politosphere for years, and Twitter has created a mechanism for them to actually do that against their political opponents. It's just being redirected in a different way for a different purpose. So the infrastructure
and
for
you
that
can't.
to happen is actually fomented by Twitter.
That's why you
So
don't
there's
go
no
on
way
it.
you can get it.
No,
There's
what
no
are
way
you
you
gonna
can get
report?
authorities involved.
Well, what are you going to report?
So basically, the best thing to do is just stay away from it.
Yeah, man. I honestly, I haven't been on Twitter in years, man. It's just too
Man,
much. I don't.
I had
I've
Twitter
never
for like
been.
one day and I got off. I was like,
And guard your personal information, including
just-
in the YouTube chats.
Yeah,
It's
you just
it's
said
sad we
good.
have to make that reminder,
Yeah.
but we do.
Yeah,
that's a good
I
point,
think
Culler.
I'm just to the
Yeah.
point where
Good point.
I'm just tired of hearing people's opinions about everything. I mean, people just want to talk. Like, I don't want to hear you talk. Like, I'm done.
I agree with you.
Hey, fellas, I don't mean
Absolutely.
to cut you off, but I'm gonna be out. I gotta get some work done this morning over here. So
Yo,
I
Q.
only got a few more minutes too.
y'all
Hey,
stay up.
All right, Q.
all right, stay up, Q.
All right.
Later, Q.
All right, stay up, man.
shit, they couldn't find my house anyway. They'd get lost.
Yeah.
Oh, you out in the woods somewhere?
Oh, hell yeah. Out in Missouri.
You off the grid? You in the Ozarks? Boy.
Yeah, you off the grid. You
Well, I'm
definitely,
close to the Ozarks.
that'd be hard.
Yeah,
in the
I'm close to the Ozarks.
You know what, Lance? I
You're
might
in
have fixed
Bigfoot
your
country.
computer one time, bro.
Huh?
I had a couple trucker customers out in the hills of Missouri.
Oh,
I
I
might have
thought
fixed your computer one time.
you might have.
Man,
Exactly.
it's beautiful out there, man. I gotta go out there one time.
The Ozarks.
Yeah.
Hey
Yeah,
guys,
I go paddle boarding in the Ozarks.
Nice.
Yeah.
Paddleboarding is pretty hard when you talk.
Definitely need some stiller waters. Yeah, need some calm waters for that.
The only
Yeah,
thing I've ever
out
seen
there,
close
it's
to
pretty
Ozark
calm.
was on Netflix. The only thing I went saw the Ozark was on Netflix. That's the only closest thing I've ever seen. Bro.
Boy, did that give it a bad name? I tell you what.
That's a pretty good show, though.
I tell you what, in the winter time,
show.
in the winter time, in North Carolina, geez, I forgot the name, Waynesville. Let me tell you something. Beautiful out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's parts of North Carolina and South Carolina like that. Like outside of Clemson is really nice too, man. Outside
Yeah,
of
I lived in
Clemson-
Seneca.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I got a chance to go Clemson. When you go to Clemson, literally only Clemson is in the town. That's it. Like Clemson bars and a couple other.
Yeah,
things,
actually, I lived in Central.
Gadsden, Alabama is nice too.
Man, you there, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You've been kind of.
Someone wants to come in? Is
Yeah,
someone needs to
yeah,
come
but
in?
you've been quiet for. I'm just gonna hang you backstage. Don't
Got
leave,
you.
bro. I'll get you back in once it's emptied up a bit. I wanted to let Andrevius in. He rarely comes by our.
Oh, my man, Andre.
What's up, fellas? What's up?
What's up, man?
Hey,
Welcome to the
What these
forum.
Hey, man, what
doing
you
to y'all, man?
Hey, what are you doing online at 5:00, man? You usually on the morning show, man. That's the only time I see you, man.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm fake working today, so I ain't working too hard for real.
Oh, okay, I got you. Hey, Dre, where you at though? Where you located at?
Work smarter, not harder.
I am in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Get out of here,
That's what's up.
bro.
Lauderdale.
I'm in Fort Lauderdale, bro.
What's up? Hang
I
out.
was wondering who was following me around in that Corvette, man.
Yeah. All the Lambos out there in his backyard.
I get in trouble in Miami, man. That's why I gotta stay from down there, man.
Right.
That's why I'm in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, I live like 20 minutes from Miami, and I don't even frequent the place. That place is bad news.
Yeah.
I hate Miami. I have to go down there for work though.
Yeah. That
Not
traffic.
like
that
the people or
traffic is
nothing.
crazy,
Like the
right?
traffic, bro. That traffic is insane.
Hey, how much are the express lanes? Like $15?
Yeah, bro. So,
But
it's seven, I think it's 7.
So last time I went,
Worse than that,
last
CB.
time I went to the,
It's actually
last time I went to the
dynamic.
Orange Bowl.
It
It's digitally
fluctuates.
dynamic. They can change it on the fly.
Yeah, it fluctuates. So my wife worked at University of Miami, right? So we were living like Miramar, Pembroke Pines area, and we had just moved from Los Angeles. So we moved from LA and then we moved to Miami, right? She's working at the University of Miami at the hospital, and she has to drive down there for work. So I don't think it was a big deal. Like I thought it would be easy for her to get up and down, from Fort Lauderdale down to that area. She calls me like, "Yo, express lane like $11 today, $7 the other day, $12 one day to just hop in the lane and ride up the road." It's crazy, man. I don't see how people afford it.
Last time I went there, they had truck pulls at the Orange Bowl.
Well, that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
I used to watch in the 70s. My dad used to take me to the football games there.
Yeah, I've been to quite a few in the Orange Bowl. I remember the 58 game home win streak from University of Miami.
We always just thought that was Florida State fans trying to get their trucks out of the mud to leave the game.
Hey, don't crack on my nose, man.
No, but the traffic down here is something else, man.
And it's getting worse.
And no, here's the thing about it. You will see some of the craziest driving that you ever want to see.
Well,
I've seen it.
Telling me?
I've seen it, man.
Most of that's from all the people from New York and all them northeastern states.
Nah, it's most of the kids thinking they're race car drivers.
Oh, that too.
That's part of it. That's part of it.
All of that.
But some of it is just some people are just bad drivers.
Man, I guess you better stick to that one spot. That one spot, Lewis. Better stick. Is Lewis in here? Probably not.
Nah, Lewis had that.
Man, Lewis's spot is dope.
Hey,
in Florida.
Culler, if someone's in backstage again, let me do the swap again. All right, just you know.
Oh, we're good for right now. We only got 9.
I'm just thinking in the future though. Like you know what I mean.
Sure.
So Dre, how you feeling about this season, man?
Listen, I told you I had a vision that we going to the Super Bowl. It's written in stone already. Like I don't know what we're panicking for. It's happening.
Nah, it's happening.
I don't know about the
it.
20-0, but we're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Honestly,
all we gotta do is get into the
this team
playoffs.
can beat anybody. Yeah.
All I gotta say is this: the mayor of Miami better be ready to shut Miami down. Because if we don't shut it down, it's gonna be shut down by the fans.
Yeah. Oh man, the fans gonna shut it down. He ain't even got to worry about it.
We gonna break the city. We gonna break everything.
Turn the city upside down.
Not just for no day, a whole week.
Listen, y'all.
Can you imagine Dolphins win the Super Bowl and University of Miami wins the national championship? Can you imagine?
Don't play like,
and then the Miami Heat wins the.
Don't do that to me, David. Don't do that to me.
You know the Seminoles ain't doing it.
Nah, you went too far, man.
Not this year, but I hope the rivalry comes back though. I do hope
it does, man. It's been bad for a while, man. It's been some bad football. Hopefully they can get it going.
I'm an eternal hater, so yeah.
I support all the Florida teams. I love all the Florida teams. Straight up, Florida State.
I mean,
Florida,
I do.
So how about this?
Florida teams. This first.
Florida State and Miami in a national championship game. How you like that one?
Yeah, that ain't.
You said who?
And Florida State and Miami.
What do you think this is? 1997?
Yeah, I know, right? I'm just saying, it'll be nice.
We got bigger fish to fry.
But the thing that used to get me is that sometimes if Florida State, University of Florida, and Miami are like in the top 20 or top 15, they'll be the ones that knock each other off.
Exactly. That will happen all the time. So it would be Florida. It would be Florida State of Florida or Florida State of Miami, and they play like the last games of the season. One of them would lose, and then they wouldn't end up going. So that's kind of always how it was.
Well, if they ever found a way to be dominant again, they could find a way to play each other in the playoffs because SEC teams do it all.
That would be nice, though. That would be nice if that happened.
I want to have FSU.
They'll be more likely to pair them up in the playoffs too, because of their rivalry.
I wouldn't doubt that'll be the most watched game.
FSU.
Yep.
Damn, that's gonna be fantastic.
I think it's slowly. I think
I'll
it's
take
slowly
it any day, but damn, y'all playing with me too much now.
And and then the Miami Heat win the NBA championship. Can you
Man,
imagine?
stop,
Here we
man.
go.
Magic. I need the Magic though. I need the
Listen,
Magic to come up.
I'm not starving for the Heat to win the championship. I am
Well,
starving for the
CB83,
Dolphins.
you guys are going to be in a rebuild situation, kind of like my Jazz going to be.
Oh,
They
they
get rid
got
of
some
Mitchell.
nice young players though. What's that dude? That point guard? What's his name?
Who you talking about?
They got
Orlando?
Markel Fultz still there. Markel
Yeah, so
Fultz is still
we
in
got Cole
Orlando.
Anthony, Fultz,
No,
Suggs.
the rookie last year.
I like Suggs.
Look,
I like
don't even
Suggs
watch
from
the
Gonzaga.
NBA, and I
I
know
love
enough to
Suggs.
know.
He's a good
I
guy.
know enough
Y'all
to
got a good
know-
one there, CB83.
Hold on. I don't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
watch
yeah.
the
Orlando
NBA,
got some
and I
young
know enough
dogs.
to know that saying they
Yeah.
got a lot of young good players is code for y'all suck and ain't going nowhere.
Nah,
That's not true, Color.
Nah.
Stop.
Not true, Color. Not true.
I'll be surprised if Orlando even makes it to the playoffs.
Man, stop, man.
Like
You're
when
a
people ask,
hater.
it's
Hey,
like when
lay your
people
ass
ask
down
me
and go
about
to
the
sleep.
Marlins, and I'm
Hey,
like,
lay your
yeah,
ass
you
down and go
guys
to
are,
sleep,
you
man.
guys are coming along. Yeah.
Hey, lay your
that.
ass down and go to sleep. Turn off your camera, man. Go to sleep, man.
Damn, go to sleep. Oh man.
Oh, let's go.
So
Hey, get
CB,
your
where you
hey,
originally from? California?
No, I'm originally from Orlando, man. Born and raised. So
Alright.
I went to
Oh,
West
okay,
Orange High
you're-
School. Yeah, I'm Orlando
Mhm.
boy.
Oh, okay.
I just went to school at Howard, then came back. Came
Oh,
back to the
gotcha.
area. Yeah,
I know this is a strange question. How far are you from the Epcot Center?
man. I'm like 20 minutes from Disney. So I'm in Winter Garden, West Orlando. So I'm like literally 10-15 minutes away from Disney. So it's
Oh
close.
man, right there in your backyard, basically.
Right. Well, I see the fireworks in the
Yeah,
house.
you can see. Yeah, you be able to see any of the major stuff.
Yeah. See the fireworks.
Isn't the best team in Florida collegiately? Isn't it UCF?
Hell no.
Y'all don't think UCF? Y'all don't.
Hey, I'm from Orlando and I don't like UCF like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that where they're at? They're in Orlando.
That's all I know.
Yeah, they're in Orlando. Yep.
I just hope Florida, all the Florida teams, I just hope get
They gotta
really
get
good.
back. They gotta
Really
get
good.
back to
That's
where
what I
they
want.
were.
I miss that.
Being a football town.
When you had
That's
all
what
the
I'm going
Honestly,
for.
honestly, I thought UF was on the verge of being that, and then they fired a coach. But they just can't get it together, man.
That was a good coach.
They need a quarterback.
I think if
No,
I had to
UF.
pick the coolest,
Oh, that sounds familiar, David.
What was
Florida
that?
team.
Florida.
I
So
think
that
if I
sounds
had to
familiar.
Yeah,
I
I know
was-
it.
yeah,
Sorry, Esther.
I gotta get my ticket.
no. I was gonna say I think growing up, just watching those rivalries, they were good. I think the
Yeah.
team that intrigued me the most, like there was an aura about the Hurricanes, but I really love Florida State.
Florida
Like the dude that would come out on the horse and the tomahawk
yeah.
chop.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
that shit was
It's-
badass.
hey,
Yeah, that
it's-
tomahawk
It was
chop
just great. It was great culture, man. Great football culture, man.
I
For
don't know
real.
the smoke.
Yeah.
And
Especially
I
when
just,
talking about
I
Bob.
don't know, man. That
Bob
smoke.
was that-
Hey, but y'all
Bob
remember
was
how
that
good
goat.
like Peter Warwick was, and Charlie
Yeah.
Ward, and Lavernius
Yep.
Coles.
Warren
Florida's
Dunn.
Warwick Dunn. Florida State had some dogs. Miami had dogs too.
Well, no,
Miami had studs.
We had
They ran-
gangs. We had gangs, bro. They threw up gang signs
Yeah.
coming out of that thing, bro. They
Yeah,
knew, hey, we're gonna hit
yeah.
you to the ground and we're gonna let y'all know we're gonna disrespect you, bro. That's what we did, bro.
But that's
We
when
was
Florida
different.
college football peaked, like during them years. Like, I mean, it was the best. Even
That's when
even
we was
UF
able to
had
keep
some
our
good
own
teams.
recruits. Now everybody from other
That's why
schools
we
taking
were
the
so.
Florida
That's why
way.
everyone hated us.
Everybody go everywhere
Everyone
now.
hated UM, bro. Everyone
I think
hated
they're
UM,
coming back
CB.
though.
They
I
hated
think
us.
the recruits are coming back
I missed the field.
Yeah. I think so.
with this
It'll happen.
coach.
Yeah, it'll happen.
I
But
Doesn't
there's
Miami have the
there's
most
still a
balls?
lot of guys that are
Born?
gonna go other places though.
I think some of those, like if you were gonna pit some of the best teams of all time, I think you could pit some of those Miami teams against any of these Alabama championship teams that they've had, and I think
2000,
they could beat them.
2001 Hurricanes.
I hate
Ken
to
Dorsey.
but Alabama.
Those teams were nasty.
Alabama had a
Yep.
crazy run too, though. They did have
Well,
a
it's
crazy ass run.
really that
The
started with
Patriots of the
Snellenberger.
I must say they're the Patriots of the NCAA
Thank you.
for right now. Like of the past 20 years.
Yeah,
Who,
I mean, you can
Alabama?
say
Patriots,
that. Yeah,
basically.
you can
It's
say
tough
that.
to say that. It's tough to say that though. With
Yeah,
the
Miami
swallow,
was
but yeah.
in the 90s.
With that being said, the 2005 University of Texas Longhorns will whoop all their asses. I don't care what nobody says.
Nah. That was a good
Man,
team.
somebody
Vince Young
throw his
was the
ass
man.
off. $10. Somebody throw him off.
Man,
That was a good
I ain't gonna
team.
do it. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna
Nah, but that Miami 2001 Miami team, bro.
do my boy Esther like that.
I don't know, man. I'm
Ed
going with
Reed.
the 2007 Gators because they'll not only will they beat you, but they'll kill you too.
Well, let's put it
They
this
will
way.
kill you, boy.
That
Hey,
team that
Hernandez and them boys.
the University of Miami that
They ain't
Snellenberger had, those boys will talk and back up what they say, and they had
Yeah.
fear going around the country at that time.
That
Penn
was just
State, too.
that was just a different era in football too. It's just it
Yeah.
was more physical. You know, it
Yeah.
was them dudes was ruthless out there, man.
They
Yeah, but
go
that's
head
what
to
got
head.
people. That's what got the media and everybody to hate Miami, University of Miami.
Head hunters. Yeah.
Yeah, because
head
we used to
hunters,
do the
literally.
dirtiest plays of all time. I remember this one play. If you go into what was it, bro? What's his name, bro? If you go look up the FIU one, bro, that one was my favorite one though. To me, like that's also we were kind of the bad boys at the time too. We were like at the end of it because we were still getting money under the table, you know, hush hush. So we still had some 5-star recruiters. So I mean, that's my favorite fight of all time. That's just me, bro. Like that's how my Miami is. We fight, bro. No matter what, we fight, and we've missed that. We don't see that anymore. Now it's all just.
Miami.
Go ahead. You can say it. Go ahead.
Miami has the most bowl wins, don't they?
I mean,
I don't
currently
know.
not.
In Florida?
Maybe. I don't know.
And Florida,
I think they're up
believe
by
so.
one or
Yeah,
two.
but Alabama is.
Yeah, I believe so. But
I'd say in Florida, yeah.
Florida State and Florida ain't too far behind.
My default
That's
answer
what
would
I'm,
be
yeah, I'm
yes.
about to say that. They're not
Well, we know it
Florida
ain't the
State, Florida.
Seminoles.
Come on, stop playing. Hey, lay your ass down, man.
Nah,
Lay
the
your ass
Seminoles,
down,
I'll
man.
give
Go to
it
sleep.
Hell no, you're stomping my ass. I ain't doing that
when
shit.
y'all had.
Lay your
I'll
ass
buy you a
down, go
beer,
to
but
sleep.
Now, when they had Jalen Ramsey and Jameis Winston, I'll give them that. Like that was not.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Miami
they had
had
some
Reed
squads.
and
Yeah.
You can't
Everybody
just
has
overlook
squads.
that fact that like that's just nasty. Yeah. I'll give
Hey, I gotta
you guys
roll
that.
out,
But the
guys. I gotta
Gators
go
is a
pick up
different
my
one.
kids.
oh, I was
All right,
just
yo.
kidding, man.
Oh, you're good, CB. Appreciate you coming by, man.
No,
I'm probably gonna get everybody's final thoughts here in a second. Anyway, we're rounding the 4-hour mark, so
Yeah. Hey, appreciate you having me on, Culler. Don't gatekeep your
It's
boy,
dinner
man.
time
Don't do me
anyway.
like that.
nah, you're all right, man.
All right, cool, man. Appreciate
I
it.
got
See
you.
you
Be
guys.
good, man.
All right, CB, be through.
Peace,
All right,
CB.
man.
Good, man.
Later, guys.
Easy.
And we got him up to 43, man. That's like what? No, I don't know, like 12 people or something. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Right on. So
I know people in Denver's head. Some of the people in Denver's heads are exploding right now.
why is that?
Not to get too political. All the liberals and Democrats with Condoleezza Rice
buying them. Yeah.
She owns the team now.
I'm lost.
Condoleezza Rice and the oldest son from Walmart bought the Denver Broncos.
All right.
Condoleezza Rice. Wow.
What's up,
Well,
Todd?
you know who Condoleezza Rice is, right?
Yeah. What's up, Todd? We were just asking about you earlier, man. How you been?
Hey, what's going on, Todd?
I'm hanging in there, man. Just finished working today. Oh, it's been a long
Todd,
day.
how are you, bro? Like it's been, yeah, man. It's been a minute. I haven't spoken to you, bro. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I've been off the air trying to bust my ass, trying to make up the money for the hotel every day.
What do you do?
I drive for Lyft.
Drive for who?
Lyft.
Lyft.
Oh, Lyft.
Oh,
I thought you said Swift.
No.
Similar to you.
No, just making up the money. You know what I mean? It's over $100 a night for the room. So
Damn. Stay at those Hotel Sixes.
there are none of those around here that are affordable. It's summertime, Jackson, in Florida.
That's true.
At least this one has a microwave and a refrigerator where I could throw some food in there.
Oh, there you go.
Where we don't have to do takeout every time we eat.
Right.
So
Keep pushing.
What have y'all been up to?
Keep pushing through, man.
I've been listening to your conversation, especially with the Dallas fans. I'm sorry. Dallas got the weakest division in football to play in.
All right.
And they still have trouble almost barely making the playoffs.
No, they go to the playoffs. They just can't win them.
I know, but look at their tune-up games. Washington, the Giants.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Come on, those are their tune-up games. That's why they make it to the playoffs. They get their W's inside the division.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
What's going on?
Hey, you guys. Who do you think? Like, since Condoleezza Rice and Walmart bought the Broncos, who do you guys think buys the Dolphins? Like, if Ross sells the team.
No, you gotta speak a little loud, Tony.
Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you, Tony.
I think the guy that buys the team is going to be the one that is funding all the Hurricane players with the NIL deals.
Oh, Ruiz? John
Ruiz.
Ruiz?
Yep.
And Jorge Moss. For me, Moss and Ruiz will probably try to buy the team. Jorge Moss, the guy who owns the
high school. Yeah, Moss ain't a bad guy either, yeah.
I'll share bricks if someone buys it, but I'm not going to say it.
Starts with a T.
Yep. Just saying.
That's all I got to say. I know exactly what you're going to say. He's in West Palm Beach right now.
Yep.
Yeah, and for me, I have another one. I kind of wish Mickey Harrison would buy the Dolphins.
Well, hey, with that, at least Tua would have, free gameplay.
Hey, I'm looking around here. I don't see Shake up here. I wanted to laugh at him.
Yeah, no, Shake been gone for a little while.
The Hurricanes are getting all them recruits.
No. Did you see all the Gator and Alabama tiers, Todd?
Yep, and I'm loving it.
They're absolutely irate.
Huh?
Gators and Seminoles are irate right now, and Alabama.
There's 3 more 5-stars that are probably going to. 3 more 5-stars that might be
The
signing.
Seminoles got irate. What'd you say, David?
They're irate.
They're irate.
They're irate. They're mad.
I think they said irate.
Stop it, man! Stop it.
Oh,
They need to start. They need to start.
Culler, you have that meme in there from freaking Step Brothers. I thought you were gonna hit that. That's why I used that line. You missed it.
Oh,
no, did you guys see? Also, did you see the meme on Twitter of Mario Cristobal stuffing Kirby Smart and Nick Saban into the locker?
No.
It's hilarious. It has a high school kid with Nick Saban's face plastered on it, and it's Mario Cristobal shoving him into a high school locker.
I don't condone bullying, bro.
No, it's making fun of how Saban used to bully everybody else.
I know. I was just joking, bro.
I don't like Saban ever since he screwed over Miami.
You can blame our ownership. For me, I blame the ownership. He won.
Do you think Saban screwed us over again with this quarterback, Todd?
Yep. Oh.
It's not Todd.
I said, oh, my bad.
What quarterback?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Tua? No, I don't think he screwed us over with Tua. Honestly, I have faith in him with the system that we're bringing in.
I was wondering if Batman was going to jump down my throat. He didn't, so it was crazy.
I'm trolling now.
I think Batman might be having technical difficulties. He's been in and out, and we haven't heard from
Nah,
him.
Colors. I get 1,000 phone calls a day, so I'm online and I
go.
get a phone call and I get dropped. It's just,
Right on.
Hey, Batman, how's it going?
I'm writing everything. What's going on, Todd?
Are we squared away? Because I know I didn't do that, by the way.
What are you talking about? Something else?
It was personal between me and Batman.
Oh, word.
Did he just say
We
word?
like personal around here. Do tell.
Nah, just somebody wanted to make a bad joke. He said.
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. My bad. As I was away from the truck. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, because I jumped on him too, so it was just a bad joke, and I was pissed. I was lit because
The thing is that everything got spreaded out, and multiple people were bringing it up, and it was even though it was a joke.
That's a bad
That could
joke.
be bad.
You don't do that. You know what I mean? What's funny about it? I don't see it.
Oh, now y'all going to have to tell us because wandering minds are lingering.
Yeah,
it involves
I'm just looking at my
Tua.
fish.
It involves Tua and the Super Bowl ring.
All right.
Hey, Batman, I got faith in Tua this year, though. Honestly, I think he's going to ball out.
I hope he does, but I don't see it.
Everything in the world couldn't be better laid in a place for Tua to be the most successful NFL quarterback he's able to be. You know, the only thing maybe is to add one more offensive lineman.
Try two.
Two. I mean, Batman. Let's just buy
You need some depth, man. It's not even for starters.
I'm not getting into the Tua conversation at all. I'm done with that.
If you gotta rebuy an entire new
it's
offense
not starters.
for one
It's not
quarterback,
starters. It's your depth piece. It's your depth pieces. I don't trust these guys that haven't hit the field in 3 to 4 years to be your depth pieces. I don't.
Who hasn't been on the field for 3 or 4
Little,
years?
Kindley, I could keep
Kinley
going.
played
Give me
a few
second.
snaps last year. He did get sideswiped, but don't you feel like Flores is being mean to him?
How can Flores be mean to some people?
Flores
Hold
mean
on,
to
hang
him
on,
too?
hang on,
Just
hang
as
on,
unfair.
hang on.
Just as
How can
unfair.
Flores? So Flores is mean to some, but he's cool with others. Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You apparently.
No,
believe that
I'm
Flores
asking you
is
because
able
every
to
time I
break-
say sabotage, you guys laugh at me. So I'm asking
Well,
you that.
listen, I would lean more towards sabotage of Kinley than Tua because Kinley never got to see the field. That could be potentially
but Tua
sabotage.
didn't come in at 400 pounds either.
You can't sabotage someone on a field.
Tua didn't come in at 400 pounds either.
Hey, the only person.
Listen, I agree.
The only person
he was like 8 pounds overweight, bro.
Hey,
you shouldn't have done that. You're a pro. You owe it to yourself and your teammate to not do that.
The only person that sabotaged Kinley is fast food.
Yeah, the Colonel Sanders sabotaged him.
I like Kinley, but
that's what sabotage me right now.
Not putting his weight in front of everything, and not even in front of the team, man.
We haven't seen enough from Kenley yet, so we can't judge him.
No, but he did gain weight, man. That was a slap in the face last season, and I know he's lost weight.
Kinley lost
but
a
that
lot
could
of
cost
weight
you now
this
your
year.
NFL career. That could cost you your NFL career.
A lesson.
One bucket of chicken could cause you your career.
All you gotta do is send him to the Miami Heat. They'll
Hey,
take care of that.
You know what kills me is he's a swimmer. He's a lifeguard. How is he not in better shape?
No, he's lost weight. I saw a video. He's lost about 40 pounds. He looks a lot slimmer. Problem is, he still doesn't fit the system. He looks really good. Is anybody here, or
we haven't seen Kinley's. We haven't seen enough of Kinley to really judge.
The thing is, we saw Kinley that first season. I thought he was pretty good. He gained the weight last year. He didn't even touch the field. Now he's lost the weight and he doesn't fit the scheme. So you're possibly not ever going to see Kinley again in a Dolphins uniform. There's a good possibility because of the scheme, and that's what sucks. And I like Kinley,
but losing the weight and doing everything he can, I think he's earned a right to get his shot to show that he can learn this scheme and earn his spot back in a backup capacity. You're talking about here. You want to go get
I need backups. I'm looking for backups.
Bro, I got a Solomon Kinley already here. Shouldn't these good coaches that know all about offensive line and blocking schemes train this guy? I can't be buying a whole new team.
If you're not athletic, then you're not athletic. Different skin.
Listen,
Simple as that.
I'm not. This don't have nothing to do with Kinley because fuck Kinley. How about that? I'm just saying, insert player here. You know what I'm saying? They gotta take what they got and get it figured out for the most part. Now, if come 53-man roster cut, somebody ends up out there that's too good to pass up, now that's a different story. You know, that's different. Or if J.C. Treader, who's everybody wants for some reason, if he you find out you can get him for $6-8 million a year, then yeah, all right, now you're talking.
No, I want Hennessy, not the drink, the player.
Oh, I was gonna say, bro, you can get right up to some.
Yeah, I'm looking more along the lines
Let me
of,
ask you. Let me
like,
ask you
keep
this. Let me ask you this.
Oh my goodness.
If with the current team right now, I told you, Capitan, we got 10 wins. But you go get me another 1 or 2 linemen, and we're pushing 12, 13 wins. Would you do it, or would you rather save the $6 million?
If you're
I would be
guaranteeing
doing
me
it.
$6 million for 2 more wins, yes, I will do whatever.
You currently have 14 to 15 million cap.
More wins.
You can make another 10 million in cap. You could go in with potentially 25 million in cap, and we're here trying to save money. Come on.
Come on. I'm not. I ain't saying nothing about saving money. I'm talking about not wasting money for the sake of wasting it to appease people wanting too much when that's just not the case.
We also need a middle linebacker.
Hey, there's a couple teams out there right now that have too many centers. You know, Atlanta, a couple teams, they're going to end up cutting somebody. And that's what we're probably going to be looking at.
That's what we need is a center. That's my main concern.
But we also need a middle linebacker too.
Well,
yeah, we're gonna get Reuben Foster, so I'm not worried about that.
Me neither.
Hey, I will say it's a lot easier to hide a middle linebacker in our system than it is a center.
We might need a quarterback, man. I don't know.
That's true. We'll find out by the end of the year.
Hey guys, I'm gonna right out.
That's fair.
Honestly, though. All right, guys.
I'll be rooting for him, but I don't see it happening.
Man, we're leaving the house. I'm going to lose service here. Make sure to do the rundown. And I mean, damn, it's been going for a while. You might want to close it up if you're ready to, Culler. If not,
all right,
nice
man.
Yeah, I was actually getting there, El Capitan.
All right, buddy.
Hey, Culler, man, if you could stretch it till I get home, man, we could. It's up to you, but I know you're tired. You guys have been winging it and running good content all day.
What kind of time frame are you talking about, man? I mean, you know.
I don't get. I won't be home till
tired. What are you talking?
I won't be home till 9.
9 o'clock. I don't know. Ask Capitan. He might be in position to keep it going here soon. I just don't know if he is right now.
No, because listen, you know, that's I told you, Culler, when I came on earlier. That's exactly what I'm talking about today.
That's
It's probably me. It's probably me because I'm on the streets right now in this 1985 truck. But listen.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be talking about the potential free agents we can pick up, the positions and the players, exact players that I'm looking at. And I want to see if you guys want to jump on and we can talk about it. I want to get the opinion on what you guys feel about the guys that I looked at as potential free agents for us to add. Man, we have the money, like I just mentioned. You know, it's not about the sake of wasting money. It's when you're trying to make a Super Bowl run, you need depth pieces. I'm not relying on second and third year guys. Unfortunately, right. I'm not.
Right.
So
what time?
9 o'clock. My ass is in bed.
I'm going.
I'll be there anyway.
Yeah, I'm going at 9 o'clock to be safe. But if I get home at 8, I'll go on live at 8:30.
Okay.
It all depends on what time. Because right now they're not sending me no help, so I'm looking at getting out of work at 8 o'clock.
My old ass is in bed by 8.
And Batman, this is color commentary for Thursday, so we won't be rolling a show tonight anyway. So we.
Okay.
You know, lately I've been kind of just going either or on Thursday. You know what I mean?
Listen, when you do a show, I told Gio, I've been telling Gio this for years, but for months. When you do a show in the afternoons, it's beautiful because everybody's looking for that. Everybody needs that. And when you don't have nothing going on Twitter, like these guys, all day today I've been trying to see if somebody was doing something on Twitter, and you don't get that, and you do a show, there you go, Culler. You hit a home run out of that's an in the park ballpark home run right there.
Well, not to mention that I think a lot of things like right now, it's like 10 o'clock on a Thursday night. Like, who am I really? I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, we still get people watching, but there's a lot of people that, like you're saying, that don't have that opportunity. And most of the people that watch us at 10 are going to also come around this time of day. So, and so it's, I've kind of just been playing it by ear. But today we had things to talk about. People were still, excited from Stephen D's show. So it's like carry it on for the whole community. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, all I gotta say is I appreciate all you guys, man. The ones coming in the morning, during the day, and late at night, going into the morning hours again. I appreciate
I don't like
all you
none of
guys.
y'all.
I've been driving, listening to y'all.
Feeling mutual, David. If I get down there, we're going fishing.
Now come during the season, it's going to make more sense for a late night on Thursday night because either I'm calling the games on Thursday or I'm doing, post game analysis on Thursday. So, for that, it actually works 10 o'clock on Thursday or whatever. You know what I mean?
Hey, Culler, all I'm saying is get that dress ready.
Yeah. Okay.
Why a dress? It should be a tutu.
Y'all starting to get a little.
Hey, The Rock pulled it off.
No worries.
Yeah, but The Rock has the size nobody's gonna say anything to him.
Yeah, right.
For real.
Hey, don't let the little ones fool you, man.
I will say that I highly look forward to the conversation you're talking about, Batman. And I do want to please request that everybody watching us right now also tunes in at 9 o'clock for Miami Sports Fanatics for Batman to give a rundown on.
I would like to.
A couple of the free agents that are coming up on the radar. I want to hear what.
Yeah, like some free agents before training camp that I'm looking at.
Right.
Well, save me a space, Batman, because I'm
still kind of intrigued about T.Y.
You know I'm going to be there.
I'll watch it tomorrow morning.
What did you guys? What was the outcome on the T.Y. Hilton question? What did everybody say? What was the opinion?
I don't need any more. I don't need any more players of that position right now. I'm more worried about the ones that we don't have the depth with.
I forgot what I said.
There's a shocker.
No, I missed out on that one.
So the question was that T.Y. Hilton as an option for Miami to be not necessarily your number 3, but a solid number 4 or 5 piece on your bench. And would you be willing to pay that to bring a veteran back home to Miami?
And or how much would you be willing to pay?
Right.
I don't think I'm willing to do anything right now. I'm more worried about spending the money on the O-line and linebacker unit.
And also, can he stay healthy?
Well, that's the biggest
question.
He won't.
Yeah, but see, he won't be out there a lot compared to what he's been in the past.
I mean, when you're going to delve into the 4th and 5th, wide receiver, if you can't develop talent around that spot, you don't deserve to be a winning franchise. Man.
But let me ask you this hypothetical. Let me ask you this hypothetical, because you're right. You're 1,000,000% right. But if a Tyreek, if anybody got a table next to him, knock on wood, please. If Tyreek were to go down week 2, week 3, knock on wood. Just knock on wood. Knock on wood. Just knock on wood, somebody. Please knock on wood. Listen. If he were to go down, now you got to rely on Water to lead you to Super Bowl. Would you be confident in that, Estefan?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not just relying on the wideouts. I got all these tight ends. Hunter Longs hasn't been taken out of the bubble wrap, bro. We can put Gesicki out there, make him a 50-50 guy. You got running backs all over the place.
They could put Gaskins back in.
There you go.
Let's not forget Lynn Bowden You know,
And then
all you need is
7
one guy. It's a
touchdowns.
luxury that we have 2 wide receivers with that speed.
But
And we
hey,
still
here's
haven't seen what's his name, Long.
Batman. Here's my problem with it. Usually, your 4th, 5th, and 6th wide receivers, they got to do special teams too, and I don't see him doing special teams.
Oh yeah.
We already solved special teams with Tyreek Hill.
I was waiting for that.
No, but I mean on kick coverage and stuff like that. You usually want those guys like Sherfield and all that. You're not going to be putting somebody, and especially if you
we don't do usually around these parts.
Pete
We
wants
do-
Tua doing
Waddle
punt
or
returns.
Tyreek at punt return, and that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, he
By
did
the
run
way,
over that Jet player.
some positive news that I got on Tuesday. Lynn Bowden, finally, we hear something positive. Lynn Bowden has a shot to make the team. He does.
Good.
Now it's not
Good.
it wasn't that for sure that he was gone. Now he actually has a shot to make the team. Tua supposedly is inquiring and he wants him here, and they're gonna give him an extended look. They want to keep him. They're gonna do whatever it takes to try to get him a role on this team. That's some positive.
That's good because that's who Tua been working out with a lot during the offseason.
100%.
From what I've been seeing. And
and that's a guy who could be a returner, so we're not putting people at risk like everybody doesn't want.
Exactly.
That's
what he did in
Mr.
college.
Polk's returner right there. He's been talking about it.
Right. He did that in college. And he did a little quarterbacking too.
I was just scared because they told me 1,000% this man is not making the roster.
Right.
You had
That's
guys
what I
like
heard,
Preston that were going to make it for sure. But now you're hearing that this is good news for Miami.
And see, that's the thing. If you're going to have Preston Williams, he doesn't do special teams either, really. So you're not going to grab another receiver that won't do it with him being your 4th and 5th. No, I wouldn't go after another receiver right now.
And then too, don't forget now we have Deadman, and he's a special teamer returner.
Yep.
We brought him from the Canadian League, and he's wide receiver / returner, but he's mainly known for being a returner. So but I mean, I'm just happy. The news that you saying Batman with Lynn Bowden, I'm happy about that because you got almost a jack of all trades with him.
Listen, I was shocked when I heard that, man. You remember a couple of months back when we were all excited about Lynn Bowden, and I told you guys, listen, Lynn Bowden is on the outside looking in.
Right.
For me to hear that now that he's actually has a chance, I like that. Like with the Dumb and Dumber, you actually saying there's a chance. There really is a chance. I like that.
Good. I like that. That's a good move.
I like that a lot. Because right there, if something were to happen, like Batman said, you move Cedric outside and you put Bowden in the slot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And go back and look at. I tell anybody, go back and look at Lynn Bowden's film when he was playing with the University of Kentucky, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Hey, y'all do realize Lynn Bowden did not have a drop at all with us 2 years ago. Not one drop.
Ooh, good point.
He does have
that's
hands.
A good point. Yes, he got hands. And he has that attitude. That he has that same attitude, that winning attitude, like Tyreek and Waddle and some other players.
And he's also, I don't see a lot of it happening, but he's also a wildcat quarterback because he used to play quarterback.
Yeah, he did that in Kentucky.
He don't run like a 4.3, but the dude his playing speed is pretty good.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that means a lot too, man. Some guys can really move even with the pads on. They don't slow them down.
Actually, he was at that one guy's training facility this off season, and he did time out in the 4.3s.
He did?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
He was at what's his name's camp, the one who works with Tua.
Yeah, what's his
Perform?
name? That official result.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I mean, all this offseason stuff, bro. Like, just like the Tua pass, bro. We don't know if that was that supposed to be like an 80-yard pass or 70 or some shit. I mean, how are we gonna know really? Like, there's no markers on the ground.
We have to look. We have to look at when the season, not the season, camp starts.
Preseason. Preseason,
Thank you.
yeah, man. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, all we're doing is talking, really. I mean, it all comes down to preseason and what we're.
That's true, Dave. We don't know yet.
We have no clue. Yeah. I mean, we can have just fun opinions and yell at each other and do all this stuff, but the bottom line is we don't really know. Nobody truly knows until the camp starts.
Let me ask you guys a question. What's one player, just one player, you look forward to seeing in preseason?
With me, it's Jalen Phillips.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips is
Jalen Phillips should be protected like any other core player from even playing too much in the preseason.
Hey, I'm gonna go with Channing Tindall, man. I'm a linebacker guy. I'm a linebacker guy.
I agree with him completely. I want to see
I
Channing
don't think
Tindall.
Jalen Phillips should play a single snap in the preseason.
It wouldn't hurt me, Curry, or it wouldn't hurt me at all if he didn't see one single snap.
I agree.
Hey,
I'm tied between Tyndall and Noah. I'm tied between
Him and Holland and Javon Holland has worked their way into being able to take the preseason off.
For preseason, I don't want to see X or Byron Jones touch the field. I want to see Noah and Trill Williams and see what they both got.
Right, give them all the reps, every single rep. Yeah, so they could be.
I feel the same thing about the linebacker position, bro. I don't want to see Landon Roberts out there, bro. I want to see Channing Tindall playing that.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We always start the season with one of those two banged up, Byron Jones or X. The hell with it. Keep them healthy. Let them sit. Let them do walkthroughs and stuff like that. They know the defense. They know what's going to run. Throw out young guys to see what they can do against the number ones of other teams.
There you go.
There you go. You make this perfect sense right there. Anybody disagree with that? You just don't like this team.
I don't want to see none of the starters play.
No,
I need to see the line. I need to see the line how it looks. I need to see the line.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But you can't give them too much time, Batman.
I'm not putting Armstead out there.
I don't want.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to see
I'm not
two
putting
either.
Armstead.
I don't want to see two either. I want to see Skyler.
Hey,
Yeah, I
listen,
wanna
man,
see Skyler.
If Skyler blows up, you got to keep this man on this team, man. Ain't no putting him in the practice squad.
Hey,
No way.
I'm telling you, if he blows up, Bridgewater might not be around long.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Unless you
And
get
someone else
it.
too.
What I'm saying
is you don't believe we're going on a run, because if you think we're going to go with a rookie quarterback on a Super Bowl run, you're sadly mistaken.
Oh hell yeah!
Culler, what if he looks like the second coming of Dan Marino in the
Doesn't
preseason?
matter what he looks like, man. All of that stuff is
Hey,
vanilla, bro.
Hey, Batman, you're gonna lose the battle to Culler because he just doesn't like the name.
I know, but hey, listen, I think better
I
than
don't like the name either.
Skywalker is better than Sky Culler. Skywalker,
Hey,
Luke Skywalker.
I'm about to lose my signal. Thanks for having me on,
We're
Color.
gonna get Skywalker.
Appreciate it, man.
The
I'll
aliens
let y'all
got
later.
Estefan. The aliens got Estefan.
They got me, man. They got me.
The only reason why I say he could take over for Bridgewater is if another team quarterback goes down, that's trade.
Look, you're sounding like
Exactly.
Pete. You sound like you just hate Bridgewater, bro. Seriously.
No, I don't.
No, I like Bridgewater. I want to
like
keep all three. I want to keep all three. If he blows up in preseason.
Oh, he won't keep all three. That's fine. Keep all three. But
keep
listen,
all
Batman.
I wasn't arguing about making a spot for him on the roster. I was talking about him taking out Bridgewater.
Yes, sir.
as Todd
Batman,
said.
you're not sure that you want to protect your guy Dieter. I think we should protect him at all costs. We need to protect our star players.
Protect them from what?
Themselves.
We need to protect them from injury, and we need to protect. It's like a precious jewel. We need
You know
to
what?
protect them.
Hey, you know what? We'll protect them from
Listen,
making mistakes. We'll leave
real
them on the
quick,
fence.
and Culler, please don't take us the wrong way. It's just a joke. But as soon as you mentioned Michael Dieter, you know the first thing that I just stared at right here while I'm driving?
What's that?
There's three garbage cans right next to each other. And they look like the Miami Dolphins starting three of the Dolphins line.
Hey, but for
I was just trying to check and see if you want to protect your precious jewel, man. He's like a diamond.
If you want me to go on video to prove it, I'll go on video. I'll go on video to prove it.
Crypto. we can always make a trade and bring Parker back for a fourth receiver.
Uh-oh.
And then I'll take him on those garbage cans that he's got sitting outside. I'm not near one. I guess there's one on the other side of this restaurant.
Like, with all honesty, like I know the Dolphins. They know more than us, right? We know
Yeah.
we all speculate. We want to say what we want to say, but the Dolphins are going to do whatever they want, how they want. They don't care what our opinions are. If they wanted to put Michael Dieter at right tackle, they'll do it, and we'll fight as a team, as a fan base. We'll fight for that, you know. But you know, they know more than us. If they're taking Michael Dieter out of the lineup completely, they're saying something, right? They're saying something.
Maybe he wants to be a swing guy.
Just
Maybe
like I
want to
wasn't
be a swing guy.
Just like I wasn't mad at Parker getting traded to New England. Obviously, they know something. You know what I mean? They traded him inside the division.
They had me on speed dial, Todd. That's what it was. They just had me on speed dial, and they said, "I'm sick of this guy. Let's just call up crypto, and that's what we want."
They're obviously not scared at all.
Crypto said, "I'll take a vending machine, a rice maker."
They said, "Crypto, what do you want?" Yeah, give me that vending machine down the road.
But then again, who's going to be scared of New England when Judge is on the offensive side of the ball coaching?
Yeah, Judge. I thought I heard they had the guy with the bird's nest on his face. I thought that guy was coaching.
Patricia's both Patricia and Judge are coaching.
Who got a bird's nest? Who got a bird's nest on their face? I've never heard of this. Who?
Matt Patricia got the bird's nest.
Oh, God, I'm gonna smash the Skyler taking over Teddy's job narrative right now. Okay, even if you think that Tua is better than Teddy, he's not so much better than Teddy right now that in order the type of performance that Skyler would have to do to overcome Teddy would also overcome Tua. It's not happening.
Yeah, Culler, isn't Teddy number 6 and Tua's number 5 as far as accuracy last year? Tua's 5, Teddy's number 6. They're right next to each other.
But yeah, to bring numbers into it, let's say Tua is a number on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best. Let's say Tua is a 6 and Teddy's a 5, right? Skyler would have to play at a 9 level to overcome Teddy. As far as team politics.
So that's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you, Culler. If he's a 9, if he looks like Marino in the flesh,
then Tua don't have a job.
Okay.
And that just ain't happening, bro.
I respect that. I respect that.
Well, yeah, that means
get
Tua
out
would
there
have
is
a
what
job.
I'm saying. They won't let anybody see that.
No,
I don't think anybody here will be mad.
Keep all.
No, not if he looked like Marino.
And that's my point, Batman, is that he would have to look like Marino to roll into a Super Bowl run with a rookie as your backup.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know if you watched his highlights, but he ran a lot better than Marino did.
You guys imagine?
Yeah,
that's not hard.
He had
though.
better legs. That's not hard.
It's hypothetical. Listen, I don't want nobody to clip me and then.
My 94-year neighbor could run faster than Marino.
But I'm saying, man, you imagine.
Jacob ran faster than Marino.
This guy looks like Marino or Michael Vick in the preseason. Oh my God, we're never gonna hear the end of it from Pete.
Jacob ran faster than Marino.
Hey, Pete will have to officially be blocked on all these channels.
I enjoy Pete, guys.
That'd be hard to do.
No, I'm saying if he was right.
If Pete was right about Skyler, we'd all be done. We would all be done.
He would have let it go.
That's real.
Listen, Pete, every time we get a new quarterback, Pete gives you an argument why he thinks that quarterback's better. And that quarterback always ends up leaving the team, and he ends up being trash. Is this Pete?
No,
it's Bryson.
Yeah, so my thing about them doing good in preseason, even then, I still don't think it means something, right? It's good rather than bad, but I mean, like, these guys aren't like preseason's way different than regular season. I mean, it's not even the same thing. Everyone's doing vanilla coverages. no one's showing their playbook, and you're playing second
Mike.
and third stringers.
What's up, Mike?
You know what else too?
What's up, Mike?
What's up, Crypto?
What's going on, Crypto?
So I guess to further exemplify my point, the window between Teddy and Tua is so small for Skyler to slide into that it's like, again, he would have to overperform so much that he's outperforming Tua.
You know, the one thing I do like about Bridgewater is if Tua went down, God forbid, we could put a quarterback in that can do the same thing as he does.
Exactly. We technically have somebody. We don't lose a step.
We don't change the whole system because we now have a quarterback
who change the whole system. The whole system.
It ain't gonna be what happened with Jacoby last year, where we couldn't even win a game. Like, that's not gonna happen.
I officially changed Skyler's name to Lar. Lar Thompson.
Oh, Lar's even worse.
Hey, what about Skywalker? Skywalker Thompson.
This is not what to call.
I gotta watch this kid's film though,
Return
because
of the
there's a lot
Jedi.
of fans of this kid, Skyler.
He looks like Tua, man. That's
Bryson,
how he plays.
Bryson, he dropped some dimes, bro. The kid.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, to draft a quarterback,
no doubt,
regardless of what round it is, I mean, that says a lot.
If we're not giving him if we're not giving him an outright competition for QB1, then he's not going to slide into the window between Bridgewater and Tua. It's just
I like the fact that what was brought up yesterday.
Well, what if the window's open, Color? What if it's what if Greer didn't show
that
the
window for him to slide into that window? If we're on a Super Bowl run, he would have to have experience, and he doesn't have any experience.
Yeah.
And you can win games with Teddy, especially with this roster.
With this roster you can, yeah. Because he won one with the roster he had in Denver.
To that point, Bryson, you're not just hoping for 1 or 2 games till Tua can get back. Teddy can string you together 5 or 6 games.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Remember when Drew Brees went down?
If he got injured, he ain't got to hurry to come back.
Undefeated.
He never missed a step when Drew Brees went down. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why they brought him in.
As Honey Cristobal pointed out in a Twitter space, God bless Honey Cristobal. I wish she'd come around the YouTube spaces. That'd be really cool. But as she pointed out, Teddy was 5-0 in New Orleans.
Here's the thing, though. They finally did it right. They get quarterbacks that they don't have to change anything for. They could throw in and not worry about it. Every other time we've had that, because you even go back when Tannehill was here. When you bring in Matt Moore, it's a whole different quarterback. He's a gunslinger. He's a gunslinger compared to Tannehill.
Well, I wanted Bridgewater 2 years ago.
That's another thing. We were looking at him as our starter a couple years ago. What happened? Here's the thing. People want to throw out the fact that he had a hard time in Denver. He hasn't really been the same since the playoff run in Minnesota. Okay, but we all say the same thing about other players. Maybe he just wasn't happy. He's home now.
The roster here is a lot better than it was.
He's home
Denver
now.
when he had
We
it.
have a superstar roster. I mean, to think that he wouldn't do better than he did in Minnesota with our roster is saying that Minnesota's team that year is better than our roster right now.
Dude, our roster this is the best roster I have seen, and
that would mean Minnesota roster is better.
Is it better than Minnesota's roster the year that Teddy was a field goal dink away from the next level in the playoffs?
Think about it. Because Tua and Bridgewater are so
they
close.
Had a pretty good roster. That team was good.
Okay, but is our roster better than that?
Here's the thing, though.
Wait a minute. Stop. Don't tell me here's the thing. Answer my question.
When you say roster, what do you mean by roster?
Teddy with Minnesota.
The whole team.
Yeah, our roster's better, hands down.
Okay.
I think the roster's better.
They had Adrian Peterson.
With that, then Teddy should be able to get us to the Super Bowl.
They had Adrian Peterson, so that's Tyreek. They canceled each other out. What was after Adrian Peterson?
How
Their
old was
offensive line
AP though back then?
was the
No,
best
I can't
team
remember how
in
long
10
ago that
years
was.
in the NFL.
It was like 6 years ago, right?
Honestly, I want to see the
Yeah, when
offensive.
they beat
I
the
want to
Saints
see.
in a Super Bowl. I mean, the playoffs.
I want to
Yeah,
see the
that was like
offensive
6
line.
years ago. That was like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
So they had AP.
Yeah.
Did they have any of these star receivers? Like, did they have any of them? No, I don't think they
No.
had any of these star receivers,
No.
right?
They had
No,
Adam
they've
Thielen.
always had good
Adam
receivers.
Thielen.
They had Thielen.
Adam Thielen.
Yeah, Thielen. Yeah.
And
Oh,
AP
yeah,
They've
I
had
was
good
remember.
running the
receivers.
ball.
Hold up. Didn't they
I
have the
think AP
Buffalo?
was still running the ball.
Didn't they have the Buffalo receiver?
Yeah, Diggs.
Dig. No, not
Oh,
at that
yeah.
not at that time. I don't think
All
they
right.
had
To answer your question, Culler, no, they didn't have a. He didn't have a better team. Miami had a better team.
I think our team last year was better than that Minnesota team. But that's just my opinion.
Ah.
I don't know who the running back was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Take away offensive line. Yeah, okay, that team was
Offensive
better.
line.
And running backs.
That's why I was saying.
My only point is,
and they have two good
they
receivers
did
too.
not
Culler.
lose that playoff game because of Teddy Bridgewater. They lost it because the football
Bad
dinked
coaching?
off the upright.
Bad coaching.
No, they missed the field
No, they had
goal.
what's his name? Yeah.
Didn't they have Leslie? What's his name?
It
Leslie
literally
Frazier?
came down to the ball dinking off
Leslie.
the upright.
They had Leslie Frazier, right?
Frazier was coaching then.
They
I want to
had
say
a-
Frazier, yeah.
So if everybody is in agreement
Or
that
they-
our team constructed now should be better than that Minnesota team, then why can't Teddy Bridgewater take us to the next level?
Because
He
Tua's
should be
taking
able
us
to.
there
Because
instead.
On
his
paper,
name is
yes.
not Tua.
Because Tua's taking us
he
there
can do it.
instead, Color.
Yeah, man. Tua. His name is not Tua. Color. His name is not Tua.
It's Tua that's going to do it because he's
Yeah, Tua's gonna
QB1.
do it.
But we were
But
talking about
I
if
think
the worst happens. We were
if
talking
Tua's
about
gone,
Skyler as opposed to Teddy.
all
Not
the more
Tua.
Oh no, that's my argument. Listen, you're not gonna roll with
Tua
Skyler,
goes
especially
down
if you're
and
making
Teddy
a playoff
comes
run.
in, nothing changes for El Capitan. Yep, write that down. I was a poet, didn't know it. Because
God.
I'm,
That was good,
I'm telling
dude.
you, I expect 11 wins or everybody out this month.
I'm glad we were
Yep.
finally able. You know
With
what? I
pitchforks and
appreciate you guys,
torches, El Capitan.
having patience.
That's right.
and
We
Pitchforks
letting
and
storming
me go on
torches.
that exercise.
Pitchforks and torches
Because I'm
and
glad we
swinging the
finally got
castle.
to do that
Hey.
exercise once and for all.
Hey, fellas, I got to get out of here. I just wanted to show you all some love and thank you for the show today because I got to listen to it between rides all day.
All right.
Later,
All right,
Todd.
Todd.
See you
All
later,
right,
buddy.
Todd. Hang in
Talk
there, bro. Now, my thing is this: if it was my choice, I would keep all three of them because I like all three quarterbacks. I like the quarterback roster that we have.
Ideally, you know what, Mr. Polk? That's where the debate should be. Is there another player that's expendable enough for us to justify keeping a third quarterback? That's really where the debate should be at.
There isn't anymore. If they do it, I'll be surprised, honestly.
Me
'Cause
too.
to
Yeah, just because there's
that
so
third
many running
quarterback-
backs, so many receivers. Yeah.
Yeah, there's too many weapons. There's too many needs.
and
too
remember,
many
to not
questions on
keep
the
him-
offensive line.
Right,
All that.
And remember, to not keep him still doesn't mean we couldn't get him. He could still pass waivers and end up on our practice squad. So it's not like we're out of it.
Yeah, because you guys got to remember this kid did get drafted in the 7th round. So it's not like he was a high commodity. The reason why we drafted him is so that we could make sure we could get him before somebody drafted him as a non-free agent.
Well, it's
kind
of
Right,
something
but if you put him on the
about
practice
him.
squad, that one of the team that needs a quarterback can come and get him.
If they need a
keep
quarterback, I don't think
Skylar
they're going for a
Thompson-
rookie.
If they keep Skylar Thompson on the roster, to me, I don't know if it's an indictment on our quarterbacks above him or if it's this guy's so good they don't even want to take the risk and they're going to put him on the 53. So it'll be interesting as heck if he does make the 53. That's for sure.
Right.
Hello, gentlemen. Good evening.
What's up,
Vonnie? What's up, Von Joe?
First off,
should I-
everything was all relaxed. Who the heck got my guy
We
Culler
need
so
you to
riled
start
up?
clanging and banging some heads, man. What
Because who got you riled up?
Von
so
Joe,
much?
come on. Color took a quick nap there in the middle, and now he's
Tony
recharged.
Horton went to bed, Von Joe. Tony Horton.
Then two. What the? Why are we so enamored about this Skylar Thompson? because what we heard during camp.
That's
during
QB3, bro.
minicamp?
QB3, Von Joe.
Hold on, Chris. Let me land for a second because we heard bad things at camp about Tua, and we were just like, oh well, it's just camp. Don't worry about it. It's
When
just
the
camp.
hell did we hear anything bad about Tua? That was you putting that narrative. Ain't nobody said that.
Who put that narrative when he was overthrowing it, underthrowing the ball? Stop it.
The O-line was what they were talking about. They weren't talking about Tua.
NFL News attacked Tua for underthrown passes.
Yeah, they're talking about a bunch of guys that don't even stay in Miami. They're talking about Tua.
Let me finish, Mandy, before you get so defensive about this kid. Like he's your little brother. Stop it. Let me land. So again, and we sat there and said it was nothing, right? Because it's just mini camp, right? Now, Skylar Thompson did. Skylar Thompson, guys, it's just mini camp. He hasn't shown anything. He hasn't done anything, right? For us to be saying we're keeping 3 QBs. It'll be asinine for us to have so much talent, since asinine is the word of the week. That would be asinine for us to have so much talent.
Watch your mouth. You can't
All
say
right?
that word.
No, I'm saying it's asinine of us as a team to have so much talent on this team,
Von
and
Joe,
we keep
to
it
that
3
point,
QBs.
But
three
Von
QBs.
Joe, to that point, no one has
he
ever
made-
used all 53 players on their roster. No
that
one.
that was kind of the point, though. If he made
But
the
I'm not
53-man
keeping
roster,
3 QBs.
we would all. I don't know about.
But it makes no
shocked,
difference
but it
from
would, we'd be
keeping
like,
7
wow,
wide
man.
receivers or 80 running backs.
I am cutting Fedulum day one. If
Okay,
Skyler
guys.
shows
Tell
out
me that.
in
Pause for a
preseason,
second.
and
Pause
he
for a
shows
second.
out preseason, I'm sending Clay Fedulum to the airport myself.
I don't
Tell
know,
me
man.
that,
Clayton
but don't sit
Fedulum-
there and
Clayton
tell
Fedulum
me
looks
we
scrappy.
keeping 3 QBs. 3 QBs? No. What NFL team keeps 3 QBs?
That's my point. If it happened, it would be flat.
That would mean that we would want to move on from
Because
cutting
we have
QB.
one quarterback that has been injury prone, so technically we're only keeping 2
Hold on.
QBs.
What's the
Hold on, we got
breaking
some-
news,
we
Culler?
got-
What's the
we got
breaking
breaking
news?
Crypto got it. Hold on, Crypto. So there comes a time in every man's life where he needs to pull out a dictionary because a word gets thrown around so much in the given week that we start to lose sight of the definition of the word. So I'm just going to go ahead and remind everybody that
Asa 9, Asa 10, Asa 11. Put them all in.
What about acetone?
According to the Oxford Dictionary, the word asinine is a noun or is an adjective that means extremely stupid or foolish. Lydia ignored his asinine remark.
Thank you, Culler.
Man.
I think we
now
all
you guys
know
are
what
gonna
Culler is.
now you're gonna make me feel bad for calling that guy that, right? That's messed up, man.
Extremely stupid or foolish suggests a negative connotation to the word.
No, but we need to stop. We're not keeping 3 QBs, guys, and we're not going to take a 10 minute.
Von Joe. The chances of it happening is a 5% out of 100. We understand that.
Exactly.
My question is this.
This
This is my question. This is my question, Von Joe. This is the hypothetical. This is the extreme hypothetical of all hypotheticals. If this man looks like the second coming of Dan Marino in the preseason, you're not going to cut Bridgewater because he's your veteran, and this guy could just be great in preseason. Wouldn't you want to keep this guy on your roster?
Individual.
Yes,
Batman,
yes.
Bowleg is checking in. Bowleg is checking
Bowleg.
in as an intelligent individual. They went to the dictionary as well. The same one I went to. Look at that. Extremely foolish or stupid. Even the same example. Lydia ignored his asinine remark.
Right.
But here's the thing. If he becomes this wonderful player, this second coming of Dan Marino that we keep saying, right? Cut Tua. Trade him. There. If he's the
They're not going to, man. I don't think you guys understand. You learn nothing.
Not cut. I said trade.
We just have
I
two
said
Marinos
trade.
on the team.
Without knowing for sure if this guy's the real deal or
Preseason
not.
doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah.
Exactly, Batman. Without knowing he's the
But
real
that's
deal.
why
or
you
not, so you're not
keep
gonna-
that guy for your roster for next season, not this season, for next season.
No, you don't cut him this season. You sit there and said, all right, well, you make a decision. You don't cut Teddy. because Tua
I never
has an
said
injury
anything
history.
about cutting Teddy. I'm saying you got to roll with
But you're not gonna
three.
keep 3 guys. No.
Well, that's the only option. You're not
Well,
gonna.
Joe,
You're not
you're
gonna trust
answering
on
your
Skyler.
you're
To
with me. I'm
clarify,
with you, man.
it
We're
was
not
Todd that was saying
keeping
that
this
he would
kid.
overtake Teddy.
And there's a good chance that he gets on the practice squad and doesn't get taken.
There's a possibility. But listen, we got if they post recent
Without us, Bryson, no.
if they post recent
Not with our loss, not with the Dolphins.
without clearing waivers, I won't trust
the
Skyler
brakes
making
and put
waivers.
out one caveat that I meant to mention earlier. If you're the type of person that believes Ross is a complete liar and we're not actually making a run, then yeah, Skyler could absolutely beat out Teddy and be the chosen guy on as our second quarterback. But don't try to convince me that you think we're on a legit Super Bowl run if you're calling for Skyler to be our QB too.
Not in this day and age. Nope.
No, I
because
would.
guys, what? No, things don't change that fast. Because Culler, here's the thing, Batman. Everybody, again, if he becomes that guy, there's 32 executives, whole bunch of scouts in the NFL that need to be fired right away for the evaluation of him.
But you
because
can't
he would
say
have went undrafted. He would have went undrafted if we didn't pick him up.
So what about everybody that passed up on Russell Wilson?
What
What about everybody that passed up on
a lot of people get passed over.
Hold on. In a week, quarterback.
Fire everybody that passed up on Tom Brady. Fire everybody that passed up on Tom Brady. With that
fire
dumb
everybody
narrative.
that passed up on Tom Brady. Yeah.
Hold on.
You can't do that. A lot of people get passed up in the draft.
What Von
this
Joe
week
is
quarterback
saying
class?
is if he's
Come
the
on.
guy.
Yeah.
Hold on. What Von Joe is saying is that if he's the guy, that means 31 other teams, including the team that found the first Tom Brady, missed finding the next Tom Brady.
So go fire Bill Belichick. Go fire everybody.
Go fire
with that
Bill
narrative.
Belichick then.
Yeah, come on, Culler.
I'm
Players
sorry.
can slip under the radar.
I see.
Right, he should have been able to find Brady's replacement.
Players slip under the radar all the time.
But not
I don't know why people are so confident in this kid, and we haven't even seen him do anything.
No, I'm not saying I have confidence in this kid. I'm just throwing a hypothetical.
I'm not saying
there.
you are. I'm just saying there's a lot of people in this fan base that do have more confidence.
Oh no, I know that. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, I trust Tua. I like what Teddy brings as a backup. I am not trusting a rookie to be my backup, especially on a team that we're trying to make a Super Bowl run. But my question is this: this is a simple question.
Batman. That's
if you keep this guy on your team and you want him to be your quote unquote Teddy in 2023, 2024, and you could save money from not bringing Teddy back, then you have a solid backup on a rookie deal. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Nope.
The money wise.
Or you could draft somebody next year to be a backup.
Whether we're actually on a Super Bowl run or not.
Or you could draft somebody next year to be a backup. It's a better quarterback class.
I think we all think we have potential to be a Super Bowl team. But Pete says we're
okay. Let me rephrase that, Batman. If we're in win now mode,
if the Dolphins bring in 2 to 3 more pieces on this team, then we are win now mode.
Then
right now,
we're win now mode now. Hold on, Batman. We're win now mode now.
I cannot picture
Skyler
Thompson wearing a headset over Teddy Bridgewater.
I can't see Skyler over Teddy.
We were one game away from the playoffs with the worst O-line in the league.
NFL history. In NFL history.
O-line. We're in the playoffs.
Which means we win now mode by definition.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Who said that? What's your name? I can't read right now.
Bryson.
That was right.
Dyson, like the
and by the way,
point, Bryson. Exactly.
And by the way, this narrative that we have the worst O-line in NFL history, I'm not buying that.
Okay, go ahead.
Even if we don't, but we saying even with a bad line.
Just for the sake of steel manning, what Bryson is saying is that even if that improves a little bit, we're in the playoffs.
No, but I don't understand. I don't understand. We don't listen to the national media of everything else they say, but they say we have the worst O-line in
No,
history. All the
statistically, we have the worst
No. He's saying statistics.
Bullshit.
No, he's just saying.
That's not actually true.
By
Bryson.
definition, we will
That's
be
not actually true,
improvement.
Bryson. If you look at certain statistics from the perspective of the quarterback instead of the O-line, you'll realize that our O-line is not actually as bad as people thought it was.
Exactly.
Okay, but it's still bad.
Well,
There's a
yeah,
lot of
even
room
if
for
it's bad,
improvement.
even taking
but
account
not
that they're
no,
bad.
but I want to.
with improvement of the line, we will be great.
Hold on. What I would
Color,
say
in the
is
great words of Batman, it was
bad
atrocious.
at the wrong
Secret
time.
Service is
At the
out
most
today.
Yeah, I
inopportune
agree.
time.
I agree.
In the
When
great
we
words
needed
of
them, they
Batman,
weren't
Color,
there.
the O-line was atrocious.
No, but there was games where they performed.
They were
they
bad
performed
Batman
well.
at the most inopportune time.
Yeah, there
to
were
be
there
bad.
were games.
Absolutely.
There were games. There
Right,
were
they
games.
was
Yeah.
at the bad
And that's
times.
all
Yeah.
that matters to me. If you're bad when it's time to be good, then you're bad. I get it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, because we're not gonna do this. Oh, the worst O-line in history. No, we're not
But
dogging
you don't want to
people
hear it.
because
You don't want to hear it, but it's fine.
no. At the end of the day, those guys are still on my team.
I
They
mean,
were not
guys,
the
there's
worst
a
in history.
reason we
Okay,
added
but
2 veteran O-line guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we
There's
did
a
improve
reason. They
the
don't
line.
do that when the
Our
guys are
quarterback-
mediocre.
Okay, guess
Right.
what? We had the worst
Hold on,
receiver.
guys.
We had the
Hold on,
worst
guys.
wide receiving corp in history. You know
We
what?
had the number one. We had the
Tyreek
no. We
Hill.
had
We spent
the number one.
130.
Well, you're getting no pushback from me on that
No,
one,
Bonjo,
No,
Bonjo,
I'm
you're
gonna
not
go
gonna
off
come
that
with that one.
narrative because we had
We
to
had
add
the number one.
$130
We had the
million.
number one receiving core when it came to drops in the league. That we did.
We had to add $131 million to that
Pause.
core.
Well, to that core we did.
Okay. Statistically
Because they were so
speaking,
trash.
as far as the offensive line goes.
Well, yeah, that was their focus,
Statistically
Bonjo. You're
speaking-
right.
Statistically speaking, our quarterback was only pressured 1 out of 5 dropbacks. That was
Correct.
24th in the league.
I gotta
Yeah.
rebuttal that one. When I get a chance, I'm gonna rebuttal that argument. But I gotta get the
I
facts
hope
straight.
you do, because it's the fact.
Hey, Bonjo, what you cooking back there, man?
Oh man,
Yeah,
my
'cause
bad,
I
guys.
still want
I'm just frying up some
I want to
wings
see
for
a
the kids.
top 10 O-line in the next 5 years in Miami.
You know,
That's
you're
what
not
I'm
frying up no gyro sandwiches over
You
there,
know
man.
what?
What's going on,
I don't need to
Bonjo?
see. I don't need to see top 5. I
Bonjo,
just, I
you
just
don't
want
have no gyro
average.
sandwich. That's
I want
blasphemy,
15,
Bonjo. How dare
16,
you?
and we don't have
gyros,
that
man.
yet. We don't have that yet.
I'm not a fan of garlic, so gyros have that heavy garlic. It makes my mouth all musky after having
You
it.
can get it without the
It's good.
garlic, though.
Hey,
You
garlic
know
good
you
for the
could take
blood,
the
man.
garlic and soak it. It's good
It
for
does,
the blood,
but
right?
gyros have that raw garlic in it.
Hey, Bryson, listen.
Yeah.
You can't throw that narrative that we want a top 10 line because people are gonna say we're asking for
By
too
the
much.
way,
This is what you gotta say. We want an
excuse
average
me,
line.
guys. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I like you, Batman.
Excuse me. Toodaloo. Excuse me. Right here. Focus over
Yeah.
here on the big C, on the big orange C. Okay. Drops. You said our wide receivers were top in the league in drop passes, you said, right? Well,
Who said that?
For some reason on the quarterback list, on the accuracy list, when I itemize it by drops, now we're obviously not talking about the quarterback dropping the ball. Okay, so this is drops for these quarterbacks wide receivers. Number 1 in the league, Justin Herbert with 38. Number 2.
Yeah, they did. Mike Williams had a lot of drops.
Number 2, Josh Allen, 35. Number 3, Trevor Lawrence, 33.
Damn.
Number 5, we'll skip over number 4, Tom Brady, but number 5, Matthew Stafford, the Super Bowl champion with 31. Coming in at 25th is Tua T with 17.
Oh, that's because they don't average Jakeem Grant before he got traded.
How do you figure? That's not
Wait a
true.
minute.
It's a
He was on a
quarterback
team.
stat.
I think he's joking.
Well, that might be. But in that case, you got me, Batman.
Hey, Bonjo, you on that have what you cooking back there, bro? We understand.
I know.
Drop percentage. Percentage of passes dropped per pass attempt, excluding spikes and throwaways.
Yeah.
Top of the list, Jacoby Brissett, 7.8%.
Sheesh.
Coming in at
Oh, wait a minute, Color. You got to add up the
7.8.
drops for Jacoby and Tua. Add those because that's the team.
It doesn't matter. This is pure quarterback.
But that'd be the team.
But that's not fair. You got to add both.
No, Batman. This is a percentage. It doesn't matter how many.
I would
This
take the
is-
average of the two to be an accurate
This is
number.
in 12
Right.
games that he played, the percentage of passes dropped per times he threw it. So it has nothing to do with adding them together. It's a percentage. Tua is at 21st with 4.5% of his passes dropped. Let's go to poor throws.
I can't look for anything because I'm driving. I can't search anything.
To his credit, poor throws. Coming in at number 1 with poor throws at 127, Tom Brady.
Without due respect. Without due respect.
Wow.
And again, this is where I show people that I'm not a hater. Okay? Because to his credit, coming in at number 27 in bad throws is Tua with 62.
Let me ask you a question, Culler. All due respect. Don't take it the wrong way. Are you getting these facts from Pete.com?
From what?
From Pete.com.
Pete.com.
Now that's
Pete's
a funny
gas
joke,
station
but no.
attendant.
Where are you getting this from so I can look it up
Pete's
later?
gas
What
station
website?
On target.
Yo,
On
what's
target.
the newest quarterback that's coming to town via Pete? Because that Baker's out of the
OnTarget.com?
picture.
Is that what it's called? OnTarget.com?
No,
Okay,
it's coming,
so listen,
Bryson.
real quick.
It's on
This
the
is where
horizon.
it comes together. Okay, and where you see where the propaganda game has its fulcrum. Okay, the number of throws on target. Okay, at 531, number 1 is Tom Brady. Number 23, Tua at 305. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now if I click over to on target percentage, because remember, on target, Tua played less games, so obviously he's going to have less throws on target than the top guys, right? So let's go to on target percentage. And this is where they hang their entire, this is the hill they all die on right here. Tua is number 5 at 80.1%, tied with Jared Goff for number 4.
What's the website
Jared
again, Culler? What's the name of the website?
That's the one stat that they're like, Tua is 5th most accurate quarterback in the NFL.
Tua is number 1 in the red zone
Yeah.
and in percentage. That's another stat. Can you look that one up there?
That'd be Jared Goff is number 4 color.
Because they got play type, but it goes by RPO, play action.
Yeah, they were showing the numbers. It wasn't even close. Tua was number 1 in the red zone last year.
Maybe, but my point is,
Yeah.
it's like,
What's the red zone percentage?
let's look at
attempts?
them all so
Yeah,
we can get a whole
collectively.
picture.
Batman, you
Because I
remember the
give credit to him
percentage?
for that too.
Percentage, Tim?
No, it was on Larry's channel. I don't remember. Oh, happy birthday again to Larry.
Yeah.
Maybe it's under
Culler,
scrimmage
I
stat.
gotta drop out because I want to charge up for.
Oh, you're good, Mr. Paul. Appreciate you coming by, man.
Appreciate it, Mr. Paul.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Paul.
so I'll see you
I'm
guys later
pulling
on
up
the
scrimmage
on
stats
Batman.
because I'm hoping
Hey,
maybe
Two number 1 in red
Culler,
zone.
Culler, on the
With
serious
I don't
touchdowns or
disbelieve you,
completions?
Batman. I don't
No.
disbelieve you.
No,
I'll
no.
take
Can you
that.
tell me? Can you tell me the site so I can write it down? I can look it up later tonight.
The site is profootballreference.com.
Oh, Pro Football Ref. Okay. Pro Football. Okay.
Hey, what's the Batman? Is it touchdowns or completion percentage in the red zone?
No, it's
You know which
it's,
category?
It's I think it was complete. It's not touchdowns for sure. It's not touchdowns. It was. It
Okay.
should be completion percentage.
Oh, okay. Percentage on total completions. Okay, red zone. Okay. Because touchdowns, I guess the touchdown percentage will be different from the other one.
It should be, yeah, because I don't think he has as many touchdowns as everybody else.
I don't
Right.
see him on the batted
The
balls list. Oh, batted balls.
No. Tannehill would
check
probably
this
be
out.
number 1 in batted
Check
balls.
this out.
Herbert's
Batted
number 1.
balls.
Herbert's
Wait a minute.
number 1.
Wait
Yeah,
a minute.
Herbert
Batted
or,
balls. Batted balls.
Allen.
Now, this batted balls is a stat where you can actually credit Tua for it for being low, but you could also say, okay,
Yes.
well, you could also say though, well, on those incompletions or those bad throws, you can chalk that up as maybe a bad throw too. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say to his credit here, in batted balls, he's actually 44th.
Yeah, Herbert's number 1, right? Herbert's
year
number
long.
1, right? Herbert's
Yeah,
number
it's
1.
between him and Tannehill.
Herbert's
I know
led the league in
Tannehill's-
Herbert's led the league in
Tannehill's
2
pretty
years
high
in
every
batted
year.
balls. He's led the league like in 2 years in a
Justin
row. in
Herbert
batted balls.
Tannehill-
was number 1 at 17.
Tannehill had that problem with us.
Oh wow.
Justin
He
Herbert
was like
was number
high.
1 at 17. Josh Allen number 2 at 16.
Okay, I thought Allen was high.
Let's see some notable
Guys who
names.
throwing that
You
line of
had
scrimmage.
Ryan Tannehill at 10. At number
Okay,
10.
actually, yeah, that's an improvement for
Mac
Tannehill.
Jones at 13. Now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys tied at 10 at 11th with 9 of them. And then you have a bunch of guys tied with 8 of them, you know what I mean? And way down in the 40s, starting with Tua, you got a bunch of guys with 1. Jacoby only had 1 also. So that could be considered the offensive line contributing, keeping guys' hands down. You know, I could say that.
Yeah.
I could construe it that way. I could add context that way if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Not trying to. I'm
Blocking
just saying,
technique helps.
it's so much a bigger picture.
Yeah.
When I say that both feed off of each other, that yes, you guys are right. Better offensive line play would have made for better quarterback production. But better quarterback play would have also meant that we weren't 32nd in the league rated by whoever, because I don't even know where that, like, this site doesn't really let you look at offensive line stats like that because it's so subjective. Like, if you do a search on this site for offensive line, it comes up with 0 results. Like, you have to garner the information other ways, like the fact that Tua was only pressured 20% of the time in his dropbacks. That's 1 out of every 5 dropbacks in 12 games played.
All right.
So it doesn't matter what anybody says about the offensive line. Tua had 4 opportunities out of every 5 to have a clean, protected pocket. And we still only scored 20 points per game. That has to be explained. Maybe it doesn't have to be explained anymore. I get it. But we all have to be at the right spot in our expectation going forward. Because the fact of it is, with these stats that I'm pointing out, we were still above 500. And I don't see how anybody doesn't see that as encouraging.
I want to see how good Tua does.
Yeah,
Like,
that means
I know everybody gets mad about the.
We can make
I
the
know everybody
playoff
gets mad
yeah,
about
with
the
slight
sabotage.
improvement.
That's a
I know
direct
everybody gets mad about the
attribution to our
sabotage.
defense.
Everybody
Hold on,
gets
I wanna
mad.
know-
When I mean sabotage, I mean I'm talking about the whole entirety of it. I'm not just
Hold
talking
on.
about the man we don't speak of. I'm talking about giving him some bad O-line, a rookie O-line coach, 2 coordinators that couldn't find themselves in the same room if they were stuck together. And
Can I ask a
at the end of the day, you had
And
you
I'm
know you
hoping
had
some of that's
receivers that were
cleaned
up and down.
too,
Besides
Batman.
Waddle,
Batman, I'm
besides
not
Waddle
denying
and
all that
Isaiah
stuff.
Ford,
I'm just
you
saying
didn't have any reliability at receiver day
what
in
I'm
day out.
saying.
And
Okay,
Matt Collins.
Batman, but what I'm saying is I'm not denying all that stuff. I'm just acknowledging that none of that stuff and pointing out all of that stuff is not going to change whether McDaniel and his crew can clean it up or not.
We'll see. We don't know. I don't know. You don't know. We don't know.
And I would
So
say
here's a question
based
I have to
based
ask.
on his outward appearance to me of a high amount of intelligence, I think we're probably okay in that regard.
Can I ask a question real quick? Where does this stat come from that we had the worst O-line? Who came up with that? Where did this narrative come from?
So they were ranked the worst in
Pro Football
all
pass
year.
protection.
All year.
Wait, Pro Football Focus?
PFF, yes. Who has
Yeah,
a
fuck
vested
them.
interest in making their hometown quarterback look good, and has already admitted to taking payments to make
Exactly.
look good.
Taylor Luan has said that they payers pay them to get their shit.
Exactly. Come on, man. This is who
No,
we
but
getting
they're
stuff
not
from?
the only ones. They're not the only ones that have
Who ranked us
Miami.
Yeah, like Louis
last.
Riddick said it yesterday that we had
He's
the
not a
worst
ranking
O-line
person.
in the NFL.
He's not a ranked person. He's going off PFF. Give me another person.
I'm just
another
letting you know.
statistician.
Louis Riddick said it yesterday on Good Morning Football. So I'm just letting you know.
I need a statistician. I need another statistician because everything that Culler just said, we're not the last. We're not last. Our O-line is not last.
Well, that's what I'm saying. For us to,
I mean, if they're not last, they're pretty close, and that's all that really matters.
I don't think Culler's lying. Let's just put it that way. I don't think Culler's lying.
Let's just say they was below average.
The
That's
eye
how we.
test,
That's
the
how we
eye
ended.
test, the eye
They
test
wasn't
from
the
last
worst.
year
They was just
was
below
100%. We had the worst O-line in NFL history.
I mean,
No,
in
so
the
now
most
we got to
pressures,
combat that.
the top
with
5 players that gave the most pressures, 3 of them were Miami Dolphins starters.
That's a
Yes,
fact.
but they
That
didn't
was a
play the
fact.
full season though. They got to give context to that.
I mean, Jesse Davis played the full season, right?
Yeah,
Other than
Austin
the
Jackson
month
and
he was
Eichenberg.
injured.
Austin Jackson and Eichenberg. It was those three. Jesse
Yeah,
Davis,
yeah.
Eichenberg, and Austin Jackson.
But at the same time, but at the same time, they still wasn't. But our quarterback wasn't the most pressured. So again,
because he's that good.
I don't get it. I
That's
don't get
why.
it.
I mean, his pocket presence probably one of the best things of his
Exactly.
game.
That's my point. You don't want to give credit to him because of that, but that's why. That's why.
Okay, pocket presence mean
If Tua
you
was a
getting rid of
sitting
the
duck,
ball in time.
if Tua was a sitting duck like Jacoby Brissett, he would have got like 47 sacks last year.
Wait a minute, how many sacks did Jacoby Brissett have?
Yeah, but how many games?
I can tell you.
When last time I checked, Jacoby had double the sacks. Culler said yesterday was like less.
I can tell you how many sacks he had. Hold on a second.
Because I checked like 2 weeks ago, and he had double the sacks that Tua had, and he played half the game.
Brissett had. Where are you at, dude? Where are you at? Jacoby Brissett is behind Tua with 19 sacks. Tua had 20.
And Jacoby played how many games compared to Tua?
A lot less. Well, nobody's arguing that Brissett is less mobile than Tua.
That offense wasn't made for Brissett. It was horrible.
Yeah, but I don't think there's an offense made for Brissett. That dude's garbage.
No, he plays it. He played decent in Indy. Why are we acting like the man was just absolutely trash? He was absolutely
and
trash.
Michael Vick played great on the Eagles. What's your point?
At best. He played average at best.
I found it, Batman. I found it on the same site, Pro Football Reference. Inside the 20, completion percentage. Why does it have all players? Hold on a second.
Like to that point.
And never mind, because these guys threw one touchdown on an end around, like Cooper Rush, Sean Mannion, Kyle Allen, Brian Hoyer, Derrick Henry. So put those guys aside who have 100% inside the 20 rate. Okay.
Monjo, to that point that Jacoby looked great in Indy, Michael Vick looked great in Philly, but he didn't look great on the Jets, did he? Thank you.
Tua comes
in. That didn't make no sense, Batman.
He's an older guy, man. He's an older guy.
I'm saying the style of offense. That's what I'm talking about.
He's still trash, man.
Tua comes in at number 7 inside the 20 completion percentage with 65.38. Touchdowns. Number 1 is Matthew Stafford inside the 20. Tua is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16th with 15 touchdowns inside the 20. 1 interception.
Have you found the percentage?
Inside the 10, he gets better. He's actually number 2 behind Jameis Winston with 76.92% inside.
That's good. So we got to get to the 10.
But then again, Batman, number 3 is Geno Smith. I mean, that shows you how much the stat means. You know what I mean?
Geno Smith, he looked like a Pro Bowler last year, you know?
Matter of fact, you don't get to a decent name. Putting aside Dak Prescott, you don't get to a decent name in completion percentage inside the 10 until you get to like Ryan Tannehill, maybe at like 20th or something, or 15th or something.
Those
Aaron Rodgers
those are the
is like
quarterbacks.
20th, and then you got Joe Burrow's like 20 something.
Those are the quarterbacks ain't waiting for you to get into the 20 and the 10. They're not waiting to get that far in to score.
You're right. Their sample size is way lower. Exactly.
Them boys cook off rip.
They miss one and their percentage tanks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Some boys they cook.
I want to see though. I would like to see though how much scheme and offensive play calling will help Tua, because I'm not saying it was. I mean, I thought the play calling was really bad last season, But I think like that alone,
No, the play
I
calling
want
was
to see how much that's going to grow.
That was atrocious.
Bryson,
That was
I'm
atrocious.
also thinking those 4
That was
dropbacks
atrocious.
out of
Play
5,
calling.
if they're utilized better by all involved, coaching and quarterback and all other players.
Yeah,
if those 4 dropbacks are utilized better, we are in the red zone and inside
Just one
the 10 more
example of
often.
that is King of Finland. He posted a thread like a couple days ago of like the 49ers offense using the same exact like play structure and calling like 3 different plays, and like the first play starting the game, it didn't work. Second play, and like they're just they're playing mind games, and like we didn't play any mind games with them. We'd call the same play like 3 times in a row. It's like they would show the same exact show pre-snap, and it was like facilitated so well that the offense couldn't or the defense couldn't figure out what was coming at them. And so I'm just excited to see that, because we truly have an offensive
And if it helps us
mastermind.
get down to the red zone and inside the 10 more often, then Batman has a point. All we need to do is get down in the 10 more often.
Hold on, who was just talking? Who was just talking a while ago?
It was you, but listen, Bryson.
No,
and imagine
no,
having
seriously,
a coach.
Bryson.
Imagine having a
Bryson.
coach that actually believes.
No, hold on. Let me ask Bryson a serious question. Bryson, let me ask a serious question. In that video that you was watching, right? How many times they were in the same situation and the quarterback was actually audibly and changing the play at the line?
I think there was like 2 out of like the 6 plays Jimmy audibled.
Okay.
So that's another thing too. I'd like to see Tua grow into that aspect of being able to read a defense pre-snap and switch the play. I don't know. We haven't really seen that much out of Tua. Now he's definitely called out mics and formations and whatever, but we haven't seen that at like a.
He hasn't been giving the free reins to do it, pretty much. Now he will.
Yeah, and I think too.
But Batman, when you say when he hasn't had the free ranges, maybe because he was still developing that aspect of his game.
Probably.
You don't just
It's a
hand somebody the
possibility.
keys
It's a
without knowing
possibility.
that they have the ability to, guard the castle.
Listen, you have to grow into it, but if you guys want this kid to mature and you have somebody holding him back because they don't want to give him the opportunity, that's it goes back and forth to the argument. You want him to grow up, you want him to step up and be a leader, but if you have a coach that's not letting him get to the line and redirect plays and only listen to that one read, if that narrative is true.
But Batman said Chan Gailey came out there and put that out there.
Okay, could it be
Said
possible
he ain't that started the
Flores
game.
just made a judgment mistake in thinking that Tua wasn't ready for that? Could it just be that?
Yeah, it could be Color, but at the end of the day, that affects how you guys see Tua, because all you see is that one read, all you see is no audible. So how does that help?
Maybe it does that, man, but that's what I'm trying to say. Look at these stats and the fact that we're 9-8. I mean, I just want to set the right expectation is all. I'm tired of this nonsense that all of this happened, and I'm imagining things.
But what I'm saying, Color, is if you give him that you give that perspective, that what if Flores just didn't trust him enough to make that judgment call and not give him the opportunity to do that? That's fine, Color. We can go by that. But then you have on the same tongue, you have others saying, oh, but he has that one read option only. That's all he has. Oh, he doesn't audible.
I
so you can't say both things. You get what I mean?
I think that a lot of that's
because
been
in practice,
misconstrued, Batman. I think a lot of that is, hey, by the way, this is the guy you want to look to. You know what I mean? And that's being misconstrued as him telling him who to throw to, as if he'll get in trouble if he throws to somebody.
So Color, this is what we heard.
You're saying, because there's 2 sides, right? Like there could be
like the owner fired the coach over the quarterback, which means what trouble could Tua get in if he disobeyed Flores and threw to a different guy?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. That mean he's going to bench him for Brissett, all because he decided to go to another receiver?
And that happened a couple times.
Open?
And that happened a couple times.
This never happened in Tua's career.
But the
owner
owner
because he benched
back.
They blamed it on play.
In the long run, Batman, the owner still had Tua's back.
No, for sure. But I mean, let's not forget, Tua's not a disrespectful guy. If he's told to do something, he's going to listen.
I'm not so
I mean, he was
sure
taught.
It's not that he's disrespectful now. If he thinks that the better play is a better outcome, he's going to go with that outcome. He's going to go with the best that's going to give him the best outcome.
Yeah, you guys definitely have a point. I think what I'm trying to say, and maybe Batman as well, is like just because he hasn't shown those attributes doesn't mean he can't this season. And even if he does show the attributes, doesn't mean he wasn't able to last year. Maybe he just needs to grow. I mean, quarterback position is a hard position.
But Bryson,
to grow into it. The key
Hey,
word,
but
Bryson. Grow from what?
And
Bryson, I could take that
possibilities of
argument. I could take
given
your
that we're
argument
already
right there.
9-8, are if he even tweaks those numbers up a little bit. We
Sorry,
win
say
one
that
more
again,
game.
Culler.
But nobody wants to admit that.
Admit what? Sorry, say that one more time.
That if those stats I pointed out were tweaked up just a little bit, if we had a little bit more production out of the 4 dropbacks out of 5, then we're in the playoffs.
The outcome is different on the season, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think also with the same,
it can lead to an extra score or extra field goal.
On the same token, I can admit that a person needs this kind of help and that kind of help here and there that we have now provided. So given that we were already 9-8, I'm not going to sit here and say anything about our defense because our defense is precisely why we're in the position we're in.
And I think our defense is going to be better this season. As long as the play calling.
Now, if Tua can take advantage of that situation, that's great. But don't sit here and try to gaslight me and tell me that it's Tua that's got us here.
Yeah, that would be.
And that's where I get
say
annoyed.
that. Yeah, you can't say that.
Because all that
That's where I
does
get
is
annoyed.
provide false hope.
Wait, that Tua has to appear to get in the playoffs? Is that what you're saying?
No. To say that Tua is the reason we're in the situation we're in right now, that we're in the command position, that we have the initiative, has nothing to do with Tua's performance.
So what you're trying to say is that you need to see another level of Tua for you to say that.
Of course.
Well, yeah. Overall, yeah.
And not to be one to want to point out stats, but since everybody else has thrown them at me, I'm pointing out all of the stats in the macro. And most
because it's not all about stats.
And most of them support my opinion. It's not a matter of, the stats are right or wrong and I'm cherry picking. No, what I'm saying is actually supported by what happened. Because the stats
I don't want to go by all stats too, Culler. Like I'll say this, and I keep saying that. One thing I love about Tua, and I know I over exaggerate a little bit, but I like that. I like his clutch factor, and the fact that if he's put into a position, he's gonna try his best, even if it's a losing matter. He's gonna give it his all to the very end. And
to your point, Batman, he's a great bounce back player. Anytime he made a mistake, he came back and recovered from it. Yes,
anyone on this
he has
panel
done all of
said
that.
it. And I'm not saying that anyone that's critical about Tua is saying this, or anyone on this panel, but just fans that I've talked to on Twitter or wherever, right? That I just don't think that Tua has been bad. I think he's been mediocre and average. That I think that he has shown that people don't. He hasn't shown that he's a full-on bust like other quarterbacks have in his position.
You know what?
No, you can't be a bust. And you haven't
I'm
played 3 years.
To your point, and Batman,
right? You can't. You can't be a bust. It's impossible.
Because as I've said all day today, I don't think we've necessarily improved our team or changed what we've done over the years very much, other than Tyreek Hill. Okay, yet I expect improvement. And I've already said that. So the point is, when people project that we're going to say, it's all because of all these other pieces, I'm here to tell you we ain't done much different.
Culler, we did bring in some good old line and some good receivers.
What I'm saying
Culler, I will say this though.
What I'm saying is, hold on, I haven't finished what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if we improve to 12, 13 wins, it is because of Tua. How can it not be?
Color, well, we did more than Tyreek. We brought in better linemen. We arguably brought the best left tackle in the league.
Yeah, but we've done that stuff before, Batman.
Not
No, but
like
I
this,
think
though.
I think
Not
Chris
like
Greer's
this.
the difference maker, in my opinion.
Star linemen. We've brought in star this, star that.
Yeah, but at the same time that you brought a rookie coach, at the same time that you brought a rookie coach,
we've never brought in a guy that's
with
like
Joe Philbin.
And now I will
Okay.
say this: so I'm a lot younger
Yes,
than you
Batman,
guys,
that's
so
true.
I have
We
a
have
lot
done
less
this with rookie coach Joe
history with
Philbin.
the team. But to me, it seems like with all these things, Chris Greer's always set us up for the future. That next year we always have more picks. We always have first rounders, and I think that's the one thing that's different.
I will say to Batman's point,
Yeah, but
we've
have
never,
we used those
we've never
picks?
brought in so many of that caliber player at each position. We've
But
never
yeah.
had that kind of depth before. That is one thing.
That's
we've done
true.
differently.
But Crypto, I think we have used those picks well. Not all of them, but like think of Javon Holland. We used those picks to get Tyreek Hill, Jalen Phillips, Jalen Waddle. I mean, those are some star players that.
No, yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that part. But I'm saying in the whole totality of the 20-year spectrum, the Dolphins have done that as well. Drafted well, doing the
killed
Jimmy
on the picks. You're correct. Yes.
doing the Jimmy Johnson,
doing the
Jimmy Johnson era. He drafted pretty well with Tim Bowens, Jason Taylors of the world. We have drafted guys even with our own picks.
I'm not trying to be.
And then in the off season,
I'm not trying.
But what
to
I'm saying that our
exaggerate
offense
the
matched
whole
to our
thing.
defense back then.
All I'm trying to do is say that we haven't done so much that you can't still say it's up to Tua to change our trajectory. So that if our trajectory does change to the upward, it is because of Tua's improvement.
But the thing is, Color, this is my point, because a lot of people say you've added all these pieces, so you expect a better record than 9 wins. You know, you don't expect anything less than 11 or 12.
You have to.
But we got to consider that everybody improved themselves too.
I
It wasn't
expect
just
better
us.
production out of the quarterback. Maybe it doesn't translate to 12, 13
100%.
wins. Okay, fair enough.
100%.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
100%.
Well, shouldn't it translate to
going on? Is that
wins
Trey?
when the quarterback performs well?
But it would be clear
Batman?
at that
Trey.
point, Batman.
Sounds like Trey.
It would be clear at that point
right
where the issues are at.
Is this
But
Trey?
Batman-
Sounds like Trey.
But Batman, it's supposed to translate to more wins if Tua improves this game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you're
I mean,
talking about such a serious regression on the
Tua
rest
could
of our
improve his
team.
game. Tua could improve his game, and the O-line takes and the defense takes a step back. But not
How could it
necessarily.
get any worse? How could it get any
Once
worse?
the defense get
You
worse,
never
how would
know.
it get worse?
It might have not been.
Unless
Boyer
you're just
calling
talking
the
about
shots.
outright
So,
injuries.
You're talking
Barring
about
injuries.
such a serious drop off that.
So
you're
I got a
talking
question
about
though,
Rick
because
and
that's
Keel
one of
type
my
drop-off,
fears.
the way this
man.
defense.
No way.
Hey, listen.
We're
That's the
talking
biggest
about-
concern we have. That's more of a concern than
Have you
Tua
ever heard of
improving
Rick
than
and Keel,
anything.
Batman?
Are you talking about the whole defense going on a fishing
Hey,
trip
but
and it's
Batman,
both
you ever
No, but
heard
the
of
only
Rick
way
and
That's
this
the only time that we're going to have a
the only-
regression.
Right. The only
No,
way
I got a
this defense
question
is
though. I got a question about the defense, because this is something that I've wondered. Because I mean, like, I did like Flores towards the end. You know, I definitely felt like maybe we need to go a different direction, but unarguably, Flores is a great defensive coach, and we aren't sure if Josh Boyer's got what it
Exactly.
takes to
Thank
show
you.
what
That's a good point.
Flores
That's a good point.
did.
Thank
So
you.
I'm just curious, do you
That's
guys
the biggest
think
thing.
Flores being gone, even though we
But
have the same
again,
more
you're
than
personnel?
Tua.
talking about a regression that would be
I
of
mean,
epic
listen.
proportions.
It's possible.
Right, but schematically,
100%
look,
possible,
listen,
Color.
schematically, they should
Okay,
be
Batman,
similar.
if that's the case, then none
But
of
how
the talk
likely
about
is it,
Tua
though?
or any other thing
Hey,
is
somebody
ever
put
possible. You know what I mean?
Color. It
What's the
doesn't matter.
likelihood?
It doesn't matter if you brought everybody back on the defense. If Flores was the one calling the shots and Boyer was just his clip holder, there is a chance that we can take a step back, Color. That's a very good
I'm also
possibility.
No, but
talking
listen, Batman,
Back
look,
to-
But we're not for the whole
real
time.
quick.
Step back.
Can I
I'm
say
talking
something? Can I
about
say something?
epic regression. And it
Yeah,
ain't
I don't
gonna
think
happen.
that's gonna
Yeah, it's
happen. Oh, I'm talking
like
about
a
a game
I
or
won't
two
be epic.
regression, like one or two
Yeah,
losses
but
Think of it like this,
that we weren't
Batman.
expecting.
My only
like
problem with
maybe
this
on a
defense, my only
attempted pick,
Hold
they
on,
didn't
guys.
get the
Hold on,
pick.
guys. Think of it like this.
my
Batman.
question
Over the
about
last
this
couple
defense
years,
though.
we've averaged right
Go ahead,
around.
go ahead.
We've averaged right around where we're at, right around 21 points given up per game. We've averaged that.
Wait a minute.
Even if we rose that to 25, in 2020, we scored 25 points per game. So if we're expecting to improve our points per game scored We have room to give up on defense.
Yes, we do. That's a good point. But I think that schematically, like, this defense is not going to take no regression. Like, schematically, this defense is going to be similar. Like, it's just my question is the adjustments. My question is the game planner. How who's going to replace Brian Flores making in-game adjustments defensively?
But that's a big
game
deal.
plan.
Xavier Howard.
Right.
Xavier Howard.
Josh Boyer.
See, I agree with whoever just said Xavier Howard, and I agree in a real interesting. It's not that I think, oh no, I'm just in such a belief that our defense has already arrived. The rest is
that they can run themselves.
The rest is reactionary. They know where they need to be.
X is a leader, man.
Yeah, but we're in a
Literally carried us
situation.
through wins.
But listen, we're like in a situation where like.
And Landon Roberts is going to be a Pro Bowler this year for sure.
Okay, stop
Listen,
it.
but we're like in a
Absolutely, he will.
situation like.
Listen, guys.
That man, not only that, he's
gonna
got
be
his
a
yellow
Pro
jacket
Bowler.
and waiting.
Yeah, but the
reason.
Right,
The
but
reason
On that note, I gotta
Hold
leave.
on.
If we're gonna start saying Landon Roberts is a Pro Bowler, all right, man, I'll holler at you.
Hold on. We want to know what you're cooking
Bon
before you
Jovi.
leave. Hold on.
Wait a minute, Bon Jovi.
Yeah, it smells good, Bon Joe. What are you cooking over there? It smells good.
Bon Jovi and Landon Roberts gonna give us some good cooking this year.
The reason that the Patriots for 20 years had a sneaky good defense, and everybody was like, "Oh, where did that defense come from around
There we go.
playoff time?" is because they were so intelligent.
Right, they was.
No, but my thing is like,
we're like they was overly skilled.
But my thing is, we're in a situation. Look, listen, we're in a situation where you fired, right? You fired Bill Belichick. Let's say Brian Flores is Bill Belichick, right? And in this case, Matt Patricia. Let's say if Matt Patricia was still the incumbent defensive coordinator of the Patriots. That's kind of the equivalent of what Josh Boyer is in this situation. Like, is it more? You know what I'm saying?
I know. Just in my opinion, this is just my opinion. I think if Brian
you
Flores
guys
was
are
the
not-
defensive coordinator right now,
you guys
he'd be
are
a top 3
misunderstanding me.
DC
Wait,
in
hold
the
on. Who is
league.
the master?
Irving, finish real quick.
But my
Yeah,
thing
he will
is
be top DC.
and my point is, who is the true mastermind behind that defense?
Xavier Howard.
Bill
Brian
Belichick.
Flores.
Okay, that's what my point was. That's what we're gonna find out next year. Is
Yeah,
it the
we will
Bill
find out.
Belichick or the Matt Patricia? It's weird. It's a weird point. I know.
I see what you're
it's hard to
saying
follow.
because Matt Patricia left and then did absolutely shit. Whereas we're gonna find out
Right,
if Josh Boyer
right,
can do it by himself.
Right. Exactly.
Correct.
Yes.
I see what you're saying, Irving. Yeah.
Good
And
Josh.
I hope that he's not Matt.
I see what you did there, Irving. I see what you did there.
And I really hope the best for Brian Flores. I hope because I think his next head coaching job, he's going to do really well.
His next head coaching job is at Pittsburgh. He's getting groomed for it.
No,
I don't know if fucking
he's
Mike
gonna learn from
Tomlin's
Tomlin,
leaving.
man. He's gonna learn a
I'm
lot
sorry,
from Tomlin.
Yeah, Tomlin's a stud. If you guys have not seen the pivot, and Culler knows what
Yeah,
I'm
I saw
talking
it.
about. If you have not seen the interview
Yeah, I
on
seen
the
it. I seen
pivot,
it.
man, I have mad respect for Mike Tomlin.
Yeah,
So,
bro.
Bon Joe,
he's a
catch
great
us
coach.
up to speed. What are we smelling right now with that steam coming up in your camera?
Oh.
What is that?
What's
So
that?
I
Sheep
just
oxtail,
made-
bro?
This is the
Sheep
smell-o-vision
oxtail.
What is it?
stream.
So I made some fish and chips for the wife so she don't do meat. I did make some lemon pepper chicken wings for the kids with some fries. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Save
But
me
it
a
was
plate.
blind-
Save me a plate.
But it was I
Sounds
brined
good,
my
sounds
chicken
good.
wings. I brined my chicken wings overnight in salt, pepper, some Worcestershire, some onion powder, garlic powder, and a little bit of lemon pepper seasoning. So it could soak
On my
into the
way.
meat
Save
as
me a
well.
plate. On my way. Me and CB83 are on the way. Save a plate.
Hey, but
And-
Bon Joe, but when you're working out, you eat a lot, right? You
I have
eat
to,
a lot
man.
of calories.
I have to get my proteins up. It's just my proteins. I can't
Right,
eat
right.
enough protein, man.
Yeah, I know, bro. Trust
They
me.
told me, yo, count your macros. I'm like, dude, I have 3
Yeah, it's supposed
kids.
to be
I work a
1
full-time
gram
job.
per pound of body weight, right?
Yeah, I'm like,
Right.
ain't nobody can
It's
eat.
hard
So
to keep up. Yeah.
I catch myself
I know,
forcing
you gotta,
myself to
especially when
eat.
you're working out a lot, bro. You gotta eat a lot of calories, bro. You gotta eat like a freaking monster, bro. I remember I was working out like that, lifting weights. I had to chug
Hey, I
protein
want
like
to weigh in
that.
real quick on the Flores thing and
Sure
Boyer.
thing,
But guys,
go ahead, buddy.
But guys, thanks for having me. I gotta go.
Hey, no problem.
All right,
Bon.
Bon
Thanks a
Joe.
lot, man.
Hey,
I'm
take
gonna
care,
keep
Bon
Take
Joe.
care, bro.
Yeah.
Take care.
How you doing?
Hey, Culler, you know what? Since I started this, one of the reasons I
Save
gravitated
money.
toward what's going on, guys. One of the reasons I gravitated to Culler because I was eye to eye with his stance on Brian Flores. You know what I mean? I'm a very pro Brian Flores, but at the same time, I got to recognize that I think that Josh Boyer is just as good of a defensive mind as Brian Flores is. The only difference between Brian Flores and Josh Boyer
we'll
is,
find out.
listen, let me look. You can have your opinion all you want to. This is my turn to say my opinion, all right? Thank you. Anyway, in my opinion, and again, my opinion, I think they're just as good as defensive mind. The only difference between Brian Flores and Josh Boyer is Brian Flores could command a room better than Josh Boyer.
Yeah.
Remember one thing: Brian Flores could have anybody in that defensive unit, but he kept the only one he kept on that staff was Boyer, and it has to be a reason because he was a secondary specialist. He was a secondary specialist in.
He was a linebackers coach too.
Yeah. No.
Well, his first guy left. The guy from Denver. The first guy got picked up. The guy that went to Denver. What was his name?
Oh, he went to Denver. Joseph.
He went to the Giants.
Vance Joseph.
This guy, Batman.
Vance Joseph. Yeah, Vance Joseph was the other guy. Right.
Vance Joseph was his other guy.
So, but no, I think
Vance Joseph was Gase's guy.
Yes.
Yeah, Gase's
guy.
Yeah,
he was.
You're thinking about Patrick Graham. You're thinking of Patrick Graham.
Patrick Graham. That's what I'm thinking. He went to the Giants.
And the first thing he did was elevate Josh Boyer. You know what I mean? Right. And so that's why I feel that he has trust. I think he's a schematic guy, just like McDaniel, but I don't think you know what I mean. I don't know about play calling, but I think he's a good schematic guy.
So my thing is, we don't know if Flores was the one that did the developing. We don't know if it was Boyer that did the developing. We don't know if it was Childress, that's his name, right? The one that got cut. We don't know if it was him. So that's my thing. That's my pushback that I have, Culler. Like we don't know who was the mastermind here. And even if we didn't select the mastermind and we have the apprentice, you know, how bad of a step do we take back?
I just don't believe it's going to be that large a step back if it does.
I
happen.
agree, Culler. I agree with you.
It could be one or two games.
The question to find out, but also
I'm more worried about
mark my words. There will be no regression on defense.
But also, you guys got to.
I'm more worried about our defense taking a step back than Tua taking a step forward. Put it that way.
And you know what?
That's fair, Batman. But I don't think that's happened with the personnel we got.
Statistically, defenses do take a step back every year. But you know, we did add, you know, two, you know, different makers on the draft.
Too.
Yeah, but we're still on an upward trajectory from
and we just added players to this.
We had a
rookie, right? Because he got younger.
We had a rookie with confidence problems that still got 8.5 sacks.
Yeah.
Right.
And
exactly. There you go. And that's the same guy, Culler. I said, call me crazy. He's going to get 25 sacks this year. Mark my words.
He's going to be a stud.
And remember,
25 sacks. He's going to be a Pro Bowler.
Yeah. Remember, 30% of his snaps, he was dropping back in coverage. So it's not like
he's going to put his hands in the dirt.
If you guys,
and he's going to set the record.
Around and listen to Batman's show later. He's going to do a rundown, and I think, I don't know if this is one of the guys you were talking about, Batman, that's also on your list that we brought up earlier in today's show.
Who?
Carlos Dunlap.
No, but I didn't put a tackle, defensive tackle, but I do want him.
One guy we were looking at had 8.5 sacks last year, and I'm thinking we had a rookie with confidence issues that had 8.5 sacks.
Yeah, but you guys got to look at the different schematics too. Like, are they going to use
Culler? That was an indictment on Flores. Culler, that was an indictment.
My thing is, like, you got to look at it schematically.
They're playing them out of position.
Are they going to?
Irving, I can look at each game if I haven't done the deep dive. But
they put them out of position, man.
Hold on,
hold on, Batman.
Hold on, guys. I can look at the list of games and find out.
Hold on, Crypto.
How those sacks were spread out over the season.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I can confirm what you're saying. In other words, on these particular games, we played more of this scheme, and so therefore he got 3 sacks that night. You know what I mean? But here, this is what it is, bro. Mm-hmm. Jalen Phillips, if you go back to the Baltimore game, Jalen Phillips was tracking down Lamar Jackson in the flat.
Oh yeah,
him and Holland. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and credit to Van Ginkel for holding the gaps and sliding down the line to make sure he
Right.
gets pushed out to the flat.
The
right?
containment.
That's true.
You have to hold containment.
Okay.
Right,
okay.
right.
Now, if you go back to Jalen Phillips' college performance, the one that shocked me, the one that got me on board with the kid from the get-go was his game against Clemson against Trevor Lawrence.
Oh yeah, he did really well that game.
And I mean, there was two guys on the. It was like watching one of those old battles between like Theismann and Lawrence Taylor. Like
Lawrence
you
Taylor.
know who the know who the fight is really between.
Right. No, and
You
what
know
I
what I
love
mean?
with Miami.
Hey, but
right.
Culler, real quick, just a quick point. But another fact that you forgot to mention, Culler, about that Ravens game is that when Tua came into the game, pretty much, Lamar Jackson was Mario Chalmers next to LeBron James. You know, at that point, his confidence was shot. Lamar Jackson didn't know what to do.
Well,
No,
to
but
your
anyways,
point, and again,
Yeah.
man, I know it seems like I keep just smashing all your hopes and dreams, dude. Like that's what I'm here for or something. And I don't really intend to be doing that, man. I hope you know that. But earlier you had brought up the Ravens game. And one of the things that a lot of people do, not yourself per se, but a lot of people will point out that game and some of the ones that went to it will testify to as soon as Tua came in the game, the stadium lit up, everybody cheered, blah blah blah.
Yes, I was there. Yeah, we were there.
And they're not wrong. They're not wrong. My section, I was in section 102, I want to say. And yeah,
the crowd was lit. The crowd was lit when he came in.
It was like the Dolphins won a Super Bowl.
I freaked out here.
But then let me tell you what happened, okay? And I've got the actual game script right here up with me from the Dolphins website to help guide me along in my memory, okay? But let me explain to you what happened when Tua came in. He came in the second half, third quarter. Jacoby had taken us on a drive, and we ended up punting. And then on the next drive, I'm assuming is when Jacoby got hurt and Tua had to come in, right? So we'll pick up there at 11:47 in the third quarter. Okay.
Right.
We had a 4-yard run, a 9-yard pass, a 1-yard run, pass incomplete, negative 5-yard penalty, punt. The next drive, still, this is 5:30 left in the third quarter. 1-yard pass, 6-yard pass, pass incomplete, punt. Third drive. By the way, by the end of that series, my section at least, which is the only one I can testify to, my section was completely silent.
They were probably Ravens fans.
No, it was on the home side. Pretty sure everybody was Dolphin fans. Now the third drive,
Tua just held his ground. Like even though he didn't score, but he held his ground.
The third drive,
that he did do, Batman.
139 in the third. We had a 14-yard pass, a negative 10-yard penalty, 35-yard pass. Probably that was that nice one to Jalen Waddle.
Oh yeah.
A 14. Now starts the fourth quarter. 14-yard run. Now, mind you, we put up 0 points in the third quarter.
But the fourth quarter is Tua time. Remember, they call him the king of the fourth.
16 points.
Right, but it's been my contention is that
it was 9-9.
Batman, here's the reason I did this. It wasn't to keep going on with the fourth quarter. We all know what happened after that because we ended up winning the game 20-22-10. So we put up 16 points in the fourth quarter. Okay.
Yeah.
But
that comeback doesn't happen until the Xavier Howard fumble.
Listen, the game could have been over in the third, and we could have been resting our offensive and defensive linemen and players if we would have just put up one touchdown in the first quarter and one touchdown in the third quarter.
Boom. Was this Tua's first game after injury, Culler?
Now, to that point, though, Batman.
Yes, Batman.
Okay. What I'm trying to illustrate, and this is where I'll follow it up with, we played 17 games, not all Tua, I know, but we played 17 games in a season. 9 of those 17 games, more than half of them, we did not score in the third quarter. That's where this team's problem is at. It doesn't matter who's the cause of it, why it's that way. None of that. That is where our problem is at.
Color,
That is where
and
our
I've said it
defense
before.
says-
It's our
No,
second
that's
half
terrible
adjustment.
to have- That is at
Our
which
second
point
half
to be
adjustment.
blamed.
That is at which point our defense says, "Go fuck yourselves. We're not playing anymore."
Yeah, they was tired at that point. Like, man, give us some points in the third quarter.
And if you've ever
You
played
can't
ball
do that, man, because Tua brings you back in the
yes,
fourth.
you can. Yes, you
Tua
can.
brings you back in the fourth.
Yes, you
though,
can.
Color.
Because if you've ever played ball in the heat of South Florida, you would know nobody in their right mind would do that for anybody.
Right.
I know that, Color,
Listen,
but if
I
you
want-
got a kid that
I
can
wanna-
bring you back, and he's been proven to bring it back, why not fight for the kid?
They try.
You're talking about the defense,
Right.
man.
They're
They're
human,
gassed at
Batman.
that point.
Yeah.
But Batman, they're probably gassed at that point.
9 out of
credit-
17 games, we put up a goose egg in the third quarter. That is robbing the defense of their halftime break.
That's true. I got to give it to you, bro. That's right.
Yeah, we got to put points on it coming out of halftime.
And again, it may not be Tua's fault. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say it doesn't matter who the
No, the
problem
offense
is.
needs
It
to do
needs
better.
be
100%, Culler. Yeah, totally agree.
I mean, credit to Tua coming back in that game and putting, deciding the
In
game
the
with that
Atlanta
touchdown
game?
drive. No,
Yeah.
no.
You're talking about the
But-
Atlanta game, right?
No, I was talking
Now,
about Baltimore.
people want to
But
forget that the reason that they couldn't answer,
No, we've
that
had
they were
wire to wire
answering
in the
every one of our
Baltimore game.
punts with a punt was because of our defense.
We never trailed in the Baltimore game.
no, we never. Well, we never did. No, you're right. No, but
I
I'm saying,
just
like,
I
there's
don't
only
want to
been
I don't
few,
want anyone to justify and make an opinion of Tua until you make the proper adjustments on the offensive side, which we have done.
But
We have
listen,
made improvements. If
That's
you give
fair
me
enough.
I
But
always say
Batman,
this. You
Tua,
don't give
actually,
me
when you look,
you don't give
That's
me the
fair enough
tools
for me, bro.
the tools to do anything. No, I want to say it for Irving too. If you don't give me the tools necessary, don't expect me to give you lobster when you just give me a lemon. Okay, I can't do that. I can't do that.
I could give you. Yeah, that's fair to say, but I'm saying like there's been very few games where Tua has actually brought you back from more than from a game where you're down by at least 2 possessions. There's only been like 2 or 3 games that I really could think of that Tua has done that.
At what
And he
point
hasn't
would
been
you
doing
would
it
not
since
say
the-
that?
Yes,
Last
it
year.
was the Atlanta game and it was the Carolina game.
At what point don't you
I
think
mean,
it would be
I'm
Tua
sorry.
where he would say
The
after as
Atlanta
well?
game, the Jets game, and the Cardinals game. That was
Actually,
the
but
3
if you
games.
look at the rankings, like
Where
Tua
it was double-digit
comes to,
comebacks
when
from
he's
Tua.
down, when his team is down by more than 2 possessions, he's actually one of the worst quarterbacks in the fourth quarter when his team is down by more than 2 possessions.
Again, with what tools? What are the
he's-
tools?
Yeah, but tell me a
Well-
young
well,
quarterback.
there's no
tell me
tools
a
in the
young
shed,
quarterback
Rob.
that's not in the top 10. So take out Joe Burrow and I mean you can't even say Herbert that you asked that of. You only
Irving,
asked that of
if
a veteran
you had
quarterback.
Well, both of them
Jakeem
are
Brown
trailing the
and Matt
non-top
Collins
quarterbacks.
and Isaiah Ford as your receivers, you're down 2 touchdowns in the fourth. I'm throwing in a towel too, Irving. Come on, man. Come on, Irving.
You can't ask
it's
that
just-
of
Wait,
a
man, you can't.
quarterback
Wait,
for
hold
a
on, Batman.
second-year
Did you
quarterback.
just say you're throwing in the
Hold
towel?
on, guys. Hold on.
Bro, when
Everybody
you
How
have
does
hold on a
that
second.
work?
as a quarterback, when
Everybody
you
hold
have
on a
these skills
second.
to
I had to
anybody,
jump
it
back
doesn't
in
matter.
on my phone. I don't want there to be a lot of feedback. I want to make my point real quick. I'll jump back out while my computer is rebooting. My computer just crashed.
That's
But
cool,
what I
that's
want to
cool.
say is, by the way, they actually itemized that stat of fourth quarter comebacks and game-winning drives. Tua
Right.
had 0 fourth quarter
Game-winning
comebacks
drives.
and
Right.
2 game-winning drives.
That's not good in
Game-winning
23
drives.
games, bro. That's not good in
That's the
23
number.
games.
Wait a
bro.
minute. Hold on. Read that again. You said 0 and 2. How's that possible?
He had
Wait a minute,
0
run that by me
fourth
again.
quarter comebacks and 2 game-winning drives in the whole season.
But didn't we come
to
back?
his credit,
Fourth
but
quarter.
to his
No,
credit,
but
Tua
Irving
is
said
top
35
5.
games. Where do you get 35 games from?
30.
No, I said 23
Huh?
games.
30.
Did I say 35? I meant 23. My
Where do
bad.
you
No,
get
no,
If I said
23
no,
35,
wait a
games
minute. Hold on.
No
Irving,
no
that
comeback.
stat I just gave is for last
That's
season
from
only.
last year. That's last
Last
year.
That was
season
last
only,
season.
yes.
Yes.
No, but the year before it was the Cardinal game was the only one.
Yeah, the Cardinals game.
Yeah, but there is
Yeah,
another
that
stat.
Cardinals
out there.
game,
And
Tua
let's be
showed
fair.
out.
Wait a minute. Let's also be fair and say there are some times where he came back, but then again, obviously the other team made another comeback and
City.
scored a game-winning
Kansas
field
City.
goal.
Kansas
That would
City.
be
Atlanta.
Well, Atlanta.
Atlanta. Atlanta.
To his credit, yeah, there's that one game. But to his credit,
the other team came back and took the lead at the end.
But that's not excusing Tua, because everybody knows how I feel that we should have never been in that pickle.
Yeah, but
I
to
agree.
his credit,
But
he
he's still
You
got
talking
us
about
out.
the Atlanta game, Culler?
Hold on.
And the Jacksonville game.
Hey, but to his credit,
Well,
he
yeah,
is top
we had a
five.
double-digit lead in both games.
To his credit, he is top 5 when it comes to when his team is within a one possession game in the fourth quarter. He is he's a top 5 quarterback in that regard. So
His rating within one score is top 5. Is that what you mean? His
his
QBR?
passer rating. I think it's his passer rating. His passer
Well, that's
rating,
another place that
his
he actually
completion
jumps
percentage.
up a little bit in the rankings. His actual QBR and passer rating are a little higher than like his 27th rank and everything
The
else
kid's a stud,
suggests.
man.
You know
all
what I
I
mean?
ask is for you
Yes.
guys to give him a chance this year. If he fails,
No, we are.
Batman,
Listen,
Batman, what we're trying to tell you is
there's
we're
certain
glad
levels
to.
to it.
We're glad to,
I
because
think
there's
everybody's giving him a
there's
chance,
no way
Batman.
it could get any worse. And even if it's the same production, we're still winning more ball games.
It could be worse.
It's just certain levels of giving him a chance.
If Austin
That's
Jackson is
that's
less than Jesse
what
Davis,
amplify it.
and we don't scheme around that, then it could be worse. It could be worse.
I think everybody's giving him a chance. That's the reason why he's
if
still the
price-
quarterback.
Batman, if the price for me giving him another chance is allowing me to set the record straight on what has already happened, then how is that not a fair price to pay?
I'm
But
just
listen,
saying, it's a
Batman,
brand new
look,
team. It's a
listen,
completely different
Batman,
team color.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, bro.
That is correct.
You're absolutely
Batman, look,
right.
It's a new team.
Batman, look, I want to be clear on one thing. I to myself, you asked me, I don't believe Tua to be a franchise quarterback, but I will give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to support him. I'm going to have his back. You know, I want him to do well, okay? And I think he's going to improve. But you got to take a look at what the Dolphins did around him. You know, like the way they build around him, the amount of money that they spent on bringing in these players to build
But it's about time. You do that the first time in 3 years, though.
And again, I don't think it was enough to take credit away from a Tua improvement if that's what ends up happening.
But listen, but what
the kid
the Dolphins
did well
want,
for what
like,
he had.
But what every Dolphin fan and even the Dolphins organization, they want a high return on their investment when it comes to Tua, and that he needs to become a top 10, 12 quarterback to justify that.
He's a fifth overall pick.
Yes.
He needs to be.
Yes,
I understand
but that's when
that.
you deter. Right. But you need that.
But
at
the
the same
fan
time,
base
you
wants,
have-
what the fan base wants,
He needs to
what
be
the fan
better
base
for
wants-
himself.
The fan base
But at
wants
the
an
same
Aaron
time-
Rodgers
but
type
at-
that can get a bunch of scrubs and win you playoff games, and it's not going to
But at the same
happen.
time, at the same time, like let's be rational sometimes. Like maybe top 10 is too much expecting from at least
No,
if he
I
can,
expect that of him.
give
I
us some.
expect top 5.
Okay. But I'm saying that if he's able to get this to the playoffs and win us some games and not turn over the ball and put together drives and just be better, more efficient, that's what we're asking of him. But of course,
Irving,
yes, to
if
justify
Tua
that
was
fifth
considered,
overall pick,
if
he has to
Tua
play
was
like a top
considered a
10
god,
quarterback.
if Tua was considered a god in college, I don't need a top 10 in the league. I need better than that. I
agree with that, but it's I agree with that.
Yeah.
I just
But so that
wanna
means
say-
that things around them doesn't need to be top 10 as well. In the same token.
That could
For
that
sure,
could be
they
true.
are.
Two things could be true.
But they are
Two
top
things could be
10.
true.
Make no don't confuse what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say. Look, I know we've improved enough to where, yeah, you could say, we're no longer like garbage like we were, as everybody likes to say for some reason. But at the same time, to what I was saying earlier, we haven't improved enough to where any quarterback still has to do his job and can therefore take the credit for the improvement in the increase in production. You see what I'm saying? It's a way to say,
yeah, I do.
I want to give Tua the credit he deserves if he improves, but also recognizing that, yeah, he never had a chance with what we had last year. Well, I don't think we, again, other than Tyreek Hill and the depth, the quality of depth, we haven't really done much different than we've done in 25 years. year over year.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
But all I'm saying is, like, I mean myself, when it comes to Tua, like, when it comes to the season, I'm gonna cast my opinions aside. I'm gonna have my faith in him. I'm gonna be open to the possibility that he can be a franchise quarterback, that he can be a top 10 quarterback. I mean, the Dolphins have done everything in their
That's all
power
I
to
ask.
make,
That's all I ask,
right.
Irving. That's all I ask.
They've done their job schematically to build an offense that emphasizes, to his strengths as a quarterback and mitigates his weaknesses. And they put the weapons around him that should help what he does best, which is the short and intermediate game. Open up, get guys who can, manufacture or twitchy, can manufacture space. And that can help him.
Irving?
And I'm really having a lot of hope for him.
You know what I've caused though? What's going to happen is you're going to have a whole lot of really diehard fans, Dolphin fans, not just Tua fans, but like Dolphin fans in general, the ones that like used to be like us growing up, where we were looking at the newspaper at all the different games for the week, real getting into the weeds.
Yeah.
You're going to have a whole bunch of Dolphin fans out there literally counting dropbacks this year to see what's
Listen,
done on every one. Watch.
I want to be honest with the fan base. I said, listen.
I mean, I've done that with
There
every
ain't nobody
dropback
out
of
here.
Tua
There isn't anybody out here that wants Tua to succeed more than I do. Not just because he's my quarterback for my
Batman,
Dolphins
I
team.
hope that, bro.
It's because
hope
I
that.
support this kid on
yeah.
every aspect of this
Well, in
aspect
fairness,
of the Miami Dolphins.
In fairness,
now, that being said,
in fairness, Batman, we got Q dropping in from the Pacific Ocean.
right. But I'm
Tua,
saying
so
when Tua, when we got Tua, when we got Brian Flores, and when we got Tua, I celebrated like no other Miami Dolphin fan, and I wanted both of these guys to be a cornerstone pieces, like a Mourning and Pat Riley. I wanted that to be what we had. That's what I wanted, and it didn't happen.
I just came on and say something real quick to Culler's point. Culler, Tua does not deserve the credit because he has not done anything. But at the same time, Tua does not deserve all the banter and the hate against him because he has nothing to work with.
Yeah.
That may
and
be
that's
true.
What I came up with.
You have a fair point saying that. I recognize that.
Yeah. I mean, listen. If he can fix, like I said, if he can fix it, the deficiencies in his game,
I guess it just doesn't bother
and get
me,
stronger
dude.
and get healthier.
I guess what it is it just doesn't bother me when somebody names themselves Tua is trash on a chat panel chat somewhere. It just doesn't bother me.
But I just want to address it. Look, if Tua, for whatever reason, this season, you're giving him the tools to succeed. You're giving him a coach that actually believes. Listen, you're giving him a coach that believes in him. You're giving him everything he needs, right? And he craps the bed. At that point, I am looking to upgrade the position. I am looking for another quarterback.
Batman,
But
listen,
it's a clear thing though. It's very clear what I'm saying. It's upgrade the position. It's not go get a quarterback. I said upgrade the position. At that point, I'm all
Batman,
for
real
upgrading
quick.
the position.
Batman, and I'm going to tell you guys something that is going to make you all feel very good about Tua, very optimistic. I know I mentioned that's Samoan lady. She's like a Ohio State fan. She's like a Bengals fan. She's from Ohio.
Be careful.
We
Be
had her
careful. Be
as the
careful, Irving.
No. We cleared this up. We
Nobody
cleared
got
this
to
up.
be careful around here, Batman.
All the things.
Just kidding, man.
I know. Hey, listen. The things that we're all worrying about, he's working on. He knows it. He acknowledges, and he's working on it. So that's all. That was the thing. That I got muddied before, but that after having it cleared up to me, that's what was told to us in that space, and I'm optimistic after hearing that he is working on the things.
What you're basically saying is, you got confirmation from the inside that Tua can smell his own stink.
Yeah, that's funny.
I just want to say something real quick.
Let's just put it in, man.
Q, I want to ask you a question real quick.
Put it in like,
go ahead,
tailgate terms. You know what I mean?
Q, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, brother.
Hypothetically, would you trade Tua for Kenny Pickett straight up?
Hell
no.
No.
Oh, no. You mean
I'm asking Q. I'm asking Q.
Hold on.
That's fine who you're asking. I'm just saying hell no.
Hold up. You say trade Tua for Pickett?
For Kenny Pickett.
Would you
Straight
give
up.
us Pickett for Tua?
No, I'm
way.
a Tua guy. Kenny Pickett, but Kenny Pickett, I'm not a Kenny Pickett guy, but he's a Steeler right now. But I got to see something.
You have
I don't
no
know,
idea
bro.
what you have in
If
Pickett.
it,
Hey, let
He
me
could be
say
good, he could be
something.
bad.
Let me say something.
if it was like the
Let me say something
2020
quick that
draft, he probably would have been like a second round pick or something.
Hey, I shit you not, bro. This
That's
past
just me.
draft, the
Third round pick,
the
probably.
quarterback class was trash, bro. So don't
Damn,
expect much
Batman,
from me.
we're almost
But
there,
I
bro.
am
It's 7:30.
I am expecting something.
I'm getting
I
out
am
of work in
expecting
half an hour.
something from Kenny
That's
Pickett
hilarious, man.
because he did break Dan Marino's record. So that's something to look forward to.
Kenny Pickett broke all of Marino's record in Pitt.
Yeah.
All of
But
them.
you also have to remember, it's a different football. It's a different type of game
Yeah,
than
it's a
what
different
Marino
league now.
played in.
Yeah, it's much faster. It's much.
So let's
Marino's the one that
Don't give me that, bro.
Okay,
Don't give me that.
Okay, so let's not pretend Marino wouldn't have a Super Bowl championship with last year's team.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Dude, it's such a more physical game. You could literally murder a wide receiver coming across the middle, and now you just
He still didn't
breathe
have
on
a
him
run
and it's
game
a
though. He
flag.
still didn't have a run game though. Marino didn't have a run
No,
game.
for
last year.
sure. I'm
Batman,
just
when
saying
people-
that
when people
just to
throw out
say
the
that
fact that
Kenny
Marino
Pickett
didn't have
broke
a
his
Super
record
Bowl,
doesn't mean
what
much
they're
to me.
effectively telling us is that he would be no better than Tua was with this team last year, and that's just
So Bryson, I get you, and
Yeah,
it's a passing
I'm saying
league.
that,
It's a
Color.
passing league now.
I'm bold-faced saying that right now.
Why hasn't anybody done it?
It's not
Why
a
didn't
passing
anybody do
league.
it?
It's an
Dan Marino,
offensive
Tom
league.
Brady would not make the playoffs, would not make get to the Super Bowl with the team Tua had last season. I'm both-faced saying that, bro.
Yeah, the line was trash. Brady would have gotten hurt week
Well,
2.
you're a Pitt fan, so take
It
that with
doesn't
a
matter
grain
if
of
I'm a
salt.
Pitt fan. I'm a fan of football, bro.
I
So
get
if
it.
you go there, that says that I won the argument. If you're trying to go there, you're trying to,
No, I'm saying, have you watched as many Dan Marino games as I have?
bro. I know Dan Marino, bro.
Okay, that's not what
Even
I
though
asked.
I'm not even though I'm not a fan of Miami, I know Dan
But
Marino.
that's
I
not
know
what I
what he's
asked
capable
you.
of.
That's not what I asked. I'm asking quantity. Have you watched all of his games?
I haven't even watched all of Marino
Bro, I
games.
wasn't
They don't
even
have. They
alive
don't
in
have them on.
1985,
They don't
bro.
have them on
Okay,
YouTube.
I wasn't even
Fair
alive in
enough. I'm not trying to
1985,
throw
bro.
that at.
They don't
I'm
even
not
have them
throwing
on
that in your
YouTube.
face.
I'm a
I'm
90s
not
baby,
trying to
bro.
throw
I'm
that
a
in your
90s
face.
baby, bro.
I'm just simply saying that, like,
No,
with
you trying
today's
to
rules.
make something out of nothing, bro.
No,
I'm
bro.
telling you,
No.
I know Dan Marino.
No,
I know what
I'm
he's
backing
capable
down,
of.
Q. I'm backing down. That's not what this is about. I'm not trying to throw that in your face, bro. I'm just simply saying that I've seen enough out of Dan Marino to know that with today's rules, today's game,
right,
he would be sitting back there like he's driving a Cadillac on a 5-lane empty highway, just shooting fish in a barrel.
Dude, Dan Marino would be Aaron Rodgers on steroids. In this
That's
league.
all I'm saying.
Let
Q.
me
I
ask
wasn't
you
trying to
this. Let me
throw that
ask
at
you this, Connor. Was Dan Marino?
Oh yeah. I understand.
Was Dan
I
Marino
understand,
taking?
I understand.
Was Dan Marino taking like dirty shots and stuff like that while he was a quarterback?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like multiple
the man had
shots,
guys
like
draped on him. The man had guys draped on him every other play.
okay, so,
He'll
but
throw a 60-yard strike on a rope.
Besides getting hit in the mouth, like he was still throwing strikes
on a rope.
Okay.
Yeah, but even now, though, like even if you are getting sacked, the sacks back in the day compared to now, you could demolish a quarterback in Marino's
The guy was
time.
like 6 foot.
If you breathe on a quarterback right now, you get him.
Yeah, we call those the Brady rules. Just like there's the Jordan rules in basketball, we got the Brady rules. You know that changed the game completely. That's why people say Marino would have averaged 7,000 yards per season.
Batman. Let me explain it like this. Dan Marino was like Ben Roethlisberger with Aaron Rodgers' throwing ability.
That's insane. It's insane.
But you dismiss one factor. If Dan Marino played last season with the team Tua had, he would deal with the same pressure Tua deal with.
He's 6'4" and 224 pounds.
Yeah, he's exactly. And plus, he had an uncanny ability to read defenses real quick and get rid of the ball.
He's still
an elite level.
I mean, okay,
speed reader of defenses.
What he's asking,
even with this offensive line.
My point is,
would Jesse Davis would have
a guy like Javon Holland would bounce off of Dan Marino.
Culler, do you think Jesse Davis would have got his Marino's ribs cracked? Do you think that would have happened?
No.
It would have been a serious penalty. That defensive lineman would have got thrown out of the game. because the ball would have been already 50 yards down the field by the time he got to him.
Yep.
How do you know though, man?
Bro, now you see there
Dude,
again.
there
I
you
wasn't
go.
trying to throw my experience watching the guy in your face,
Okay.
but you're baiting me to.
Okay. My bad. Hey,
He may
I'm
have
gonna
been
get off, man. I'm
suspended.
cooking right
If
now. I'm cooking now.
that hit
I
would have
know,
been looked
dude.
like
I
would have
love
been
you,
so
buddy.
late.
Y'all be good. Y'all be
That
good
it
now.
would have been they would have that not only they would have
Thank you.
ejected him in that game, they
Take
would
it
have
easy, Keith.
suspended him for the rest of the season.
Batman lost his device connection.
I'll tell you what, Color. My best friend, God rest his soul, was a Steelers fan. That's why I have a soft spot for Q, man.
I know.
Yeah.
I got a buddy that hates the
And
Miami
you want to
Dolphins.
know,
that's a Steelers
ironically,
fan.
Marino could have been a Steeler.
Shake, one of our DBs that I went against in practice a lot. He's a big time Steelers fan. But he hates the Miami Dolphins, hates everything about them, their organization, all of it. Lives in South Florida, coaches at the coaches the local youngins, as far as football goes.
That goes back to the 70s, I guess.
And you know what?
Yeah,
Color, you know what?
That bad blood goes back to the 70s.
Well, you know what? You're successfully making me hate the Kings less and less. So congratulations.
Welcome
It's
aboard,
Dono.
Shake.
It's Dono every
welcome
bit as
aboard.
much as me. You like Dono. That's what it is, bro.
Shake
No,
Money,
I mean,
welcome aboard.
I talk trash to the Kings with him, but you
Right, but you love to hate him, right? So that's
Dono's a
what's
good
drawing
dude.
you in.
Dono's a good dude.
Hey, I got a question for
to me,
everyone that's not to do with the
Shake-
team, but with our uniforms. So, like,
right
now, everybody's releasing, like, their alternate uniforms or, like, a throwback or a new uniform. You think the Miami Dolphins are going to release a uniform
I
before the
wish,
season?
bro.
Like
It's
an
like the
orange?
Heat, man. Why don't they do stuff like the Heat, bro?
Yeah.
I just
Like,
don't
some
understand why we
new
haven't
type of
done
uniform.
orange pants with white jerseys.
That'd be
It's
sick.
coming, Color. It's coming. They're listening.
And bring back the aqua face mask. That's all I ask.
Orange
I would
pants
like
with
a
a white
teal
jersey.
helmet,
It's on the
man.
waist. I don't
They
care
look
what
like
you
the
guys.
Browns.
You all you're dead
Or an
wrong.
orange
We need to
helmet.
go. We need to go to the Miami Vice colors. All of you
I
guys are
love
dead
the
wrong.
I
it.
love that idea.
I can't stand that
No.
for football, man. I'm sorry.
No. That's
no
more of a
color.
Miami Heat thing. No, that's
We
more of a
need to
Miami
go to
Heat
the
thing,
Miami
Crypto.
Vice
It took them.
because I
It's
need
a
to
Miami thing.
wear my
Crypto.
my
Crypto.
linen white pants and my aqua shirt.
Crypto,
My
it
linen
took them-
aqua shirt.
It took them like 45 years to allow them just to wear different shoes on 1 week out of the year.
Yeah, well, I guess it's gonna take
they
a
have
while.
really strict tradition when it comes to uniformity.
Well, I need to
uniformity on the field.
I need to start this campaign because I need to break out my white Don
They used
Johnson
to
linen
find
pants.
that, they'll find players if they wear the wrong color socks or the wrong color shoes.
Yeah.
It
Hey,
is
listen.
what it is.
I would
So
love
the
a
aqua,
different
the
alternative
aqua,
helmet,
the,
though.
Let's
the
take
aqua
baby
shirt
steps.
will work.
Let's take baby steps. We got cause for cleats. Then we can go, hometown jerseys. I don't know.
The night game. We can make it a Monday night special color. That's all I want. The Monday night.
And then maybe
maybe like Miami
because I want them to
maybe
put
when
neon
football-
lights.
Nights or something.
And then
I want
maybe
them to
when
put
football
neon lights in
finally
the
converts
stadium.
over, maybe when football finally converts over to grass basketball, we can start doing the Miami Vice uniforms.
Maybe, yeah.
When you have
I hope
when you have
I
a
hope they
team,
don't do that.
when you have a team of 11 tight ends or 10 tight ends
Yeah,
and
right.
a quarterback,
10 tight ends.
and that,
and like 15 wide receivers.
That's too much of a throwback.
Man, I want those orange 2000 jerseys. That's what I want.
I'm saying put those on the pants, solid.
Hey, I hope we should bring back the wishbone next year.
I guess I'm old fashioned 80s guy. I want them to change our theme song to the.
If Drubitron was around, he could show you what I'm talking about because he's got a sample of it. But anybody heard from Drubitron, man? We're starting to get a little buzz about it.
No, man. Yeah. I haven't. His Twitter account's been pretty quiet.
It was
his Twitch has went dead too. His Twitch still shows him doing a show tonight at 8:00 on, but he hasn't done one in a month or two.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, it's been since what? March, May. I mean, yeah, March, May.
Maybe somebody really
May
pissed
was
him
the
off
last time he was on.
on the
Yeah,
web.
he just took a break. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
it's
could
like,
be it. Taking a time out from
I'm
everything.
gonna go
Cause
have people asking about me.
I think he came on the last show I seen him on was Stephen D in the morning. It was back in early June, late May.
Yeah.
I think I remember. Yeah, early June was the last. He was on Stephen D.
So if
That
anybody
was the
out
last
there,
show I was on with him.
if anybody out there has his personal info and wants to try to contact him to get a wellness check for us, that'd be pretty cool.
Right.
Hey, speaking of which, how's Mike doing? And his dad, Bullet Bob, man, he's a Gator, so I gotta ask.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Who's that?
Mike and his dad, Bullet Bob. You know, Bullet Bob's a Gator, so I gotta ask.
Bullet
You
Bob.
mean Mike on the mic?
Yeah, Mike on the mic.
Not sure.
Oh, okay.
I know he came around a Twitter space a week or two ago, or last week or something, and
oh, he did.
And
yeah, I spoke to him. I'm just saying. I'm just checking on him. How's he doing?
I'm not sure. I would ask you.
Okay, my bad. Sorry.
No,
I ain't got
I'm
his
saying
number.
you if you've spoken to him recently, you would know more than me. I would ask you the same question.
I'll probably ask Cap. Cap probably will know. I'm sure they keep tabs.
I mean,
Right?
last time I talked to him, he was already. He's just busy with really busy with what he's got going on in the family. You know.
Yeah, that's understandable.
But I know he's okay as far as health and all that.
Yeah, because I tell you what, you guys are all equal contributors, but I think he was also a good key contributor to the show.
Yeah, we and his seat is always here, and he, we've told him that, and we actually, he may be laughing at me when I say this, but we look forward to possibly him returning to us. So
Yeah, you know what's funny is he's the reason that I started watching.
Speaking
I
out
started
of
watching
turn,
the channel.
I don't
And then
have
Cappy Tan hooked me in. You know.
What's that, Shake?
I said he's the reason I started watching the channel, and then Cappy Tan hooked me in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Who was?
Mike
on the mic.
Oh, yeah.
He's also got a whole hell of a lot of energy for these panels. You know what I mean? For these open mic panels,
Yeah, I when I started watching your guys' channel, that's the last I seen of him. Like, what was it? Like maybe 6-7 months ago, I started watching your guys' channel. I don't remember.
Yep. And like I said,
Something like that.
he's aware he's always got a seat at the table. So, like I said, I'm looking forward to seeing him again in that capacity.
Yeah, at least he's got support here, man.
Even if it's a tertiary capacity, whatever his speed is, you know what I mean? As far as yeah. We still got his brand right here. Like I can still let's see, where's it at? Yeah, right there. In a wine glass with the hat and all that.
Oh, okay.
Still got all that set up. Speaking of, while I'm in here on this list, everybody, make sure you're checking us out on Tuesday nights for Tonk TMI Tuesdays, Tonk 7 at 9:00. You got me on Thursdays, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes at night. Color commentary. You got Ali with Late Night Exhale coming at you Saturdays. He's had a couple shows now. They're doing really well. Appreciate you all showing out for Ali. He appreciates it. Doing really well with that. And then, of course, you got the proprietor of our great network, El Capitan, every other night of the week. Real life allowing. Make sure you're checking out all our gear, Finn's Tailgate gear, including the flag. Wave it proudly, bring it to the tailgate, show everybody you know who we are. Maybe if I'm walking up to the stadium and I see this flag, I'll probably stop and say hi. I mean, why wouldn't I, right? And make sure you're hitting the link in the description below for Fanatics. Anything you need from Fanatics, the link in the description below will let them know we sent you, and they are highly grateful to us for that. In what way, I'm not really sure, but that being said, you got all these ways to support the channel, and we appreciate every bit of it. Super chats, Cash App, Venmo, memberships. We got memberships now, a bunch of new members, and I will throw them all a shout out, including everybody that just chooses to like and share this video. We appreciate that too. Subscribe if you haven't. If you're over on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, wherever, come over and give us a subscribe on YouTube, and then return to your favorite platform. We appreciate it. One other thing. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, that's it. So I'm going to try to stretch this out another little bit because Batman's almost home. And he'll be able to carry over to he's doing a great synopsis tonight on a couple of the free agents that are still available. A couple names we haven't even entertained yet.
But kind of real quick before
go
you
ahead.
go, I have a buddy of mine that a coworker. He's a Patriots fan, and you know what's awesome is that his daughter, he has a little girl about 5 or 6, whatever, and she's a diehard Dolphin fan. He even bought her a Tua jersey. She sent me pictures of him and her. He has his Patriots. She has her Dolphins jersey. I think that's adorable. But anyway, I made a bet with him last year. The Dolphins Patriots game. The loser has to wear a shirt, the opposing team's shirt for a day, right? And I want to go to Fanatics and see if I could buy that shirt with the custom name and the custom jersey number.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys? Does Fanatics sell that?
They should. You mean just custom jerseys in general? Did I lose you, Shake?
My bad.
There you are. You're talking about just a custom jersey in general?
Or just a shirt? Just a shirt.
Oh, shirts? Shirt. Yeah, I think they do like custom name shirts too. Let's find out. Yeah, I think they do. There's a couple offerings. I don't know if it's every shirt that you can do that on.
Either way, I'm gonna get him an orange shirt. So.
And yes, I am using the link in the description below.
And what's cool is he gets to give it to his daughter afterwards as a pajama.
All right. See, go to MiamiDolphins. Miami T-shirts. Do they do any customs? Yeah, it looks like they do customs. Oh, yeah, they got a bunch of different offerings for customs.
Oh, yeah, I'll be using that link then.
Oh, yeah. Here, let's do this. We'll give them a shout out real quick, a proper shout out. Let's see here. Boom, boom. We'll do it that way. There we go. I can come over here. So yeah, you got these shirts here that are customizable.
I'm thinking about putting 72 undefeated.
I love this logo design right here. Out of all of our newer logo designs, that kind of 3D-ish one is my favorite. I mean, if that was on our helmets, I might come around to it.
I wish I had an orange jersey, an orange shirt.
Yeah, none of them have a color wheel underneath, so it don't look like it. Although you might be able to call them and see if they'll do it on any of them. So we're gonna have to just give everybody a break for an hour because what's up, Canes 89? Because Batman ain't home yet. But we're at 6 hours and 20 minutes. So we'll start final thoughts. Make it long, guys.
Oh.
Make it really long.
Chapter 1, verse 1.
Yeah. It's been a
cold
it's been a long day for me.
It was a cold night in 1965. in Joe Robbie's basement.
The sky was foggy.
Yeah.
He was sketching a picture of a dolphin with a sun ring around it. And he thought,
You know Joe Robbie. I think was he an actor or a comedian or something like that?
Oh gosh, I can't
I don't
remember.
know what he did personally.
I thought Joe
forget
Rogan
what
was
he
the owner,
did.
right? Wasn't he the owner?
He was
of the
like he was like a comedian or actor before he started out the Dolphins. He had a partner too. It was just him. I forgot his name. Yeah, there's some guy on Twitter that knows, like, he's well versed in Dolphins history. He even knows the name of that second guy.
Well,
I gotta
if you go
back.
to the Irving, if you go to the Dolphins website and you go to their media hub or whatever, or like their press stuff, like and you can pull up game programs from those years, from like 66, right? And it'll tell you who the ownership was, like at the time, all of that, how it all started. It'll give you the whole history right there in the game program.
Did you know that there was an older lady? I forgot her name, but she lived in Kendall, right?
Right. Yeah.
And she was the one that actually won the contest to name the team, and she was the one that submitted the name of the Dolphins, and she won lifetime. Her and her family won lifetime passes to the game.
Right.
So I thought that was pretty cool. I remember because I would rent out like books from the Miami-Dade library, and I'll just read like just Dolphin stuff, like all the franchise history.
So you weren't like me though. I used to skip school and go to the bookstore.
Oh yeah, that's what I used to do, man. Go to the bookstore,
like I'd literally
library.
duck out of school and go read books at the library or the bookstore.
I mean, not the skipping school part, but yeah, that's where I spent most of my time. It was the library and the. Yep.
And man, now I feel old now because when I used to skip school, I used to go to the music store, which doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. So if anybody wonders where, it wasn't the South Florida school system that educated me.
It was their public library system.
It was a Barnes and Noble and a public library.
Barnes and Noble.
Yeah. Oh, and they had Books a Million back then.
And a Sam's Goody.
No wonder you sound so eloquent and
Hey, remember that color, Sam's Goody?
Yeah. That's why I drink so much coffee too. A little Barnes and Noble.
Yeah. I would like to counter that your argument.
It's also the Victorian insults, man. You can like you can totally blow something over somebody's head, and and it's like, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure that guy just insulted me, but he did it in such an honorable way that I can't do anything about it. Oh wow, that's interesting. I mean, that is the nature of a Victorian insult.
Culler, who insulted you? I'll come kick his ass.
Oh, how the hell did you get in here, man? What? I thought that was Lance or somebody, and it turned out.
No.
Me too.
I was trying to get on way earlier, but StreamYard was giving me a lot of problems for some reason.
Right,
I don't know what was going on, but every time you click on the link, it would sit there and load forever. I couldn't figure it out. So
that's a good.
I wanted to comment on something I heard.
Well, before you do, NFL Lit makes a good point. For our closing thoughts, we'll go with what things do you need to see from the coaching staff by week 8? That's a great question for closing thoughts because it'll take like 3 hours to close it out with that. But yeah, we'll do that here in a minute. But go ahead, Ali. Since you just arrived, give us your opening thoughts.
Wow.
Well, my opening thoughts are, I don't know. I can't really say. I had a comment for Q because Q said something about Dan Marino having the same pressures that Tua would with this team, and I disagree with that completely.
By the way, Chelsea rules.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yep.
My wife does too. Her name is Chelsea also.
Nice.
Yes. I know it's kind of funny. It's like a running joke in my family because my favorite soccer team is Chelsea, and my wife's team is Chelsea.
I was just about to reach for the Chelsea female joke, like but so I'm glad you let us know that before I did. I almost walked into that one.
Yeah, it's all good.
I was gonna be like Chelsea rules too. Yeah, definitely Chelsea rules. Do we have firsthand knowledge of? Anyway, go ahead, man. Sorry.
No, so I heard Q say something about Dan Marino having the same pressures that Tua would with this team we've built.
What, once every 5 dropbacks?
I don't know, dude. I think Dan Marino would not have the same pressure because in all honesty, in all honesty, and you know what I'm talking about when I say this, Color, his arm is so strong and so talented what Dan Marino could do with his arm that it was a weapon itself. Defenses would fear that, and it would make the game so much easier. You know what I mean? I'm not taking anything away from Tua. I'm not saying he has a weak arm or anything like that. But when you compare Tua's arm versus Dan Marino's arm, it's like night and day. And you can't even deny that, Color.
It's night and day from Marino to Peyton Manning.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Even Brady. Even Brady's arm is not as good as Dan Marino's, in my opinion.
Right. And Ali, my whole
I don't know. Am I crazy to say that? I don't.
Can Ali? You hear? Here's this. I was gonna say something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
No, I was gonna say to your point when I made the comment that Marino, if they tried to attack him the same way, Marino's decision making was so elite and so fast. On top of his strong arm and quick release, the ball would have been 40 to 50 yards down the field. They were like, man, not only this guy needs to get ejected from the game, he needs to be suspended for a season because it would have looked like that hit was so late. It would have looked like that. It would have looked like that hit was so late because he got the ball off so quick that it would have looked like a late hit.
Everybody would think this phenomena that everybody thinks that the refs favor Brady. Oh, it would be even worse with Marino because he'd be getting hit late so much that people would be thinking the refs are in on it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Like, nope, that's a late hit. That's a 15-yarder.
It's like, wait a minute. They'll be like, but wait a minute, ref.
Personal foul.
His arm wasn't even cocked back yet when I launched for him. You know? Like,
right.
It's today's standard of the NBA
while
fouls.
you're in midair, you know, and you do boom, you hit him late.
It was those days. It was the NBA. It was the standard of NBA fouls in that day.
It was the Marino. It would be the Marino rules, like they have the Jordan rules.
Right.
Let's be fair. There is video out there of Tom Brady getting clocked like in his rookie year, trying to run around the side. He got up and kept playing for 20 years.
Yep,
that's true.
Exactly. You can survive a hit. Depends on how you get hit and where you was hit.
Bro, he's gotten killed by Aaron Donald and Ndamukong Suh late in his careers, and he's still just getting up and still
you
throwing,
notice
bro.
how he takes the hit now? He totally collapses and falls like limp, like he's a wrestler, like he went to wrestling training or something.
Yeah. Oh, he sees some guy coming. He's gonna put himself on the floor. It's just to protect his body because he's a 40-plus-year-old man, bro. Like,
you know, it's cool. Aaron. A lot of people don't know this, but Aaron Rodgers is one of the guys that throws away the ball the most. He leads in throwing away the ball. He's like in the top 5 of throwing away throwaways.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, and that also
looks like Shake Money found the stat site.
The receivers, the quarterback percentage rating was barely over 60 back then because they took so many chances and they threw away the ball at times and they didn't care about their stats, their completion percentage.
And
they would have a lot of throwaways.
And the overall number of throws was less too. So when they did make it, it was more stark of a change. Like it affected their percentage more when they had a drop
than it did now because of the volume. Exactly, because the volume was different.
Something I've heard multiple times, not on not just on your show, Color, but like other platforms and other areas, people are saying they want to see Tua throw the ball down the field more, right?
Yeah.
And in the haters, and we'll call them that because I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying the people that are really, really, really
Like
hardcore
over the top
against
with
Tua.
it.
Yeah, over the top. Even Color would find it ridiculous how much they hate Tua, because
Correct.
it's basically not fair in a sense, right?
Yep.
Those are the people I'm referencing. They're like, well, why are we wasting our time? Put Teddy Bridgewater in. Here's an interesting fact. Teddy Bridgewater is the check down king, and that's not a joke. He led the league in check downs. All right. So if
Yeah,
you
but I'm
think you're
not
going
one
to
of
get
those things that throws dink and dunk out there as a trope. That's actually, if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do. You know what I mean?
if we're winning games,
It's
I'm not
something
going to
that's
complain.
necessary.
I'm not going to complain
Troy
that we're winning
Aikman used to
games.
be a dink and dunk guy. You know, at
To me,
That's true.
to me, it's a matter of most of the time quarterbacks are dinking and dunking. It's when you need to do something different or step up to something
Right.
else.
Can you do it? Can you? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with the dinking and dunking. It's just like you said, when the play calls
That's
upon
like
you
saying
doing
that's
it,
like
can
faulting
you
a
do it?
running back for taking a handoff every time he gets the ball instead of a
Yeah.
toss sweep.
In
know what I mean?
comparison, though, this is what I found interesting. Not only is Teddy Bridgewater the check down king, right? That's currently active in the NFL. Tua is not even in the top 5. He's like in the middle, so he's more
It's the
balanced.
middle of the road. Okay, that's
So
fine.
I'm like, that's actually not bad. I mean, maybe it's the offense that didn't really call for the long.
It was the
long ball,
schemes.
you know?
Yeah, they didn't scheme the long ball in the offense. No.
And again,
Yeah,
you
you know what I mean?
What was
I
the
don't
episode
even
that you
care if
guys
he can throw 70 yards. All I want him to do is be able to throw deeper than the last safety.
That's true.
Right.
Did you guys what
Correct.
was
That's
the
all
show?
that's necessary, Color.
What
That's
was
all
the
that's
what was the
required.
what was the episode that you guys did where you guys went over the stats? Was that on this week or was it like on the weekend?
I don't think we did it yet. Have you done it, Color?
Oh,
the one that you went over all the stats?
Ali, I did more of it on today's show than I've done
Oh,
yet.
okay. I'm on vacation with the kids. I just wanted to chime in because what I heard Q say, I had to say something about it. That's all. But anyway, let me give you guys my final thought real quick because I do have to go.
Fortunately, Batman was here, and Batman kind of allowed me to take him through the exercise of looking at a lot of the stuff. So we kind of went through a lot of it today.
How does he feel about it now? How does he feel about it now?
I mean, he was fair to me about it.
Mm-hmm.
He was absolutely fair.
Yeah, he was fair. He said he'll double check it.
Some of the numbers makes me kind of encouraged regarding Tua, and some of the numbers make me encouraged more about the offensive line. But we're still going to be cautious about it. We're still, even Color is still going to be cautious about it. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Batman understand that that despite what it may seem like, that people like me are just trying to search for encouragement, and that's where I've found it. Is the fact that we're 9-8 with quarterback
that
stats
kind of
like that.
with quarterback stats like that. Yeah.
Now we can argue about why the quarterback stats were like that, but I think we can all agree that a lot of the things we've done in the offseason are meant to improve those particular quarterback stats. So why, even if it goes up a scotch, we were only 1 game away from the playoffs. 2 games away from
it doesn't
the
have to
division.
go up dramatically at all. Just go up a snitch, maybe 5%.
We were only 2 games back from the division itself.
Right. We're only 2 games away from the actual winning the division. Exactly. That is also a good point. It gets lost in translation, Color. That we were 2 games. We were Buffalo had lost that against the Patriots.
Before one snap,
they would have did it.
Before the foot was put into the ball in Tennessee. If we would have won out at that moment, we were still mathematically able to win the division. If
we only needed 2 Buffalo losses. Exactly.
Lost their last 2 games.
We would have been division champions. Right.
That's right. That's exactly correct.
Now, a lot of people lose that sight of that.
Those last 2 games for Buffalo were the Jets and the Falcons.
Yep.
One being a division opponent that can always trap you, and the other being the Atlanta Falcons, who still had Matt Ryan and and we're tearing our division apart last year.
Right.
That's true.
Exactly.
They were beating everybody.
So it was still an absolute. It was still an absolute, not unrealistic possibility for us to win the division before the foot was put into the ball against Tennessee.
Yeah, because that was an afternoon game, right, Culler? That was a late afternoon game. I said that was a late afternoon game, right?
I believe so. And Buffalo, I think, had already lost that day.
You're right.
Regardless, Buffalo needed to lose their last 2 ball games for it to come to fruition. But we're not talking about something that hasn't been done before. Let's remember, Jacksonville beat Buffalo.
Right.
By holding them to 6 points.
Right. So that is definitely was a mathematical probability that we could have won the division.
New England beat Buffalo without even throwing the damn football.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
So the Jets, and the
Culler.
Falcons couldn't have trapped Buffalo
right
late in the season.
Yeah.
We were not
Culler,
just,
I'm sorry, man.
They were up
at halftime.
winning the division going into Tennessee.
Actually, in that game, the Jets were up at halftime on Buffalo until the third quarter.
And given the fact that we won our last 2 games, tells you that we would have done our part had we beat Tennessee.
Correct.
Culler, I gotta go, man. I gotta go. But I just want to say thank you to everybody. And I think to be fair, we just gotta see what Tua does this year and then go from there. That's I think what we got to do. But I think I'm still confident. Regardless, I'm still confident. I think we're gonna have a good season, and fins up, man. And I'll see you guys on Saturday.
Thank you, buddy.
That's fair. Man. See you, man.
Later.
We're all in fan mode. See you. We're all in fan mode.
So, Bleezy says Publix carrot cake is on deck. So
there's levels. There's levels to it. You have Iceman 17-0. You have D1 at 16-1. Then you get it's just different levels. That's all. It's all good.
No, they all forget, though. It's passed around Twitter too. I don't know why people don't watch. I can watch the replay of that throw over and over and over and over again.
What throw was that?
When he throws that deep ball to the moving target, to the moving bullseye, and he has to hit the bullseye to win the entire thing, and he hits it, and it's like, oh my God, was it beautiful? Man. Like,
what throw was that? Culler?
In the quarterback challenge back in the 90s. There was one of the challenges where it came down to the moving targets, short, intermediary, and long. And they were targets, they were big bullseyes on golf carts that were moving across the field each direction, like opposite, like staggered.
Hey, I got a new mic. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're fine, Crypto. And so
okay.
Yep. And so one of the years it came down to Dan Marino needed to hit the bullseye dead center on the long target, on the furthest target, in order to win the entire QB challenge.
I remember that.
And the guy nailed it, man. It was like
yes, he did.
He just takes the ball and it's got a little chalk on the front. You know what I mean? And he's like,
dude, this is a guy that threw 35.
I think he won like 4 in a row. Color skills title.
This is a guy that
Marino.
This is a guy that threw 35 to 40 yards with a hand behind his back, bro. Like, but he threw the ball behind his back, right? Like it went like 35 or 40 yards or something like that.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
A perfect spiral.
Arm talent.
I mean, this guy had elite arm talent. It's
unbelievable. I've actually heard certain Tua detractors here and there actually laugh about and throw out the Cam Newton doing that. If you guys can't see that was a junior size ball, you're blind.
You mean
Cam Newton's hand is like ridiculously monstrous. You're not going to tell me that is a junior ball in his hand. It's plain as day.
Okay.
Really
I didn't see the Cam. I didn't see the Cam.
It's a junior size ball.
I have to look at it. I never seen the Cam Newton video.
Yeah, he
by the
throws it
way,
like a billion yards, and it's behind his back. It's a behind the back throw, and it's like a billion yards.
Crypto, who's Ty Ghost? What is that?
No, we were talking about Culler was talking about T.Y. Hilton. Actually, it's supposed to be T.Y. Ghost. I didn't. I just put Ty Ghost. T.Y. Hilton. He's a ghost now. So they was talking about the free agency of T.Y. Hilton.
Okay. Yesterday I was we were what show was on last night? I think it was Miss Fint, and I was pretending to be like Lamar Jackson. I actually wasn't intending that. It's just that I forgot to change my name and my avatar.
Oh, on the Lamar Jackson. Yeah. I had the George Washington thing up, and I forgot I went into another chat, another stream. They're like, "Who is George Washington?" We were getting visited from one of our founding fathers. I'm like, okay.
What's going on?
Can you guys
What's up?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey,
All right.
AM.
Everything but listen, guys. Everything but my audio is frozen, so I'm about to reboot. Give me like 30 seconds. So if anybody's in back, I can't bring you in for just a second. Just be patient.
No, EM, you got to get Kenny with the South Park
I was thinking about
icon.
next time I go on a panel, I'll do Lady McCormick.
Okay, yeah, I would say Kenny would have been a good one for South Park. He's always getting killed.
Yeah.
Just in case you get killed on one of the streams, at least you have the right avatar.
But have you seen the episodes of the dude that has as my profile picture? Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. He's basically a country redneck, and obviously there was a portal of future people coming into the country illegally, and then he's basically a rally with a bunch of conservatives, and because the future people will work for basically like 20 cents an hour. All the future people were taking jobs, and he's saying they took our jobs, all country like it is. It's kind of funny. And then yeah, and then all of his friends just talking nonsense, and then eventually, and there's another episode where a rooster comes in because sometimes they do sound like roosters when they talk nonsense. But yeah, it's funny.
Do they still make South Park episodes?
Yeah, they do. I've been watching the new episodes too. They're still good. South Park is still killing it.
Are they on any streaming platforms, or you just gotta watch them?
Yeah. HBO Max is where you can watch all the episodes.
This sounds like something Hulu would have, but wow.
Yeah, they work on.
Hulu's got a good deal.
But I don't know if they have South Park, but I know HBO Max does, so that's right.
They did have Netflix. Netflix had it one time, but it's off now.
Netflix had a lot of stuff, and then they didn't have a lot of good stuff. They used to have good stuff.
I need to reorganize all my streaming services, my streaming video services and TV.
Netflix is too worried about their own branding, which is not. I really don't care for their own.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. So you're supposed to. As a business person, I learned that you gotta, talk to your consumers, see what they like, and then.
It's kind of like Snakes and Sparklers thing. You remember Joe Dirt?
Oh yeah, from Joe
Snakes
Dirt.
and Sparklers.
That's what I like. It's not what you like; it's the consumer.
I don't know why my computer keeps freezing so much, man. I got to figure it out.
Yeah.
Culler, you like Snakes and Sparklers?
You got that Con Air RAM in there. That's the problem.
No, I think it's my BIOS, man. I think my motherboard is finally at the last leg.
It could be.
Which sucks.
You ever check out the new
because
one?
my processor is not gone yet, and it's going to be hard to find the motherboard that'll take it.
What about the Asus boards? Are pretty good.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is like they want more money for my board than I paid for it, 8 years ago or whenever.
Oh, okay, for the same.
It's like ridiculous.
You have
in other words, for what they want for my board right now, used, I could buy like a complete new version of it all. You know what I mean?
You have a built-in graphics card.
No,
on the board?
I'm using a 2070, but likely what'll happen is I will build a new machine and then I'll convert this one over to Linux, because whatever problems it's having, whatever problems it's having are not something that Linux would have a problem with. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those nuanced things that Windows has trouble with. You know?
Oh,
yeah,
man,
the Linux
I feel like I'm
distros
watching
are pretty
Star
good
Trek
with
right
everything.
now.
So it'll
What's the
last
problem? It's the
forever as a
motherboard.
Linux box.
I can't beam you up. The motherboard is down. I need a new motherboard.
It's gonna be. I'm kind of anxious because once I do convert it to Linux, it's gonna be a mean programmer, man. Like it's gonna be able to compile code like in no time.
Yeah.
What are y'all thoughts on Apple
That's
buying
one thing
Sunday
about
Ticket?
What's that?
Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. Part of the Apple ecosystem. They're trying to grab in people. That's at least my opinion. I think
I'll buy it.
They're trying to pull in a lot of the Android people to try to suck them in.
It's about money, but hey.
Yeah. Well, when you're the world's largest company like Apple, they can pretty much do anything.
Yeah.
Do what they want. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm buying it because I was planning on buying Sunday Ticket regardless. So it's good. That's going to be on a streaming service now.
Yeah.
I don't have cable. I do streaming services.
So everybody, where do you think, to the question that was posed earlier for your final thoughts, where do you think we need to be? How do you evaluate the coaching staff at game 8? Like, where do you think we need to be? Let me see if I can find the question again to articulate it better.
Yeah.
By week 8, we need to have more wins and losses.
Here we go. What things do you need to see from the coaching staff by week 8? And we'll start with who wants to go first?
I'll start it, I reckon.
All right, Shake, go ahead.
Okay.
I would like to see Tua have a little bit more time in the pocket. I would also like to see the offense coaches or defensive coaches.
Coaching staff.
And I also would like to see more run stoppage. Not too many runs up the middle. And the last thing I would like to see is I would have to say better route running, crisper route running, and a little more creative plays to convert third downs. Better third down conversion rates.
And where do you think our record should be for this coaching staff?
I'm putting the baseline at 11 wins.
Well, by week 8, I mean.
How about week 8?
It's gonna be hard to manufacture.
By week 8, I would say nothing less than 500.
Okay, fair enough. So you're comfortable with 4-4 for this coaching staff by week 8?
Yeah, because at least 4-4, they're making progress. You know what I mean? You can kind of see them starting off to a little slow start because teams they're getting a feel for everything. But if they're no less than 500, I'll be good. That means they're showing progress.
Right on. All right, fair enough, Shake. Appreciate you always coming around, man.
Yeah, cool. I'll say what I expect by the midpoint at the halfway point. I think we should be on the defensive side. One thing we did establish that was a long streak that goes people that tend to gloss over that was really important. It's takeaways. We had 23 consecutive games with a takeaway in it, and that streak was broken in the Tampa Bay game last year. So I would like for us to start a streak and have a streak going. And that year, I don't know what it's at right now. If we had turnovers in the last, well, we did, because it'll be more than 8, because we had some turnovers in the Patriot games and then in the Saints game. So it'll probably be double digits by that time. I want us to be in double digit with the streak with at least 1 turnover or more in that game to be in double digits by that time. So that'll be like the 10th or 11th game in a row by week 8 next year. So that gives us an extra possession, extra times for my ratio of 65-35. So the more opportunities you got to steal away a possession, the more times you get to distribute the ball to your playmakers. So I want that to be a defensive goal. As far as offensive goal, plus organic pressure on the quarterback, but takeaways, I'll take the takeaways. I say offensively, I want us to be more dynamic, meaning if we know that your weakness is X player or X defense against the run or pass, or we don't want to say, oh, we're going to just do the opposite just because they think you're going to do this because of our weakness. No, you're weak against the pass. We're going to make you stop it until you prove otherwise that's no longer your weakness. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You you make them adjust to you. You don't adjust to what you think they may play, how they may play you. No, you dictate how they play you. It's not the other way around. You have to go in, forcing the issue as far as making them adjust to you out of the gate. Because the minute you're adjusting to them out of the gate, you're behind the 8-ball.
Exactly.
It's like a chess game. I don't go move my pawn up 2 squares expecting the rook to come down to slide over because that's just the way I play. No, I know your weakness is using your bishop and knights. I'm going to attack your bishops and knights. Right. It's a chess game. See, if you know that you have a person that's weak at something, attack that weakness.
Sun Tzu, Art of War.
Yeah. That's what made Don Shula and Bill Belichick so good. They take the opponent's best player away or their strength away and attack their weakness. And you have to beat them with other things.
Exactly. They're not going to let you beat them with what everybody is expecting them to beat you with.
Right. And especially if I know
you hear all week, oh, this team needs to beat him with this guy. Well, if you've heard that all week, then why would you let that guy beat you?
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I see that this player is on the injury report. They have 5 defensive backs that's on IR. I'm just using that, throwing that out there as a number, or 5 linebackers, anybody. You see that they got Joe Blow off the practice squad, making up 30% of their offense. Design a game plan and a scheme to attack that. And then you make the adjustment the following week and so on and so forth. You don't just go blanket and just say, I'm going to run this every single week. No, you adjust. You look at the injury reserve. You see with the personnel that they've been about to line up on the field, and you attack that weakness. It changes from week to week. That's what I mean by being dynamic on your offense against the opponent's defense. If you see that they're number 1 ranked defense in the league or number 1 ranked passing game, you're not going to try and just shove it down their throat unless you know that your skill players is that much elite and greater than theirs. But if all else is even, you attack their weakness and then go from there. That's how you stay ahead of the chess game. It's a chess match. And that's how you develop as a young coach or a rookie coach. Just work on attacking the opponent's weakness. That's all I want to see by the midway of the season and grow from there.
Right on. What are you comfortable with record-wise by 8 weeks?
I would be comfortable with, because I got to remember the middle part of schedule and where I predicted our wins and losses to come out. I would say I will be comfortable at 5-3.
Just as long as one of those 3 is not game 1, right?
Exactly. As long as one of the 3 is not game 1. Now, crazy about that, Color. If we do, I predict us to win the game 1, right? But on the back end, because I predict that it's going to be a blizzard the second time we play them, that's why I say we will probably already have a playoff, most likely a wild card sewed up, and it won't be a high pressure situation. I say we drop that game. We drop the snow game against New England.
Interesting.
Because bad weather neutralizes good offenses. It always does. So we might have all these high-powered weapons, but when you got snow and ice and rain, that'll slow you down. And you might not even need a pass rush. to defeat us.
That's true.
So yeah, it's the elements that play a factor as well. So it's not that I think that New England is that much better than us. I think Mother Nature will help contribute to us losing to them.
Right on. Well, appreciate that thought, man. Always love having you around, bro.
Yep. No problem, man.
We'll catch you. You're going to go hang out? You're going to go check Batman's stream out?
Yeah, I will.
Cool. I'll probably see you over there. I'll probably, lurk around that spot. He wants to get us on our opinion on. So,
okay,
see what
cool.
Capitan thinks too. But I'll catch you over there, bud.
No problem. All right, man. All right, EM. All right, Shake Money.
All right, later.
Okay. All right, Urban.
All right, Crypto.
How about you, EM? What do you think? What are you expecting to see out of the coaching by week 8? I guess it really boils down to what kind of record are you comfortable with by then?
Right. So I'll start off with the defense since it's pretty much the same. I want to see an aggressive defense, a zero blitz defense that mixes in blitzes, all-out blitzes with dropping back into coverage to confuse everyone. And obviously, I want to see some of the younger guys improve, like Javon Holland. I want to see him be in the all-pro discussion by that time. And obviously, Jalen Phillips, I want to see him be that exceptional alpha pass rusher that we have been looking for a while, that we haven't had since, I'll say, Cameron Wake, but Phillips has more upside as a cover guy than Wake, so that's good. Right so on. Yeah, pretty simple for the defense. Just Boyer. I mean, prove to us why you stayed on the staff. That's what I'm going to say to Boyer.
Right.
And offense, obviously, I love McDaniel. I want to see these exotic runs, a lot of wide zone, a lot of toss, counters, I want to see a lot of holes for the running backs. Like, we don't see a lot of that here in Miami.
A lot of Buffalo with Thurman Thomas. That
right.
Kind of stuff.
A lot of those. A lot of
ankle breaking counter traps.
Right. A lot of the defense comes in and he's like, oh, I got this running back, and all of a sudden, boom, he gets pushed away, and then that brings up a big hole. If you saw that Brian Baldinger breakdown, I want to see a lot of that.
Yeah, I watched some of that. It was highly intriguing.
Oh yeah, and Mike McDaniel was a big part of that. Everyone wants to say, what does Mike McDaniel do in the 49ers? Like, bruh, he's a big part of what.
It's at the base level. One of the things that I enjoy doing, since the Hurricanes have kind of disappointed me for so many years recently. I do really enjoy watching like Georgia Tech football.
Yeah.
Just as a sidebar, like, because when they got their seniors, like every 4 years or so, when they got their senior crew that's been gelling together, running that triple option for like 3 years, every once in a while, you just watch them just march down the field with that stuff. And it's the most beautiful thing you ever watched if you're really a fan of football.
Oh, yeah, I love seeing that stuff. And obviously, I've been saying the 49ers offense is one of my favorite offenses to watch.
Precision to work, and it's just
right.
Yeah, if you can get the continuity and the gelling and all that,
yeah,
it is a gorgeous thing to watch.
Exactly. So an effective run game. We don't have to be top 5 in running game, but effective running game. Like high yards per carry. I want to see a lot of horizontal routes, and I want to see a lot of, as far as Tua, I want him to hit the guys in stride, and I want him to anticipate throws. I want him to throw receivers open, not throw it as soon as when the receiver is waving his hands like, I'm open, throw your receivers open and hit them in stride and let them do their thing. I got no problem with Tua having like 250 passing yards and none of them really 20 air yards. And then people will be like, oh, Tua doesn't throw the ball deep. I'm like, hey, did we win the game? Was he effective? Was he efficient? I want to see an efficient Tua.
My whole thing is, and one of the things I saw a lot looking back at the film is, if you're not purposely pump faking,
right,
and you cock back to throw, you have made your decision to throw. Do it. Damn the outcome. Just do it because you cocked back your arm for a reason. You at that point decided to throw. There is no reason to stop it unless you're purposely pump faking.
Yeah, I want Tua to trust his velocity because I'm not. He doesn't have a top 5 arm, but he does have velocity on
It's simply
throws.
a matter of confidence.
Yes, and I feel like Mike McDaniel and Tyreek Hill and everyone is giving him that confidence. So hopefully we can see more of that from Tua, and obviously, none of the YOLO throws, none of the "what are you doing" type throws like Jimmy G does. Like, bruh.
Right,
So,
and that's the thing is that I'm not trying to be harsh. It's just when I'm looking for an explanation as to what happened on the 4 out of 5 dropbacks that he wasn't pressured.
Right.
That's the stuff I see.
Right.
So it correlates. You see what I'm saying? Now,
yeah,
to your point about the running game, the most deadly thing to a defense, to our opponent's defense, is going to be coming out in the third quarter. And just gashing in them, like you're saying, with those runs, with those 7 yards at a clip runs. Sure, you might get 1 or 2 yards, but then you got that 7-yarder. And then on 3rd and 2, you got a quarterback that can deliver a 20, 25-yard strike to the tight end and just absolutely deflate that defense for the rest of the game. You own the game at that point.
Yeah, and I feel like we'll get a lot of those to Mike Gesicki because they're so worried on the outside. But like, wait, who's covering the inside? So I feel like we
basically
can get some of
do
that.
what they do to us.
Right.
They stop our offense from scoring, and that robs our defense of their halftime break.
Right.
We need to do that to them. It's our house to do that in. It's our weather to take advantage of.
Yeah, and I want to see a lot of scoring right away. Like if we get the ball first, I want to score right away, and also I want us to score before half, because if you watch 49ers or even the Rams, they were really good at making sure you do not leave points on the board when you take that break.
And now, if you're talking about only getting a field goal out of it, that's okay too.
Yeah.
If you just took 10 minutes off the clock to start the third quarter and gas their defense, and now their offense is like, well, we had this whole idea of how we were going to change and adjust in the game, and now we've got 5 whole measly minutes left in the third quarter.
Yeah, and the 49ers were really good at that. They were so good at taking minutes off the clock. So you would think, the offense didn't score much. No, they were efficient.
I mean, that was Flores' stated goal coming in, was to play that way.
Yeah, but when you don't have the personnel on the running back and O-line, and when you don't have the coaching to run the ball, it's hard to do that. So
and let's be honest, the execution from all involved.
Yes, the execution and the coaching all involved. Yes. So that's why I was upset that we ran so many RPOs, because like, what's the point if we can't run the ball? Like they know what we're doing. So obviously a much improved offense. And as far as I'm rambling on, but as far as record wise, I would be a little underwhelmed with 4-4, but I'll say at least 5-3 if we can, in week 8, 5-3. I'll be happy, but obviously my prediction 6-2 by week 8.
Fair enough.
And if that happens, bruh, I will not stop talking.
Right?
Don't put me in this panel. Don't put me on the panel because I won't stop.
6-2 would have to mean that those stats I've been showing have improved.
Exactly. Yes. Keep just aggressive defense. Boyer, do your thing, and Mike McDaniel prove. You and your coaching staff that you hired prove to us why we can be one of the top 10 offense. I feel like we could be a top 10 offense.
I tend to agree with that, man.
All right, later.
I appreciate it, buddy. Irving. You there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Talk me off a cliff, bro.
Was that Bryson that was just saying?
No, that was EM Baller.
EM just slayed it, bro. I gotta
say,
slayed it, dude. I mean, damn, bro, he slayed that.
He literally took the words out of my mouth, dude.
I mean, whoa! I'm just sitting here listening. I'm like, damn, bro, Buddy is on point with expectations and like what needs to happen bit by bit. It was
he
good.
figured out my code, dude.
It was bit by bit. It was really well thought out, said. Shout out to you, Ian. That was off the chain.
That's why everybody likes him.
Yeah, that was great. I was actually taking notes, and
What do you think, Irving? What do you think we should expect?
Well, me defensively, my biggest thing, and I've always said this: create pressure without blitzing. It just what it does is you can fully maximize your defense by getting them to focus more on their assignments, like Javon Holland, for example. Right, organic pressure, and you create more turnovers that way too. If you can sustain pressure and quickly collapse the pocket, you can cause a lot more, bad and errant throws. And the defense, we have a top 5, defense in terms of creating turnovers and stuff. And I think that's our bread and butter.
It helps. You can get more 4-man pressure when you've taken 10 to 12 minutes off the clock in the third quarter, and the other offense has to rush and start passing the ball.
You have that type of clock management, and with this defense, we can whip anybody's ass.
Bingo.
Yeah, bro, and that's why you see guys like Melvin Ingram, you see guys like Jalen Phillips and McDaniel, but they excelled in those 4-man fronts. That's where when they have their hands in the dirt, and you're going to fully maximize the potential of the defense, and that can help them play at an elite level. So that's my expectation. Obviously, the second, especially, I want to see as a second-year jump of our 2021 draft class defensively, and that's Javon Holland. I want to see him become a top 5 safety. I want Jalen Phillips. I want him to create, get more, sacks through pressures and blitzes instead of just like getting these coverage sacks. I want him to get more,
dial him up,
add more, right, and add more moves to his arsenal in terms of pass rushing moves. Become a little more diverse there, and if he can do that, I think he's got the whole skill set
in his hands.
Right. And then offensively, Tua he's the what do you say? He's kind of like the engine that's going to make this offense run, and if as long as he can improve, the intermediate throws, not throw so high, throw a little more accurately and a little more with a little more anticipation, and hit people a little bit more on target. If he can improve his third down efficiency, if he can clean up all those little issues, he can be a good quarterback. I think he could, you can win games with him. Obviously our offensive line, I think I think the scheme is going to be very good for them in terms of where they don't have to do a lot of they don't have to win a lot of individual battles. They can focus more on, working as a team and creating a zone in the field and, to help the running game. And it's going to create a lot more holes. And as we explained in last episode about the holes and stuff. And I think, if they can use what Tua does best, those play action rollouts where he can work with the half level of the field, and where he, intermix it with the RPOs, intermix it with, just play action, and then, to further advance his development, have him just play more under center with his back to the defense, and I think that's it. And, the speed of our receivers is going to open everything up. I think it's going to be a boom to I don't think it's just the wide zone. I think it's also the speed of the receivers it's going to lighten up the boxes. It's going to force a lot more cover twos. And it just helps the offensive line, a lot more because they got less people to block up front. So you're not going to have as many people stacking up the box. So, or crowding the line of scrimmage and stuff. So that's what I expect. I think if we can average about around 30 points a game, and with this defense being a type of defense that can, limit teams to at least 15 to 20 points a game. And even if our offense gets to where we want them to be, like Culler says, maybe we can, defensively they can give up. They have more room for error. So
right on.
If we have a good offense. So that's it. That's all I got to say.
So Irving, before you go,
Yeah.
I promised you something and I was going to deliver. All right. So hold on just a sec. We got this just so you can see. I'll make it full screen. Here we go. This is for all the marbles. Needs a bullseye. Boom. Look at that. Bullseye.
Jeez. That's a moving target.
You want to see that again?
Oh, yeah.
On a rope.
You saw his drop back?
Yeah.
You saw
Did
his drop
anyone
back
think
when he gets to the
anything
top
else?
of his drop? So clean, bro. It gives him that little bit of extra oomph on his throws, too.
I love it.
Love
I can
it,
never
bro.
get sick of watching that, man.
It's greatest.
Anyway, you have a good one, buddy. We appreciate you
All
coming
right,
by.
bud.
Man.
All right,
Catch
man.
you over at
Anytime.
Batman. Capitan.
What's
Just
up,
in
Culler?
time, man, for a final
Yeah,
thought.
I've been listening most of the time. Been a great show. Way to hang in there for the 7th inning stretch.
Yeah.
To hold on
And
there.
no pun intended. 7 hours and 12 minutes. So yes, seven innings.
Who said no pun intended, Culler? Who don't? EM really he knocked it out of the park. A lot of what he's saying, I agree with. If we're at week 8, to me, and I know people aren't gonna like this, but to me, I would still be all right at 500 as long as I have these other answers.
Right.
Okay. As long as I have these other answers. So, because it ain't over at week 8. In fact, being at 500, one game at a time, that's where you stack it in.
Right. Because again, if there's, 4 losses and there are respectable mitigating circumstances to those losses, and we still have ample and realistic hope for the rest of the season, then 4-4 is not bad.
Notice you said realistic hope, not ample and realistic hope, and that'll hinge on these things. To me, we need to know by week 8 what Boyer's defense is. Is it just the zero blitz? Because I'm sorry, zero blitz works great until someone figures out a way to beat you with it or find your weak point and start torching it at it. So what else is he going to do? I also, or is there something up his sleeve? You know what I'm saying? Is there something else that he's going to do? I don't know. Does he figure out a way to use Tyndall to some effect as our new middle linebacker? Those types of things. Again, I'd like to see Jalen Phillips and Javon Holland, our young guys, continue on the trajectory that they're on. And where does, not their ceiling, because I think it's too early to say even at the end of this year that they found a ceiling, but how much growth are we talking about? Are these guys going to be Pro Bowlers, all pros in the conversation, respectable? Is it in spurts, kind of like from Jalen Phillips last year, where he had a game that was great and then he kind of missed them a little bit? Consistency out of them, growth, all those things. I want to see that. And then also, can we get better at stopping the run in that consistency? If we have those sort of answers out of defense, I'll feel pretty good. Special teams, can Jason Sanders get back in there? Can he start doing what he needs to do? Is Thomas Morstead the answer as punter and holder at that fact? Who catches punts? Who catches kickoffs? I'm not really saying it's the biggest thing ever, and but you know how I feel, and I know I embellish it a little bit, but situationally, are they going to utilize?
I had Jason Sanders on a Justin Tucker trajectory, and I'm really kind of disappointed.
I was
there
calling
has
him
to be
Jason
some
Money.
kind of
He
mitigating
was Money
circumstance.
Sanders, bro. That was Money Man Sanders, bro. Anything, and then granted, they weren't saying, "Hey, hit this 60-yard bomb" a lot, but if it was 54 or under, you felt good. It was, you could count on him making it. And he missed some that we needed him to make last year. And that wasn't the case up to that point. Does that get fixed with Thomas Morstead? Does his average continue? Or does being in South Florida with that heat change him as a punter? Is he over the hill? These are answers we need on
Well,
that.
he did punt in New Orleans. That's a pretty sopping wet mess too.
It's they play in a dome,
they
bro.
play indoors. Yeah, I guess they
play in a dome. Yeah, they play in a dome. And he's wearing sneakers, not cleats, when he's kicking. Not that he probably won't wear a sneaker to kick with again. So,
right.
But you don't wear cleats on AstroTurf, so, or at least not, not the same ones you'd wear on grass. They do have like a type of AstroTurf cleat.
Right.
But and then to the offense, to me, the biggest question mark hinging on everything is, can they figure out this offensive line? Who goes where? How do they work? Can they implement this outside zone scheme and run it to efficiency? And then once it runs to efficiency, will it grow? Now, this is by week 8. I hope to see some efficient run zone blocking up to that point. I want to start see them, and this kind of goes on Mike McDaniel. I want to see this exotic run scheme. Is he going to have, crackback plays? He's going to do, is there going to be a trap? Is there going to be a shovel pass, pre-snap motion? How does Tua handle all of this movement? Because it's getting confusing now. We got this guy moving here and there, and it's all inside the same play. It's the same rollout, but everything's different. Is Tua going to be all right to adapt to that? Are they going to have to simplify things for him because he could get, a little bit spinning in the head? Where does the growth come from him as an operation quarterback, as a system quarterback, as a timing quarterback? Can he find his groove in this? What will Mike McDaniel do when he faces adversity as a coach? When there's, losing streak, there's, I don't know, I don't want to say a scandal, but it wouldn't surprise any Dolphin fans if we had a scandal by week 8. That's kind of, I'm just saying, like, what does he do? When people are looking at him and bitching at him for losing.
What does he do when his star player comes and tells him, my balls itch, coach?
Something, dude. Anything. What does he do when people in the media are all turning at him and not gushing over McGenius and they're calling him McIdiot? You know what I'm saying? And he's going to get some of that too, whether it's a 2-game losing streak because it was so piss poor and one of them was to a team we should have beat the hell out of.
Don't know.
Yeah, whatever. The nicknames will make themselves come that time. But how does he handle that? Does he, you know what I'm saying? If Tua struggles, does he get out in front of it? Can he fix the struggles by then? A lot of stuff. How the running backs pan out with this mishmash of a couple of young guys that are unproven, a couple of older guys that might be over the hill, along with, to me, Edmonds, who I think is the most sure thing running back, even over Gaskins by a slight hair. That's it. But both of them, I think, how does that shake out? How do they operate? All those things. The only reason I like Edmonds a little more than Gaskin is because he blocks way better than Gaskins does.
That's been the fairest point I heard yet.
And to me, Gaskin is a complete liability out there in a blocking. But I also think Gaskin can fix that. I think he's strong enough, and I think he could fix that. It's not like he's 10 years in the league.
Right.
So does Mozart, does he come back? Is he the same? If he doesn't work and they cut him and Sony Michel gets injured, where do they go then?
Right.
These kind of things will all shake out. How does Mike McDaniel handle that kind of adversity? I want to see, because it's easy now. We're all, like I say, sunshine and rainbows. But, because to me, and I don't like it already, I don't like the excuses already starting to mount about, I want more offensive linemen. I want this. You got more money, spend it. If you spent every dime and it didn't work, then we go, why'd you waste that money? I'm not saying don't get an offensive lineman, but I think, it would have to be circumstantial. You can't overpay for the sake of just wanting it or kowtowing to the fan base. But we got to see. Hopefully by week 8, a lot of that is, worked out. We'll know things.
And hopefully we're not too upside down to do something about it.
What I want most from week 8 is to have clarity on who's who and what's what. Not still figuring things out, not still, worrying about this, not still uncertain who's who and what's what.
Exactly.
Or at least at that point knowing that, okay, the guy that's on the field, be it the quarterback or the center or the friggin' backup, whoever comes in relief for defensive tackle, whatever their role is defined, it's obvious why it's there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's figured out. It's like, hey, we're going to do Raekwon Davis on these types of plays, and then we're going to bring in Zach Sealer on these. I don't want to see all this figuring things out on the fly come week 8. If we're still doing shit like that, and it just seems like kind of like how the offense looked last year, just void of identity. Even the defensive play calling early on in the year seemed to have some problematic things to it. So all those things I don't want to see it. I want this bitch humming by week 8. And if that's the case, if we're at 500, I'll feel fine because I'll feel like, all right, this is how long it took to work things out to now now there's no excuse. And I don't want to hear excuses. If Armstead goes down in week 4 for the rest of the year, I don't care. Sorry.
Right. Agreed.
Tua goes down week 4 for the rest of the year. I don't care.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn. I'm tired of the one man's gone on a 53-man roster. The whole team's belly up. Fuck that, bro. I don't want to hear that.
And with that, I would say that my expectations are that, wherever we're at week 8, I want to have a reasonable belief that we still have a shot, that we're a respectable team. And, that's going to come down to, coaching. But I think if we are, I have a hard time not believing that we would be more likely to be 5-3 or 6-2 rather than the other way around.
See, to me, if we're 5-3 or 6-2, especially in week 8, all those answers will be answered. I'm almost taking it from my floor. If we're at 500 and I have those answers, I'll still be all right. I won't be freaking out.
If we're on a real run, how's it going, Vicken? If we're on a real run, then we should have those answers by week 8. I mean,
yeah, I think so too. Realistic answers.
I don't think there's anybody that's on a real Super Bowl run that wouldn't have those answers by week 8. And as I've said before, I'm of the belief that regression to the mean is actually a good 4-1, 5-1 start. You know what I mean? If you think about it, because the last 3 or 4 years in a row, we've started 1-4, 1-5, some cases 1-7. So regression to the mean would actually be, the opposite of that, the reciprocal of that. You see what I'm saying? Like, to bring it back to the average, we'd have to be way overboard the other way at 6-2, 5-3. So what I expect out of the coaching staff is to basically, having that in mind, devote every effort leading up to the start of the season to making sure we have the tools, the game plan, and everything else we need to make sure we don't start 1-4.
Yeah, I again, by week 8, I'm willing to accept kinks, growing pains on offense, bending of the knee on defense, because the offensive woes early on potentially. I'm not gonna write off the season if they go, 0-4, as long as they're going 4-winning streak after that. There's even a scenario where we're one game under 500, but there's, it's because we put 3 games together in a row, potentially to get us back to respectable, or trying to. That's not what I want. I'll feel amazing if we're 5 wins or 6 wins come that point, but I'm not gonna. It ain't over till it's over. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And there's plenty of teams. Look at Arizona. I think it was last year. They had all that big winning streak, and they just fell apart at the end. So,
yeah, I don't think we're out of the word wars. I don't think we're out of the battle of words if we're 4-4 when it comes to arguing with other teams, fan bases. I don't think we're out of it at all if we're 4-4 at the 8-week mark. But
no, not at all. There's, again, just be respectable. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's all I've that's all I've asked for the past 5 years.
And when you're bad, don't tell me that, oh, it's because of just these guys. It's bad as a team. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Again, there's deference and stuff like that and context for sure. When you say, oh, like your defense is middle of the road, but that, when you watch the film, you go, well, no, the defense played top flight. The offense was so bad that they held the defense back, and vice versa. There's games the defense just completely got worked over at times, and that could happen as well. But
exactly.
What I don't like is this guy who had a bad game. It's only because the other people around him had a bad game. No. You have to have your own personal, sort of friggin' accountability. Now, granted, it's a team game, so if one guy's not doing their job, it makes
accountability is becoming a hot commodity these days.
Apparently,
short supply.
Apparently, but there's a lot of people that want, accountability, want you to have accountability for things you're not supposed to be accountable for, while also telling you that guy's not accountable for anything.
Welcome to the multiverse.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. I mean, it's just, it's, as they say, asinine.
Right. So Batman's going deep into the article, sort of the topic that we had brought up to start the show about these other free agents. And he kind of was sort of open invite to you and I to get over there.
Maybe I can get on over there. I'm cleaning
part
out
of
my
it. Just
shed
let
right
you know.
now.
You know what I mean? So
clean out my warehouse right now. But
right on. Yeah, I'll be lurking over there one way or another. I got to figure out what, I don't know if y'all can see the glitching in my camera, but I got to figure out what the hell's going on with my computer, man. I don't know what's going on with it. I gotta shave some memory
data
back or something.
Yeah, you got to get rid of some old garbage that's in there.
Some overclocking that went too far or some shit. I don't know, but
Make sure everybody hits that like button and subscribe. And I really appreciate everybody with the donations today, showing the support and the love. It was very, very humbling, always with everyone showing up and droves and,
shout out to all our members that are scrolling across the bottom of the screen.
Yep.
And shout out to those that support in any way they can, even liking and sharing. We love it all. We appreciate that just as much as everything else. And, go you. We're coming to Fins Up, man. Everybody should be encouraged today. I appreciate everybody's patience with me bringing up all the past and all that and stats and all that stuff. But, hey, at least we know where we're at right now, and I'm actually pretty happy with where we're at. So, again, Fins Up. Y'all have a good one. Appreciate you showing up.
Yeah, hit the like button, everybody.